Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? It's your boy Sunny, and we are back with another banger on the channel. Doing it a little bit earlier today, so we're going to change things up, bit of a fresh energy perspective on it. We are introducing the AI e-commerce SaaS build. This one is, it's actually not a SaaS. This one is actually a full end-to-end build. I've done so many SaaS today, I get confused. But yeah, we are building a full e-commerce platform, an admin panel, everything in the mix. I'm going to show you how you can have your own CMS backend using Sanity Studio, as well as getting your own bespoke backend with AI involved inside of it. We're going to have an AI agent on the back end. We're even going to have an AI shopping assistant. When that beat drops, you know what's going to happen, guys. It's going to go off. Make sure you comment where you are watching from right now, either in the live chat or if you're watching the video afterwards in the comment section down below. Smash the like button, guys. This is the AI e-commerce app. One of our biggest. Again, it's just getting crazy. Welcome to the build, guys. Let's go. Boom. Here we have it. Beautiful. Now, I'm really proud of the design of this one, to be fair. So let's go ahead and take a look right now. Here we have the furniture store. So I've gone for the minimal look, the Scandinavian kind of vibe, right? So firstly, you'll notice this beautiful carousel at top, right? So we're going to dive into it a bit. We've got some categories in the mix here. You can obviously do whatever shop you want. In this instance, I've gone ahead and done a furniture shop because it highlights a lot of the features that we do. Now we have full product filtering. Everything is using, it's all going to be updating the URL at the top. But let's go ahead and click into some stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and click into a marble coffee table, for example. Beautiful React suspense boundaries. There we go. We can ask AI. I'm going to jump into that in just a moment as well. And let's go ahead and add some items to our basket. So beautiful UI. Let's go ahead and see. We've got full basket functionality. We are using Zustand in this one, guys. So it's going to go ahead and teach you all about global state management. We can add, remove things from the basket, go ahead and add things. And we even have stock control. So you can go ahead and make sure that you're not maxing out on the stock. So everything is being handled. Right, let's go ahead and click on checkout. So once we've gone ahead and bought an item, you can see we already checked the stock at the point of checkout as well, and we can go ahead and pay with Stripe. Now, before I go ahead and do that, I'm going to go ahead and show you just a quick brief example. Now, bear in mind, I didn't actually show you one thing. We also have full login flow, so everything is powered up by clerks. We go ahead and log in. Now, as you can see over here, we have the admin dashboard. Okay, so the admin dashboard is essentially powered by Sanity. Now, most of you have already used Sanity. It's a CMS backend, so it looks something like this. We have the Sanity Studio, it's an incredibly powerful tool. In this case, you can see we can actually modify all of the documents, the images, what color they are, for example, what images they have on their product display, right? And I forgot to even show you, we even have ones where we can have several images, right? So we have everything in the mix here. Now, this is amazing for a lot of reasons because it allows you to have a CMS in record-breaking time. However, sometimes we need a bit more control. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we can build a custom backend using the Sanity App SDK, right? Everything, you get all of the benefits. You still get the real-time AI, all of that goodness. So let's go ahead and check it out for ourselves. Firstly, beautiful little AI insights, right? As soon as you go into the admin dashboard at /admin, we are gated with Sanity Authentication. Then you come onto this and you can see some sales trends, inventory, action items. All of this is real information from our AI agent. It tells us the revenue, orders, average order amount, and everything. Now, let's go ahead and look at some warnings. We've got some low stock alert. We've got some recent orders. You can see how this is very useful. Right, so the Sanity CMS backend is incredibly powerful. However, sometimes we want to do a little bit of bespoke, front end. However, we want to include it in our own UI, right? We're going to add in some additional things like AI insights and so forth. Let's click into the inventory and it gets even better. So as you can see over here, we have, for example, once it go ahead and loads in, we can add new products from here. We can manage all of our stock from here. And in this case, we even have drafts. So that way, if two people are editing this, and guys, I forgot to even mention the coolest part, by default, this entire thing is multiplayer. So firstly, mobile responsive everything. So you guys can see for yourself, everything works perfectly like that. And then what we can go ahead and show you is, for example, let's say I'm editing the store. Another store manager like Jay is editing the store as well. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and say if I was editing the stock count over here, can you see on the left right here, it's editing in real time. Let's say I discard that draft. Now on the right-hand side, it went ahead and modified. Everything happens multiplayer. We got row search over here, and I say row search because this is doing a query to make sure it's optimized, so it doesn't do a local front-end search. It's using a nice little bit of Groq on the back end. We can go ahead and click into our product, and when you click into it, Firstly, we can modify all of the images, upload images, view it on the store itself, open Sanity Studio if we want to, make some advanced edits that aren't available in our UI. And again, every single field and every single detail is multiplayer by default. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and answer a couple of questions in a moment, but even for orders, right? Orders, you can go ahead and see everyone's order details. You can click into it, find the user's order, help them out. So you can go ahead and see their payment details, their shipping address, and so forth. And then you can go and see advanced editing, everything that they might need to know. You can go ahead and deal with user inquiries. So this is really, really powerful stuff, right? Now looking over at the front end, again, I talked about AI in the front, right? So if we go ahead and click on Ask AI right now, you guys can see we have a virtual shopping assistant. Now, I'll be honest, I think this is actually a game-changing thing. And I think a lot of websites, platforms are going to start implementing this. So you'll see it here first, right? An AI agent in an e-commerce store. For example, let's go and say, what chairs do you have? Say I'm looking for a specific type of chair. I can go ahead and ask the agent and imagine a user on the website. And look, guys, I've even built custom widgets. This is using, I'm going to show you how to do it. It's raw, by the way. So you can build any custom widget that you want inside of this chat. It's actually incredible. And then say, for example, I either click here or I can click in the chat. Both have links. Let's go ahead and say I click on this executive ergonomic chair. There we go. Amazing stuff, right? Now, I quite like this chair, so I'm going to ask for some similar products. I click on that button. It automatically pops into the chat. And now it's going to go ahead and search for example, similar products. In this case, it found a couple of products. It's on the solid oak dining chair as well. This is great. Imagine a shopping experience like this. You'll quickly get to your product. In this case, let's say I want to buy a wooden bed. Right? I don't even know if there's a wooden bed. So let's just see for itself how it does it. So in this case, it's going to go ahead and search for wooden beds. Let's see if it doesn't find any examples. So I found a Japanese oak wooden platform bed. There you go. And then I can ask follow-up questions. I can say, does it require assembly? What material is it? What color is it? In this case, what color is that bed? And as you can see here, now we've got a virtual assistant. This is game changer. And it says it's the oak color. So it has full context and understanding of what is going on with that. This is real powerful stuff. Now, even more than that, a lot of the time we go ahead and we speak to a lot of these companies and they tend to tell us that, sometimes customers just come in and want to know about their order. That actually requires a whole customer user service side of the business, right? So let's go ahead and take another example. Firstly, you'll notice when a user starts their chat initially, if they clicked on it, you even get these My Orders, and these only show if you're logged in. So in this case, let's go ahead and say, where's my order? Now it will go ahead and fetch my orders. So look, getting your orders. This is a true AI agent, guys. So in this case, we also have a My Orders tab. So let's go through, see what our orders are saying. So I'm going to go over to this order right here. And as you can see, it pops up my order. We can even go back to our orders and look, everything is going to be covered today. Okay. Now we did have 10 items in our basket in the beginning of the tutorial, right? So let's go ahead and check out and let's go ahead and pay with Stripe. And as you can see, we can process and it will send us over to Stripe to go ahead and get this payment handled. So at this point, we can go ahead and pop in our details. So I'm just going to go ahead and pop in my details here. So I'm going to say Sunny, and I'm going to say ABC. We can just say Dubai, it's fine. And then the rest of it, I can do 424242. That is the test card on Stripe, right? And yes, we are using Stripe today. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop in a valid date, 123. And now you can see, let's go ahead and pay for this. Quite a heavy bill, right? And also every line item is getting pulled in. We are also using the Stripe sandbox feature. Let's go ahead and pay. Now, as you can see on the back end, what we should see in a moment is once this payment goes through, our AI insights, if we were to refresh, would pull in the new revenue. So we should be able to see this number actually increase. In this case, look, we've got a nice order confirmation screen. We can go ahead and view our order, and this will go ahead and fly through to the back end. Now it's in the paid status, right? So now you can see, look, new revenue. Well, hey, great stuff. And it will also go ahead and show us if any, look, in this case, look, this is awesome, guys. Process unfulfilled order worth 14,000 immediately. So it's telling us, whoever's on the back end, it's like, you need to process that as a very important order. Go and process that right now. What do they mean by processing it? In this case, let's go to that order and I'll show you right now. So when you go ahead and view an order, you can see this one is paid. So in this case, just click it and imagine you stuck a label on it, you sent it out, whatever the process may be. I'm trying to give you the tools to build a platform where you can go ahead and truly kind of go as far as you need to go. In this case, let's go ahead and say it's now shipped, right? And as you can see on the front end, Sanity is live by default. Okay, what does that mean? It means that in a moment, bam, I didn't have to refresh, didn't have to do anything. It was automatically updated. And let's go ahead and say it was already delivered to the user. Let's say we created a full end-to-end flow here, and now you can see it delivered. And this is absolutely awesome. Everything is feeding through into reusable components. So this is looking amazing, beautiful stuff. I even show you how to create a custom input on the clerk side of things as well. So we're going to learn all of this in today's build. Okay, absolutely jam-packed stack today as well. We're going to dive through the tech stack, and I'm going to also answer a couple of questions that we're going to cover today. But before we do that, I want to mention that this build was made possible by the guys over at Clerk and Sanity. We're using Clerk for the billing, and not for the billing today. We're using them for the authentication today. We're using Stripe for the billing, and we're using Sanity to power up the entire CMS backend. Now, I did get some comments before about why don't you use this tech stack? Why don't you use this tech stack? Now, I want to highlight here, guys, I am teaching what I teach on this channel based on real world experience about how we build apps with our software house. We do this all day long, all the time. And I will tell you one thing. You are not going to get a clap on the back for redefining an authentication method, right? For rebuilding JWT tokens and a login flow. If anything, you're going to put your app at a risk of probably slipping up somewhere, storing passwords in a very silly way, and then you're going to get screwed over. My biggest advice here is, as I go through the tech stack here, keep this in mind. Always stop trying to think so hard as just a developer, right? So what do I mean by that? You're probably wondering, well, this is a coding tutorial. Why are you saying that? Well, in this case, let me get my screen brush. I'm about to drop some facts on you, okay? So what do I mean by stop thinking so hard as a developer? If you just focus about the dev, then you're going to go ahead and waste so much time rebuilding stuff, which no one is going to thank you for, right? You want to focus on building a damn good product, okay? So 1 minute, what have I done here? Oops, oh yeah. So in this case, you want to focus on a damn good product. And this is one thing I will take the time to talk about, because I talk about this in my coaching calls inside Zero to Full Stack Hero and all this good stuff. But in this case, you want to build a good product. What does that mean? You should not be spending time doing the stuff that no one's going to clap for you for. And I will scream it out every time I see a comment in the chat about that stuff, right? Shut up. Go and check out another tutorial, unsubscribe, whatever you want to do, because we're only here to introduce serious devs to the world. And this is exactly the facts that need to be said. And people may be scared to say it because you may not get the views. I don't care. It doesn't matter in this case. All I care about is that you guys get real knowledge on how to build performant, scalable apps from the ground up. Clients do not care about things like, oh, you use the latest, you built the authentication system yourself. No, they just want everything to work, and they want it to scale, and they want it to be reliable, and the pricing model should support a lot of that. Okay, so in this case, we're going to be using Next.js 16. And by the way, there was a big vulnerability recently in React. So I would highly recommend, if you have used React, update all of your apps. It's okay, it happens. But just understand that this is one of those times where you are probably very much going to thank yourself. Go into every one of your old deployments and update your React code. Okay, very, very important stuff. It was based on the server actions, and it's now been patched up. But there was 2 patches. Vercel sent out emails. Make sure you go ahead and do that, okay? So Next.js 16, React 19. We're going to use Sanity for a couple of parts here, right? So we're going to use Sanity for the CMS backend. And we're also going to be using the App SDK to create our own custom admin backend, okay? So in this case, we're going to be doing admin, and we're also going to be doing a /studio backend. Okay, so there's going to be 2 different backends. I'm going to show you. Studio is really quick to get set up. And then, of course, if you want to build that bespoke layer that I showed you today, that's where admin comes in. Okay, then we're also going to be using, for the AI portion of it, we're going to be making things pretty simple by using Vercel AI. Okay, Vercel AI. And I'm going to even teach you the gateway API key trick. Right, so the gateway API key. This is a very little neat trick where you can basically go ahead, and it's not really a trick, but you can have one API key and access all the different models. Very handy. Okay, so in case you want to swap things out, you can go ahead and do that. Now, for global state management, such as baskets and that kind of stuff, we're going to be using Zustand. So Zustand is an absolute game changer for global state management. Very, very cool tool. And in this case, we also have, we can be using, we are going to be using Baum today as well for linting, formatting, very cool stuff. Shadcn, and also things like Tailwind CSS to make our app super responsive and also just way nicer of a coding experience. And TypeScript. TypeScript, of course, we don't do half measures here, right? TypeScript is the only thing that I'll be doing here, okay? And then we're also, for the payment side of things, we're going to be doing webhooks. Okay, so webhooks are effectively going to be where we process a payment, and then once the payment is complete, Stripe will send that payment complete message to our webhook. Our webhook catches it and then updates the order. This is the correct flow. This is the way that you should be doing things. So we're going to introduce you on how to set up Stripe for Stripe payments. So in this case, we're going to be using Stripe. And someone mentioned earlier, can't you use Stripe billing? Guys, we're using Stripe here. So we're using the Stripe checkout flow. And then we're going to teach you how to, from here, go ahead and push the web or handle the webhooks around that. Okay. So this involves building out your own custom API endpoints, as well as, you know, things like we're going to be doing client and server components, which is part of Next.js, right? So client and server components, right? So all of this is going to be covered today. So you can screenshot this right now. This is your learning for today. And one thing I didn't mention as well is that for the authentication, right, we're obviously going to log in. So in this case, where we have Clerk for the authentication. And again, why do I love people like Clerk and Sanity? Yes, they support the channel 100%. Transparency is there. However, guys, I use this in my own day-to-day business, right? We use it in our own SaaS clients. We use it in our own company stuff. Like, it makes sense. It's so fast to set up. It's robust. They handle this. They are huge companies for a reason, because they're incredibly powerful platforms. If anyone doesn't like it, guys, you can feel free to find another tutorial and learn from it, right? I'm showing you stuff that works here, and then we focus on building awesome products, okay? So Clerk for the authentication, and also I'm going to be using AgentKit with Clerk, right? So this is going to allow our AI agents, which is a huge part of this build. So AI agents are inside of this build. Our AI agents will have access to Clerk AgentKit, and this is going to be awesome for one primary reason, which is effectively our agents know who is logged in, so we can go ahead and have things like order processing and that kind of stuff, right? Or get my orders. The agent will have context and awareness of who is talking to that agent. Okay, so this is going to help them out and everything in that sense. Now, all I ask that you do right now, before we go ahead and get started, is just stop right now, hit that like button. That's all I ask. We're getting way more, you know, shorter attention spans lately. So just smash that thumbs up button. You have no idea how much it helps out this channel in doing what we do for free for the foreseeable future, right? So guys, go ahead and take a screenshot of this. This is our tech stack for today. We're going to go ahead and dive right in. Okay. So at this point, what I've done for you is I've given you the entire source code for free. Today is a very intense app, right? So like, honestly, all of the apps lately, I'm going to be teaching you how to leverage the best of AI and all of those things. But with that, code bases can get bigger. I'm going to be teaching you a lot about how to avoid some of the common pitfalls. But the app is a big app. So you can go ahead and pop in your name and your email in this form, and we will go ahead and send you the source code. Aaron Pudel says, if this is a live read 1212, there you go, guys. I am live, right? Just proof in the pudding. So you guys can go get access to the complete e-commerce platform build by going ahead and popping your details. If you're wondering where the heck is it, the link is all in the description, right? Now, of course, we are using platforms to build this. When you are going through the Sanity and Clerk portion of the build, please, guys, just go ahead and use the affiliate links down below. They do support the channel. It tells our amazing sponsors that you guys are coming from our videos, and it allows me to continue doing stuff for free on the channel. And trust me, this stuff takes a huge amount of prep. So the Clerk build and the Sanity sign up is both in the description. You should reach this page as well. Joseph goes, amazing build once again. The Marine from Texas, yo, I love it, guys. Firstly, thank you so much, Joseph. Marine from Texas goes, it's 2:09 a.m. here, and I'm here with you guys. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, guys. We also have the code base. Like I said, fill up this form. You'll get access to this code base, and then you can go ahead and code along, whatever you want to do. I recommend you have this code with you, and then you code along, and then if you get stuck, you have comparison, which is going to help out a lot in the learning aspect of things. And of course, if all of that is too difficult, then of course, feel free to join us over at papareact.com/course, the best course on the planet regarding coding, right? Mainly down to one thing, our community. Our community is just goated. It's the best community out there for development, period. I'm sorry, it is. We are proud of it, right? So this is the App SDK that we're going to be using to build out the backend. So everything that you saw with this side of things, so the admin SDK, this is from Sanity's App SDK. Sorry, I'm getting words mixed up. So all of this right here, and also, guys, I've got to show you, we've got this nice little filtering section here. This entire custom backend, which is effectively, you know, Sanity Studio, but inside of our own UI. This is all powered by the Sanity App SDK. So I'm going to be showing you how to do all of this stuff. And this allows you to do a lot more kind of optimized things. So for example, say I want to update all the stock in one go. I want to change what's featured on the front end. I can publish that. And you see, it's just way faster. So sometimes you might need to do this. We've used Sanity in many of our clients' builds, and it's an incredible platform. I can tell you right now, we use Sanity a lot with our client apps. So it's huge. And I've taken it to production many times, by the way. Very, very robust. Okay. Clerk, what more can I say about Clerk? Clerk are absolute goats for the authentication. It's so fast, guys. Firstly, used by some top brands. Guys can see here we've got components like the nice little pop-up for the login. All of that is out of the box, just works super quick, right? We've got multi-factor authentication, session management, email one-time passwords, all of that good stuff, right? Social sign-on. My favorite thing, however, with Clerk is not just the login part. Yes, they do that well, but they've taken it so far, right? They really have kind of explored on things. And not only have they raised Series C, which means they are seriously growing, guys, but if you guys can see here, they also do B2B amazingly. We have just launched a B2B app in Dubai over here right now, and that is using Clerk for the B2B element of it, right? And it's been proven to be incredibly powerful. Not only that, you've seen me build many times over with Clerk billing. So make sure you go ahead and check out that as well. They handle everything, SDKs for all the platforms that you love. So with that said, guys, it's time to start building this application, right? So let's go ahead and do it right now. You guys can feel free, like I said, code along with me. I'm going to go ahead and pop open Warp right now. And in this case, let's go ahead and I like to go into my CD documents and builds, but I'm going to do MPX. So we're going to control our MPX, create next app, right? Now you can also do PMPM DLX, right? To make sure if you're using PMPM, PMPM is nice because, to be honest with you, it doesn't bloat the app up, right? We're also trialing something different today, which I'm curious about, is we are now actually making sure that if we are, we're actually streaming to a vertical view. So I'm curious if that's going to make any difference. So on Shorts, you might be able to find us, right? But in this case, we can go ahead and do this. Now over here, I'm going to type in ecommerce. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to say ecommerce AI platform. Let's go, right? YouTube. I always like to put YouTube so I get a bit on time with it. So in this case, create next app at latest, right? That's what you want. And the reason why this is so important, especially now, is because there were some heavy patches in the React and Next.js space. You want to make sure you get them, okay? So we're going to go ahead and do this right now, and it's going to go ahead and do it. Now, the first prompt we'll get is, do you want to use recommended defaults and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to show you no customized settings. I'll show you what I like to do. Yes, for TypeScript. For the linter, I use Biome. It's faster, it's quicker, it's very actually good. React compiler 100% yes. Tailwind CSS yes. The rest of it is all default. So I'm just going to hit enter, 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 and we go through it. Quick little water break. Tell you a fun little story while this goes on. So we're going to go CD into this. Type cursor dot to open up our code base, right? I'll tell you the story afterwards. It's okay, right? Stay tuned, I'll tell you. But in this case, we're gonna make this a little bit bigger. Command I, we've got the app folder. This is our starting point, page.tsx. If we do Command J, in this case, and I also want to say, yeah, I'm so proud of our community, right? Firstly, Son of Code and people like you guys, Marine from Texas, OGs in the house. Like, honestly, your energy is contagious. Keep it up, guys. Like, I see you, I appreciate you guys. Absolutely awesome, right? So in this case, I want to run this app. So we're going to do PMPM dev. And it says, in this case, would you like to use a cursor browser? Yeah, let's do that. Let's try the new cursor browser. Let's see. So I'm using cursor. Oh, this is a new update actually on cursor. So in this case, Command J, and you can see this is a new visual editor actually on cursor. It's quite nice. So you guys can see for yourself. You can either do it like this, or you can go ahead and have arc. Let's just pop open another one. I've got so many windows open now. Give me 1 second, guys. So in this case, we can do it here as well. So 3001. And just like that, we can see it. Now, I actually want to play with this in real time with you guys. So I'm going to actually mess around with this new browser screen, right? So in this case, I'm going to pop this over. Can we pull this on the side, perhaps? Yes, I believe we can. So in this case, if I pop that there. Okay, I mean, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, you can see, like, if I was to go ahead and interact, I can go ahead and grab that, and it will automatically add that into the context of my AI chat, right? So if you've never used cursor before, I'll walk you into it. It's fine. But in this case, our terminal, Command J, we pop in that PMPM dev command to start up things. And then we split terminal to have a second terminal. So our first is going to be running the app, and the second is just going to be for our installs and so forth, right? So the first step that I want you to do, and you know what, I don't know if I can actually have that open at the same time. So what I might do here is make life a little bit easier and just go ahead and open up a second screen. So in this case, I have this one here. So let's go ahead and pop it open. 3001. and I'll show you guys like this, right? It's a bit easier just to get started. So if in the home screen right now, I'm going to go ahead and just remove everything from main down, and I want to type in H1 hello world. Okay, get rid of this. And also you can see we've got a bunch of Tailwind CSS styles. Get rid of that as well. Cool. So here we have it. Then Command B to open up the sidebar. This is our starting point, okay? Package JSON, PM lock, which means we are using PM for our dependency management. Cool. So at this point, what's up guys? I've seen NSAT codes as well. But in this case, what I want to do is I want to get started off. Now we are going to need a couple of things here. We're going to go ahead and set things up from the beginning. So first step is we're going to set up our two accounts that are primarily needed today. We're going to set up Clerk and Sanity. So head over to the link in the description and you'll reach this page on Clerk. Okay, so it will be the link in the description. I believe it's go.clerk.com/ and there'll be a special code, or you can use Sunny if you do forget that code. But in this case, you can just click the link in the description. You get there easily and you want to log in. Okay, go through the link. Jay also dropped it in the chat as well. But in this case, let's go ahead and I'm going to log into my personal account. And let me know, is the music good? Is it zoomed in enough with the code? Let me know. I really want to always optimize and increase this stream's quality for you guys. And I want to do the best I can for you guys. So please do let me know. It's going to help us out, right? Now over here, what I want to do is I want to go to the top, create application. You guys will see this as well. You'll probably see this for the first time, right? So in this time I type in ecommerce, AI, YouTube, app, right? Oh, it doesn't matter, whatever you want to do. All right, so here's the cool part. You can go ahead and toggle all of your different authentication methods. Now, this is the part that blows my mind. Some people argue, why don't you use different services, whatever, whatnot, or build your authentication yourself like a true developer, right? Guys, look how fast it will take me to set up authentication. I click create app. I wait like 3 seconds. I go down. I have a few steps and it's done. It's done. I don't have to mess around with anything. It's done. It's magic. Clerk is awesome, right? Do what I say and do this. Trust me, right? Everyone else who wants to build their own authentication, you can do that and good luck landing clients, okay? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and enter right now. And you can see PM add clerk / Next.js. There you go, right? I'm being real with you guys because I want you guys to succeed. It frustrates me when I see that kind of stuff. I want you to succeed. So go ahead and install Clerk. And then you see these environment keys. We're going to go ahead and pop these in. Now, these are secret keys, so you shouldn't show these. I'm going to invalidate everything afterwards. So I do it for educational purposes. I will show you the keys. In this case, let's go ahead and pop it down like so, Clerk. And there we go, hit save, okay? Next up, we have proxy.ts. Now, previously in Next.js, this was known as the middleware file. However, here we now call it proxy.ts. And then we're going to go ahead and copy that, paste that in there. Now, this is effectively runs through every request on our app, whether we go to a page, whether we do an API call, whatever it might be. And this is where we can effectively run things like middleware checks. So we can basically go ahead and say, is the user authenticated for this protected route, for example, right? So all of these things. So what I want to do now is actually show you what we're going to protect. So I'm going to protect a couple of routes, actually. I actually want to protect a few things. I want to protect /checkout, /orders, /orders ID, and checkout success. So you shouldn't be able to reach these pages unless you are logged in, okay? So how do we enforce this? Well, where we have the Clerk middleware, we have this nice little block of code over here, right? And in fact, this is actually an await call, and we need an async, and this is not being pulled in because we've not done something. So this is freaking out because does not exist on type. Interesting. Okay, 1 minute. Let me see. What was it? Oh yeah, oops, there we go. Auth.protect, right? It's auth.protect, like so. There we have it. And now if you try to go to any of these pages, it will go ahead and throw you to a login screen first. Then it'll take you to the page if you're logged in. You can do it like this, right? By the way, but when you're coding, if you didn't know, you can actually single line if it's one line return. Okay, so there you go. That looks very, very clean. We got Yanis Morphos goes, first time catching you live. Greetings from Greece. What's up, dude? Sanity SDK sounds like such a cool idea for a custom CMS. Hand rolling would be a nightmare for collaboration if multiple people are managing. Facts. Yanis Morphos is a clever man. Be like him, right? This is very, very much true. I've done it myself. I built custom CMSs before. Guys, just use Sanity is so much better. You can use Studio so fast. I'll show you right now. That's the next step. And then we can use the App SDK to go ahead and build a custom bespoke backend interface, which we'll do today, the admin interface, that is powered by the App SDK or powered by Sanity's CMS platform. So why would you not? We've got the CMS platform running in a day before for production builds. Like it works and it's sick. Sanity, if you see the company Sanity you work with, you'll understand why they're so powerful, right? Use them. They're a good platform. It drives me crazy when people say they're going to rebuild. But yeah, be like Yanis. Very, very clever guy. Thank you so much for the support. And welcome to Greece as well, to the stream. Okay, so at this point, we're going to set up Sanity. So I want you to go to the Sanity page. So in this case, you go to sanity.io/Sunny. But if you actually go to the link in the description, they know that you came from this video. Again, it just helps us out. Right, go ahead and click on get started with coupon. This is one of the videos we've done with them. In this case, obviously we're not doing that, but you guys can see for yourself. Sanity are used by some big damn names, guys. If you don't recognize any of these, then I don't know where you've been, but any of these companies right here are using Sanity. It's powerful. Okay, there you go. So we're gonna log in right now. And by the way, we work with the devs over at Sanity, right? I speak to the devs a lot. They're awesome, right? We've got some awesome tutorials. Simeon is a great guy. I'll go ahead and introduce that afterwards, right? So e-commerce, AI, YouTube. We're going to go to organization, create Sanity Sangha, and we're going to click on create project. And what you'll do is, as a thank you from my side to yours, we've gone ahead and told the Sanity guys to double up your free trial. Remember, you do have a completely free, very powerful version of Sanity. Okay, so you don't have to have the paid platform, but in this case, you start off with the growth plan and it's doubled. So typically there's 30 days. We've given you 60 as a thank you from the Papa Fam. Okay. Just curious, why AI? Because we're adding in AI features in this app and we're also AI assisted coding this app. AI is a big question, but we're using it to drive value into the app, okay? Sunny's still rocking the awesome end-to-end tutorials. What a legend. Been watching you for years. Peace from Australia. Let's go. Jay, screenshot these. Screenshot Yanis and Andrew. I appreciate you guys so much. That's what I'm talking about. Australia in the house. Guys, you know, you make my day. You actually make my day when you guys just drop a message like that. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you've been around for years. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. This is why it's cool doing a live stream at a different time. We get Australia in the house. So nice. I would never have thought. Right. So over this point, we can go ahead and set up Sanity. So they've made it so easy. Just grab the top line. If you're using whatever install command you're using, we're going to grab this top one right here. And then we're going to go back over to our code, Command J, and then we're going to paste that in. Okay. Now what this is going to do, it's going to ask us a couple of questions once it's ready. So let that do its thing. And then after that's done, we can go ahead and run deb. Now you can see it says run deb. It's because we're running, it's going to set Studio up on our local host itself. So would you like to add configuration files? Yes, just hit enter. Would you like an embedded Sanity Studio? 100% yes. What route? /studio is fine. Would you like to add the project ID and dataset to your environment local file? Yes, we would. So in that case, if I just check the EMV, there you go. And it says configure Sanity MTP server. Oh, nice. Okay. This is new. So in this case, I'm going to not do VS Code. I'm using Cursor and I've already installed it for Cursor. This is cool. And why is this cool, right? The Sanity MCP server is nice. And I'll show you why in a moment. But effectively, we can chat to our LLM. So for example, I'm using Cursor. I use Claude 4.5 Opus right now. And what you can do is I can say, go into the database and go to my Sanity database. Check if I have this user or check out if this is happening. And why is it so powerful? Because it can debug knowing the context of the database, right? So it can debug the code knowing the context of the database. So you can have, the MCP allows us to have tools to access everything on Sanity. It's awesome, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do that. Hit enter and it would have set that up for us. That is really nice. I like that. Good job, guys, over at Sanity. That's cool. Ashin Corridor goes, Sanity Sangha, hi, bro. I'm your new subscriber. I got your stream in my YouTube homepage. Hey, let's go, Jay. You see that? It's working. It's working. So guys, it's actually quite funny, right? Ashin, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you, dude. Was it, just let me know in the comment, was it a vertical video that you saw or was it a big video? I'm curious, right? I'm trying to improve on how people are finding us. And yeah, thank you so much, dude. So we got the Sanity MTP and I'll show you if you go into, and I like to just in our environment file, I do like to go ahead and separate things like so. But go into Cursor, and again, you don't have to use Cursor. I like Cursor. Cursor settings, and if you go to Tools and MTP, you can see I've got Convex, I've got Sanity, and then you can typically, if this says authentication, you just need to authenticate, right? It's a live stream. Oh, nice. Awesome stuff. Cool. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Well, I'm not sure if you're asking if it's live stream. Yeah, this is live. There you go. So in this case, we've got the MTP server running now. I'll show you how we can use Cursor in a moment, but that's not the focus of today, right? So I think step one is I want to get us coding straight up. So I want to start breaking down the app so we can start building things out. So let's look at localhost 3000, head over to the front page. Okay, so Yep, it's live. I love that. I love when everyone's like, yeah, guy, he's actually live right now. Yeah. So first up, we're going to build this homepage, right? We're going to break it down into different sections. We've got a lot going. I didn't even show you guys the filters. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? All right, so if we click on beds, for example, you'll see now it will apply the beds filter. I can go ahead and do the colors. Let's just say black. I don't know. Remember, guys, these pictures are not the correct pictures. I've just used Unsplash as a quick way of giving it to you. And then you can say the price range. Let's say I wanted it to be a low price, but let's say I put it under $9.99, right? So in this case, just to show you that it does work. So it should say no products found. There we go. And I can go ahead and remove that. I can also show only in stock, and I can sort by relevance. And this is really cool because you can see it actually puts it into the URL at the top of the screen. I know it's a bit small. Sorry about that, guys, but it actually puts in the search parameters at the top. This is really good for many reasons, right? So it will actually cache that page. So whenever someone else comes to it, or if I send this link to someone else, they'll come to this exact page, which is awesome. All right, let's go ahead and click on clear all filters. And also look at our stock control. Incredible. And we're handling all the stock, by the way. So if you were to go ahead and buy, like, for example, 5 of these, you see how it says max in cart? And then if you bought it, this will now become an out of stock product. Okay. So we go up until the checkout page to go ahead and determine that, right? So let's build this page. So I want to go into page, and as you can see, Ashley goes, this type of platform we can make using free stuff. Like currently I'm not, and so for now I'm only using free stuff. Yeah. Remember, guys, everything I'm teaching you today, all of these things that we're using are actually free. The only thing which is a paid element of it is when we implement AI, to get an AI key, right? So, sorry, like a API key for Vercel was what we're going to be doing. Then this is basically going to be charging you. So for example, every time someone makes an API call on that part, then yes, it's chargeable. But guys, it's tiny amounts, like really, really tiny amounts. Like I'm talking fractions of a penny, right? So it's very, very cheap. And of course you can choose what language, what model you want to use. Right. The Marine for Text Twist goes, it's crazy that this is your build today because I'm building an e-commerce site for my client. Dude, I hope this comes in valuable then for you because you've been tuning in every time and I'm so glad that you're finding value. Okay. So remember today, my focus is on the high level learning. So I want to be spending less time on line by line coding because I am giving you the code. Remember, you can always go ahead and, oh, that's a funny thing. You can always go ahead and, get the code base. Remember, the code base is in the description below, but I'm going to be effectively not doing every single line by line, but I'm going to be showing you how you can code and move forward. Why you always giggle your legs? I don't, you know what? It's a funny thing. It's a funny thing. I actually don't know. I think it helps me focus. I always spot that as well. I'm always moving. I guess for 4 hours, it's good to move. So for me, it helps me focus. So let's do the homepage first. So over at the homepage, now we're actually going to split the app up into different sections. Right, we have already set up Clerk and Sanity. We didn't continue with Sanity. We actually installed it. Yep, so we installed this bit. But to check if it's actually working, we need to go to, let's have it on this side, right? I guess let's do it here. To localhost 3001/studio. Remember, yours will be 3000. I have 3001 running. Right now, what we might have to do, oh yeah, my app stopped. So typically when you do it, you're going to have to restart your app. So Control C to cut the server, rerun it again. We are on next 16.0.10. Head back over here, /studio, and we should be shown a login screen from Sanity. This is going to be the user account that we set up with our Sanity in the first place, right? Lots of love from India. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Make sure you smash that thumbs up button. Help this video get out to as many people as we can, guys, right? So let's just let that do its thing. Oh, also, we just crossed 100 likes. I appreciate you guys already. This is nice. Oh yeah, so to let it go through, because 3001 is not on the cause policy. So I'll show you how we can actually add that to the cause policy. So you see here, if you click on continue, it'll take us to the exact Sanity page. Again, the only reason why I'm running 3001 is because I have the actual other app running on 3000, okay? So it'll take you to the page, you can click add cause origin, and you can see here in the API section, you just add in 3001. If you are gonna run it on 2 separate servers, right? That's handy to know even when you deploy, by the way. So when you deploy, you have to add in your domain over here. Okay. So at this point, let's go back over to the app. So I probably may do it on my other view here. You know what? I am going to do that. Let's jump over to another profile. So I've got a localhost over here and I've got localhost /studio, and this has to be 3001. There we go. Be a bit easier to manage everything. Okay. So there we have it. and then we do Google. And by the way, I didn't even finish installing Clerk, so we will do that in a moment as well. All right, so sunny.sangro@gmail.com. I forgot to wrap my app. The reason is just very good I didn't, because I need to do something slightly separate. All right, so we have this. There we go. So this is what you're going to get to. Now, this is just waiting for us to add in schemas. Okay, now here we have it. So the app, let's go back over here. I'm just going to pop this open. So yeah, now we're back on, I forgot to do one step for Clerk, which is this, guys. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Allow users to create API keys as delegate access to. Oh, nice. You guys can check that out yourself. But we want to do the layout, right? So inside of your app, you have a layout.tsx. This effectively wraps the entire app, okay? So what I want you to do is go to the HTML bit. And as you can see, you got the Clerk provider. So you're going to pop open the Clerk provider around this. So in this case, we're just going to pop that down. And I'm just going to drag this underneath, and we're going to simply do an import. Now, my import is not auto completing for some weird reason. Sometimes it happens. But in this case, we just want to have effectively not all of these, but we only need this one. So Clerk provider from Clerk Next.js. And then all I want you to do is sanity test your app by refreshing. If it's all good, you're great. Okay, now you're set up. A good little suggestion as well from Yanis. He says, quick suggestion about Sanity. Since I see a lot of international folks, look into Sanity's internationalization plugin for a future project. It's really cool, but a lot of gotchas too. Okay, yeah, it's a very, very cool plugin. You can have different fields, and then you can also have different languages for each field. And then based on where the user is, it will show that. And it's all managed by internally in the CMS platform. Really nice stuff. So thank you so much, Yanis. That's what I like, guys. Very, very quality subscribers out here. Very, very nice. Thank you, guys. Okay. So we have the Clerk provider in. Let's go over to the page now and let's continue on. So first thing I want to do is I want to actually get the different sections in. So we're going to have a few things. We're going to have a featured section. So featured products carousel, featured products carousel. We also have a page banner. Then we have the category tiles, and then we have the products section. Okay, the products section. Now, before we can implement any of this, right? So also welcome to Kenya. Thank you. All right, before we can implement any of this, we need to do a few things, right? So remember I said we have an admin section of this app. So this actually means that we need to structure our app in the right way first. So we're going to do Command B to open this up, and I want to focus our code base in. I want to zone in on the code base first. So we're going to use something called grouped folders. So these are effectively invisible folders for Next.js, but they allow us to separate our app in different ways. So I'm going to have an admin, effectively app, and then I'm also going to go ahead and have a /app. Now this /app could be the store even, right? I really don't care what you call it. I'm going to call it the app, but this effectively is the front end. So this is where anyone will go to buy furniture, for example, right? So this is the user facing part and then the admin facing part, okay? We are going to have the studio outside. So it's going to be its own layer. And then what I want you to do is you see this layout, right? What I'm going to do now is on this layout, I'm going to actually get rid of the Clerk provider, okay? Get rid of the Clerk because I don't want Clerk to be applied to every single layer. I only want Clerk to be applied in the app layer. Okay, so what we do is in the Clerk, in that layer, what we do is we grab the, I've got a layout here. So I'm going to do a layout.tsx. I'm going to do RFCE. I've already got this nice React snippets tool. I'll show you how we can get that in a minute. But in this case, this is going to be the app layout. Okay, now for this app layout, we have effectively, we're going to change this to be the main, and then we render out the children beneath it. Okay, so this will be children. And then this would be the children. Now this would effectively, all the children here would resemble is the pages beneath this route. Okay. Now up here, we're going to go ahead and be happy with that. We're just going to go and add one more thing, which is the Clerk provider. So Clerk provider, and then what is that? That's weird. It's not that yet. So we're going to import it afterwards. Okay. And then what we want to do is right now we have this homepage, right? We can actually shift this to the app. Now, what this actually resembles is, remember, I did mention that this is actually going to be a invisible route, right? So this is not, you know, the typical folder structure in Next.js. These have like a, you know, be /app or /admin. Because we have the parentheses around it, it's no longer a folder directory. So in this case, underneath it, if we have, this is an invisible folder. So this page.tsx just means /. Okay, so we have to factor that in. If I had a page.tsx at the admin level, at the top level, you would have a clash because this is just / because these folders are hidden in the routing. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So right now, in terms of routing, we have / and we have / studio. A bit small, I don't know why, but this is / studio, and then the above one is /. And then we'll have a / admin over here. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, now what we're going to do next is we are going to go ahead and test our app there runs. So in this case, we should see a blank screen. That's fine. We should see the studio still running. Great. Okay, everything's good. So next step is we're going to go and set up. I think we should set up Shadcn next because we actually need that in a lot of areas. So Shadcn, we're going to use lots throughout today. So we're going to type in Shadcn, ui.shadcn.com, and you're going to reach the docs or the homepage, right? This one. Incredible platform. Most of you, if you don't know about it, it's really nice, right? So in this case, we're going to go to docs, and then we're going to go to Next.js, and then we're going to go install it. It allows us to have really beautiful components with ease inside of our app, right? Effectively, it's not a hidden component library. We can actually see how each component is built, made, modified, etc. Okay, destroy that like button, guys. We have a really good viewer count today. Wow, this is awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit enter on the base color, keep it as it is for now. Updating CSS variables in app global CSS, fine. And then our app should, if it doesn't get past this, we're going to have to cancel it and run it again. That's fine. Command B. Now you can see there's no component folder yet. That's because we haven't added our button, right? So in this case, now every component inside of Shadcn, what we effectively do is we run this command, add, and then we run this command, right? For the component that we want to add. You can see all the different list of components down here. Okay. So what we do is we go ahead and pop that in. So to say add button. And what I want you to pay attention to is a components folder will now get created. So install the dependencies, it will create components, UI, and then it will give the button. Now, why do I like it so much? Because you can see the button is added in, and then in the page itself, I can just use the button. So I can actually go ahead and say button like so, and I can say click me, and I can have different variants of the button. And now if we go ahead and we go to the actual page itself, so let's go over to that page, you can see, look, I've got the different variants of the button. Really, really nice. Okay, all from Shadcn. Makes things so much faster to dev. Okay, so what is this DLX for seeing first time? So if you don't know what DLX is, effectively, you might be using NPM, right? In which case, NPM uses NPX. PNPM is the one where we don't have to effectively duplicate node modules over and over again in our computer. It saves us a lot of storage. So PNPM DLX is the equivalent of NPX. Okay, hopefully that helps out. And it's also the same for in Yarn, we just do the following, but in NPM we do this. In PNPM we do PNPM DLX. Okay, good questions, guys. All right. So at this point, we've got a bunch of different commands. Now, what I'm going to do to save a bit of time is I'm just going to go to my other project and I'm going to create a command which will help us just install all of the Shadcn components. In that project, I'm going to say, in fact, I can show you that project, right? So in this case, I can show you it on the screen right now. I typically don't do this, but here's the built component, the built app, which we'll eventually have. I'm just going to say generate and install command using PNPM. I'm going to change it to debug. Oh, nice debug mode. I'm going to change it to ask mode. Say PNPM for all Shadcn components, because by the end of this, we have quite a few Shadcn components. If I go into my package.json, you'll see we've got quite a lot of Shadcn stuff coming into the mix, right? So what this will do is it will just help me out a little bit in terms of giving you that install command. So we have 22 components, right? There we go. So if you want all new, install the missing components, ones you already have. Don't. So let's do all of them, right? So in this case, again, you can have access to the entire code base. It's already there for you guys, but this is just smarter working, right? Why would I go through and install it one by one when we can just do that? So Command J, pull that open and paste it in. And as you can see, this is the command that you're gonna have to effectively do. If you want to do it one by one as you follow through, you can do that as well, or you can get access to the entire source code where it's all done for you. PNPM DLX Shadcn, you can literally pause the screen, screenshot that, and just extract the text if you want. I'll make it very clear so you can see there is where you can see all of the text on the screen. Cool. Then we're gonna go ahead and install. All right. And this is where PNPM comes in very handy. Use the Sona component. Okay, that's interesting. Why did it try and do so? Where is toast? Okay, get rid of the toast in that. Yeah, and then do it. All right. Quick little water break while that happens. It's funny. I done a recent talk in Dubai basically explaining about what every tech founder should know. You'll see on my Instagram story if you haven't already followed me on Insta. And I couldn't drink. I mean, it was very hard to drink water. And it shows me the importance of when you're doing any form of public speaking, presenting, water is godsend, guys. All I would say is when you drink your water, don't unscrew the cap. Crazy little fun fact, but for me, I kept screwing the cap by accident and it throws you off, right? But let's jump back in, right? So at this point, we have the featured products, page banner, category, and product section, okay? So the top part, what I want you to do, Jay just dropped a link to our Instagram. Feel free, give us a follow. Pop up your phone, post it out and do all that stuff. Jay, send it. Feel free to send it. It helps out. Okay, so what I want to do is the featured banner. So I think the easiest way of doing this, I'm just trying to break it down because we've got quite a lot to do. I think we should do, you know what? Okay, so all of these fields require data. They will require products, require banner categories, all this stuff. So I think what we should do is shift our focus to instead building our Sanity backend. So our Sanity backend, so all of the data itself. So what I want you to do is follow along with me. We're going to effectively go and build out the Sanity backend. Now, when we were in that point in Sanity, in the getting started screen, we followed all of the steps here. One thing I didn't show you is if you go to the next step, you have this. Simeon does a great video here of explaining. Feel free to watch it yourself. But effectively, he's showing you how to add schema types. Okay. By the way, they have a very good developer community. The Slack, the Discord, all of them are really good. So make sure if you do get stuck, you can go and ask for help over there. So, oh yeah, you can do this. You can actually do pm dlx Shadcn at latest add-all to install all components. Yes, you could. You can. Yeah, you could do that. It's up to you guys. Right. I only add what I need to add in. Okay. So at this point, what I want to do is go to Sanity. Let's pop it in like here, Sanity. And then inside the schema types, you see I only have index right now. So I want to add in the different types. So I have a couple of different types. Well, let's start off with the customer type, the most probably simple. So customer type is as follows, customer type.ts. And you can see we first need to also install this command, package, so pm sanity icons. Okay. So that'll install that. And in the background, we're going to carry on. So export const customer type define type. And then you got the name of the field, the title, and all of this is in the documentation, the type, and we have the user icon for the icon. We have the groups, which is a nice little UI difference, which I'll show you afterwards what that actually does. And then we have each individual field with the validation. So for example, this one is required. You can go ahead and make sure certain things are, for example, Stripe customer ID is required as well. When we create a customer, they would have had to have purchased something. So we would have given them a Stripe customer ID at that point in time. And then simple fields that created that. The preview is more for this right here. So you'll see the preview is more for this preview that you're seeing in the rows of Sanity Studio. So every time we see preview, that's what's happening, right? Same with orderings as well. Orderings allows us to effectively order like so. Let's sort by name, last edited, created, and so forth, right? Oh, I think it was actually, was it here? There's a way of doing the orderings. I completely forgot what it was. I think it was, is it here, customer? Let's see. Yeah, it was sort by newest first, sort by email A to Z. Sort by email A to Z, newest first. There you go. So you see just adding in custom orderings as well. So that will help out a little bit if you need to do any of that. Now, if you're wondering, Sunny, this is a bit hard to write, isn't it? Like, it's a bit difficult to remember how to do all that stuff. Well, Sanity do a really nice thing. You can go Google, type in Sanity. Let's just type in cursor rules. Okay. And I've already given you these inside of the actual code base, inside of the final code base. But what I effectively want you to do is in here, you can actually see, you can download this agents MD file. Now, I've already done that. So what inside the actual code base, you'll get a folder called .cursor. And then we have plans and rules. You can ignore the plans. That's when I was building out. So I was using it for assisted coding here. We have mtp.json. So in this case, we're installing a Shadcn MCP as well as a Zustand docs MCP. So this means that in this project, I'm going to specifically have access to the Shadcn MCP and Zustand. So if I ask AI a question, it can go ahead and leverage some of these tools to help us out with Zustand or Shadcn. The next one is here in the rules. We have agents.mdc, we have clerk.mdc, we have Sanity App SDK, Sanity App SDK type gen, so which basically shows you how you can use Sanity's type gen with App SDK, and we have Shadcn. Now, what are these all doing? right? So I've got these set on different, triggers. So in this case, this one will only apply when we talk about Sanity usage with TypeScript and the App SDK and so forth. Now, the agents.mdc is I'm applying it to every single chat. And this is effectively giving it an outline of how it should effectively always consider things. So this, I always want it to consider how it's interacting with the backend with Sanity. Because Sanity is our backend. How do you create new queries and all this kind of stuff? So in this case, we've got one for customer. I will show you a quick example of how we can do that. So let's go to, here we got Andrew Pascals. Any plan for an updated VPS hosting video? I'm interested in getting production ready for a small business. Qualify, Playwright, SonarQube, server back, and restore. What's the way to go in 2026? We do actually have a recent video where we hosted a Next.js app on, we hosted it on a VPS. Yeah, I'm true. Yeah, that video we did a VPS. Right, so you can go check out that video if you want. But we're also working very closely with hosting, and we like their platform. So if you do want to see that, let us know. Jay, screenshot it, and we can send it over to them to see what we can do. Cool. So in that case, we like to use Vercel as well, to be honest, with a lot of some of our production stuff. But either way, each helps. Okay. So I love hosting. Yeah, feel free, Jay, screenshot it, and I think we can make something happen with the hosting, guys. We can show you how to do it on your own VPS via Hostinger. They have a really great VPS deployment now, a single click deployment option. Really nice stuff. So I think, and they're also pushing for backend deployment. So great choice. Jay, just drop it in our chat as well so I can go ahead and see it. Right. So what I want you to do now is we've got the customer part done. In order to see it in the front end inside the schema types, we then have to import it in. So here we just go ahead and put customer type. And then what we would do is we would import that like the top. And now over in our Sanity Studio, we will have a customer type. What's this little issue saying? Interesting. All right, so we'll handle that later. Probably maybe little React bugs. In this case, you can see a customer, and now we can create a customer based on that. So in this case, from here, I can literally go ahead and create a customer. And you see, we start off in the drafted state. These are the groupings that I was talking about previously, right? So it helps us out a little bit. Okay. So now I'm going to fast forward a little bit. We've got customer type, category, order type, and product type. So I'll drop these in and you guys can see for yourself what we do. Okay, so we've got category type, similar thing with the categories. We have order type, similar thing with the orders, except we have a constants right here. So I'll show you what we need to do with that in order to achieve this. This is going to be for every single order. What are we storing? Right, so this is the customer reference. So this is a reference to this customer. Okay, and then we have the product as well, where we have some constants. So we're going to go ahead and import from. So here's basically the schemas. Again, all of this is in the code. So what I want you to do is grab that code, pull in your name and everything, and you can go ahead and do that, right? So Jay, also screenshot it. We can show it to hosting. That'll be pretty cool. So in this case, lib constants filters. I'm going to show you a couple of these, right? So we need to actually create this now. So we're going to have lib constants. I'm going to have a filters. So in this case, lib constants filters, right? So in constants filters. So in filters, we're going to have a nice little constant file. And what we're effectively doing here is we're storing all of the different filters, right? So in this case, we're doing colors, materials, sort options, and the material value and sort value. Now, what could you do here? You could actually pull from Sanity and make your filter list be defined from what is in Sanity's products. That is a probably more accurate way. However, this is a demo. It can be very, very long if I don't start tying in these things. So we've done a simple constant here. Same with the materials, sort options, but you could derive these from Sanity 100%. Then we have some typings to help us out. And then we have a nice little helper function, a bunch of helper functions down here, okay? So that's going to be for the filters. We can go ahead and get rid of that now. That's good. Once we have that done, we have one more error, which was in, I believe, order type. So we need lib constants order status. So there's one more that we had, and this one is for order status. So this one right here, basically we have different types of order statuses. We have paid, shipped, delivered, cancelled. Okay. Then we have order status config, which is basically it's just a shape that we're defining, the value, label, color, icon, emoji, icon color, and icon background color. This is effectively when we show that badge that says if you're paid, shipped, delivered, effectively that. So now here you can see we have our nice little order config. So our paid badge would have the following value, label, color, icon, emoji, and so forth, right? So just keeps things consistent, right? We've got the same few little helper functions down here. And this is just going to help us out with getting our types and so forth. I get all the status config back with a fallback to paid status, okay? Because for paid is the first status. So this is just going to help us out a little bit. And we end up using this in some stuff like the chat and so forth, okay? So all of those, again, are inside of the code base. Now, inside of index, what I want you to do is get to this point. So we're going to go ahead and replace this. We've got category, customer, product, and order type. Hit save, go ahead and hit a refresh, and we should be able to see our studio load up. Okay, so studio's loaded up. Now, what we want to do is you typically would have to add in data here. And this was kind of a tedious problem, actually, that we've experienced quite a lot in the past. So what I've done for you guys, and I've made life so easy, you're welcome, is I've gone ahead and created this thing called a sample-data.nd JSON file. And what this does is we can now use the Sanity CLI to import test data. And what I've done, especially for the images in this case, is I've given you the images in this format. So we are using Unsplash, so we have no affiliation with Unsplash. If whatever reason these videos, I'm assuming these are all copyright free, but if they're not, Unsplash, don't come at us. These are just for educational, right? Just saying that right now, right? We're assuming this is free. The LLM gave these, okay? So in this case, I used an LLM to generate some sample data for y'all. And then if we do Command J, I want to import this now, okay? So there's a nice little Sanity command that we can use here. I actually forget the command myself, so I'm going to use Control R recursive search. I'm going to type in dash import Sanity. Whoa, what's this? Oh wow, that's an old one that I used. That's from Sanity import. Which one was it? Yep, this one. PNPM DLX Sanity dataset import sample data NDJSON, which is the one we're doing, and then the dataset. So in our case, the dataset, if you go into environment.local, our dataset is in production. So we're going to push it into production, and then we're saying replace all the existing values that are there. Hit OK. And if you weren't logged in at this point, it would prompt you to log in, so it knows which account you're in, and we'll see what it does. And what this will effectively do is it will begin importing all of that test data. This is incredibly helpful when you're doing something like this, because all I did was I did Command I, and I went ahead and spoke to the LLM, and I said, all right, I need some test data for the Sanity Studio. So I said, read all of my schemas. So like, for example, read all my schema types and generate some test data. And what effectively was a result of that was this sample data.nd JSON. And because I've given it all of those MCP files and that context files inside of the .cursor folder, it was able to understand, interpret, see what's going on, and it creates perfect data to go ahead and do it. Okay, so now you can see like reading, validating data files, importing the documents, imported 36 documents to dataset production. Heading back over now, if we hit a refresh, we should see some beautiful data all perfectly done. All right, so now we can see we've got the category. Customers, I don't believe we import. We've got no customers and orders. But in this case, you can see that we've got a bunch of categories, great stuff. We've got products as well. And products will belong to a category. So it saves us a bunch of time, guys. So in this case, let's go ahead and click on this. And you can see that brass arc floor lamp. We've got the media, which is the images we uploaded from Unsplash. We've got the inventory as well. We've got the details down here. And as you can see, even if we go to all fields, we've got the slug, but the category is a reference field. So this is actually referencing the category itself, right? Now, of course, if you are pushing, and you've got two different environments, I do recommend that when you do stuff like this, you have this in, for example, development, and you create the development environment on Sanity's Studio's configuration page where we did the API token part. But we're going to stick to production just because we're in a demo, okay? So in this case, we're going to go back. Now we've got our test data. Now we can start building and importing from our test data. So in order to actually pull data from Sanity, what we need to do is basically have something called queries and effectively mutations, right? But queries is the more important part that I want you to focus on. Now, Sanity give us a really helpful kickstart here. So if we click into Sanity, we click into lib, you'll see live.ts, right? So here they give us two things, Sanity live and Sanity fetch, which makes it really easy to get data from the backend. So we use something called the Groq query language. And what I want you to do here is inside of your layout. So I want you to grab Sanity Live inside of our layout in the app folder, go to the layout.tsx, and underneath all of the main stuff, we're going to go ahead and pop in Sanity Live like so. And we're going to import it like this. Now, this effectively makes Sanity real time, right? So this effectively connects a listener to the app. Now in our actual components, let's say, for example, here, we're in a server component by default because Next.js 16 and 13 onwards is all server component by default until you say use client at the top of the page. So if we want to do some kind of call to the backend, we can do something like this. We can go ahead and say, import sanity fetch from sanity lib live, categories equals await and so forth. And then we can do the following. We can log out the categories. So if I was to do this, right, now what we can actually see here, guys, if I was to just make this a bit bigger, you can see this pulled in all the categories, right? And this, by the way, this is live by default. So what does that mean? Well, Sanity has a real good superpower here. But basically, because I added in that Sanity live parent component in the layout, now if I was to change any of this, you see this will immediately update. Not a single refresh required, right? And this is even on server components. It revalidates the cache by itself. Really, really nice stuff. So how do we take this a step further? Well, firstly, this is loosely typed, right? If I look at categories, I don't actually have a type definition behind here. That's a problem because I like being true to TypeScript. So how do we fix that? Well, we install something called Sanity TypeGen. Okay. And Sanity TypeGen, great tool, right? Super easy to use. Effectively, it runs off two things. We have Sanity schema extract and Sanity TypeGen generate. We need to run these anytime we change the schema or anytime we add a Groq query, for example, something like this. But this won't get picked up. We either have to wrap it in something called Groq, or we have to go ahead and say define query, right? And then go ahead and wrap it like so. So I'll show you how we can do this, and then I'll show you how it will make a bit more sense. So we're going to do our first query. Let's go ahead and do one like so. I'll show you how we can do this. So let's do the categories query to make it a bit easier. So this is going to be our first query. So at the top, we're going to have something like this, right? Data, and we're going to rename it to categories, sanity fetch, and we're going to have this query and all categories query, right? But where is that? Where are we saving that, right? So in our sanity folder, we're going to have a queries folder, right? So queries. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. So guys, by the way, we're almost at 200 likes. I'd appreciate if you just stop the video right now, hit that smash the like button, and do me a solid because it takes tons of work to get to this point. And if you do that, and I get to like 500 or 1,000 likes, I will build another video. Yes, I've been doing week-on-week builds. I'll do another build by next week. Mark my words. I'll do it. I'll do it for you guys, right? I want to see you guys hit that like button, right? So do categories.ts, okay? Now, inside of here, I've got a bunch of categories queries. So in this case, I'll show you what the ones we have. We have import define query from the top. And then we've got one, which is all categories query. And then we have category by slug. Now this right here is known as Groq, right? So this is a Groq programming or querying language, right? Just how GraphQL has its own language, this is one that we use in Sanity, right? So what we're doing is we're saying select everything where type is category and then order by the title ascending, right? And then these are the different fields we want to go ahead and do. And then here you can see this is what we call a projection. So effectively what we're doing here is we're expanding a reference and getting fields within it. Very, very handy. And then if you want to get all of the fields, you can just do ... and then comma. And that will say get all of the fields plus these ones. Or you can just get rid of this. But if you were to get rid of that, you wouldn't expand this. So if you do ever need to expand something like an image or any reference field, that's how you do the expansion. Okay. So now that we've done this, we can go ahead and do a few more things. Now, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward a little bit here. We've got a few more queries that we're going to go ahead and pop in. We've got customers, order, products, and stats. Customers, we have customer by email query and by Stripe ID. We have orders, which is a little bit bigger. So in this case, we've got orders by user, order by ID query. We've got recent orders query and order by Stripe payment ID query. Products as well can get pretty big. So we've got a few down here, quite a lot actually in here. So again, the code is in the database for you, right? Then inside the GitHub repo. But these are just queries. They're just queries fetching data. And I'm going to make it so easy for us to be error free by making sure that we generate types for this. Okay, so each of these are just basically queries. And then we've even got some for the shopping assistant where we're basically going ahead. And this is effectively saying if we passed in something like, a search query or category slug, we're appending it to the overall query. And then we're getting the data based on that, right? So you can even do searches, for example. This is an inline search in Groq. So it will actually go ahead and query the database for us, right? So you can do all these things. Now this one is dependent on lib content constant stock. So let's go ahead and grab that. And that one we needed to actually add inside of our constants. So stock.ts, again, more constants here. Low stock threshold is 5. Every time we drop below this number, we'll start to see low stock warnings throughout our app. And then we've got some helper function is out of stock, it's low stock. It makes our code more readable, right? The same for get stock status and get stock message, okay? So with that done, we've done the categories queries, the customer queries. Let's see the order queries as well. Very, very simple. The products, we need to have this one we've already done actually. So we can hit save. Again, just some more product filtering ones as well. And again, what we're doing here is this is one query, but we're saying if we passed in these things, so like and is basically saying if we pass this in, then we're going to go ahead and do the following, right? And apply that. And the same for the stats. This is going to be very helpful for the AI insights part at the back. Okay, so we're doing really well, guys, on pace. I think we're actually starting to absolutely crush this already. Again, almost at 200 likes. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. This is awesome, right? You guys have been really, really incredible today. Thank you. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and go back over to our page and we can import that all categories query. And now, again, Sunny, we still don't have a type. So in this case, if we do console log categories, and I go highlight, it's still an any type. Okay, we forgot to do one step. If we go to package.json, right, we needed those 2 commands, right? So I'm going to show you a little shortcut. Anytime you want to chain commands together and, you know, make it a bit easier to remember, then in this case, we can actually create our own custom script. So we do pm dev to start things. I'm going to do one called typegen. Typegen will run sanity schema extract, and then once that's done, it will chain on sanity typegen generate. And I'm using this enforce required fields to make sure that we're really, really are correct in what we're doing. So let's put that to a test, and we'll say pm typegen and run it. Now what you'll see here is it will go ahead and it will try it to run. And what we should see is a bunch of type definitions generated. Now, generated TypeScript file types for 15 schema types and 30 Groq queries in files, and it pops it into sanity types.ts. So go over there, you'll see, look, now we have all TypeScript definitions done for us. And important thing to remember, you will have to go ahead and actually, you'll actually have to go ahead and rerun sanity typegen if you A, add any new queries or mutations, or B, if you change the schema in any way. Then you have to regenerate the sanity typegen file, right? So it's just something to bear in mind, right? Also, just appreciate you guys. Sonico goes, yes, guy, we are 1 hour, 13 minutes into the build. Let's smash the like button. And also, George, I appreciate you guys goated as well, right? So in this case this is awesome, guys, right? So we have sanity.types.ts done. And at the bottom, you'll see we also have this sanity client right here, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do pm I sanity client, and we're gonna go ahead and install that, and you can see that this goes, right? So sanity client, boom, and that's done. The next step is we are gonna go ahead and do, Jay, you cracked me up so much. Right. So we've got the categories done. Now, as you can see, we have all categories. Look at this, guys. All category query result. Absolutely awesome. Right. Now we've got our types check-in. So now I can safely run at quite a fast speed, knowing that my TypeScript will scream at me if I get something wrong. Okay. So I'm going to create a helper function at the top of this file. Okay. So inside of my home, I'm going to have this helper function here. And you're probably wondering, whoa, this is big. What the hell is this, right? So what we're actually doing here is, remember I showed you those queries that we talked about earlier? Well, remember everything was being modified from modifying the URL. So what we want to do is, whenever you have filtering, a really nice way to think about filtering is if we can have it so it's not in the state, but instead it's in the query params, which is the URL. So www.sunnysanga.com / and then we have the query params for the filtering be reflected in the URL. This is handy because you can have page caching at that level. So lots of people filter based on the same thing, then it will actually cache those different routes, and it will be way faster and more performant, provided you set up Next.js in the correct way. when subsequent requests come in. That's going to be really, really clean and fast for your users, right? Now we need to get the search params here. So a quick way of doing that is we type in search params like so, and then we are going to go ahead and have some page props, right? So I'm going to go ahead and make life easier by popping in page props. Sunny, I love the way you arrange your project structure, including the query. It's easy to follow and digest. Thank you so much. I appreciate the feedback and I appreciate you. Thank you so much, dude. All right, we've got the page props here. And this is basically getting the following things if they are inside of the query params, right? So we're just passing them accordingly, right? Then we have get query. Now we have these different filtering constants, okay? Now these actually come from our queries folder. So in this case, we will actually be able to, we haven't actually, have we done this one? Sunny types of queries products. So we haven't done that. So in the lib folder, we've got sanity. So yeah, we didn't do that. So in the lib, we've got sanity queries. Oh, I did add it. What did I add it? I added it in here. Oh, okay. I added it there. We actually, I mean, you can have it wherever you want, really. You can have it in the same, probably makes more sense when I put it. So sanity /queries/products. There we go. That's probably nicer. Yeah. So in this case, you can put it there. But just know that if my code differs to the one that's saved, I've just done that slight change. So then we have the featured products carousel. So now what I want you to do is we've got a few fetches. So we've got the categories. That's number one. We also have the get featured products. So the featured products that are on the page. Now, featured products, remember, they're just products in the database which have a Boolean field, which is marked as is featured. Very, very simple thing. And then we also have one more, which is the main thing, which is the products, right? So this get query, the reason why I did this is because this query, based on what we've passed in, like the sort, or, you know, if there's a search query, then we're going to go ahead and filter it down based on that. So this initial query, when we do sanity fetch, is going to be determined by our query params. Okay. So in this case, this will pass in those query params and then we run it. And of course, if you can see over here, if we were to look into any of these, for example, it would go and show. So for example, we'll go into one of the main ones. If we're going to here, for example, filter product prediction. So down here, oh yeah, mainly you can see here. Yeah, this is the one. Product filter conditions. So this will take all of those query params, and if they're there, it will apply them. Okay. So there we go. We've got all of our products being filtered out. Now, really, if I was to console log all of these now, you'd see everything. So literally in our app already, you will now see, if we go to console, you'll see, look, we've got all of this stuff. So if I was to hit a refresh, come back, now you can see that we've got 23 products. We've got all of our different categories we can click, and we've got all of, oh, these are the categories, sorry. And then these ones are the featured items. Awesome. Look at that, guys. Perfect. Now we can really start to run. This is why TypeScript is elite, right? This is why don't skip it. Don't just not learn it because it's long to learn. It's not learn to learn. It's just an awesome thing to do. So we're going to actually add in a featured carousel, and I'm going to wrap it in something called the React suspense boundary. So suspense, like so. And this means that if at any moment there is a loading element to it, it will go ahead and do it. Now, we could do this in a few ways. Actually, you know what? I'm actually not going to do this in suspense. I did for my one, but I want to let it fall back. No, we are going to do it. We're going to keep it in the suspense boundary. We're going to have a fallback. I had an idea, but I think we'll see how it goes, right? In this case, we just make it say loading, and then we're going to have something called the featured carousel. This is going to be the featured carousel. Now I'm going to go back and forth between the main app and the one that you're going to see. So right now we're going to build this featured carousel. Okay. So the featured carousel, we need to create this component. Now let's go ahead and do that. So inside of our components, inside of the app. Now I've been a bit lazy here, to be fair. I've kind of just thrown them into the components folder, but here, so not in the UI. That's the difference, in the components folder. So I'm going to create a new featured carousel. So in this case, I'm going to call this one featured carousel. Oops. Featured. Okay, what the hell? Featured carousel.tsx. Yeah, I don't know what was happening there. Right. And then this is put it inside of the UI folder. I didn't want that. I want it inside the component. So what I want you to do is I want you to have a UI folder, and I want you to have the feature carousel outside. UI is all the Shadcn stuff. Keep it simple. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring these in and I'm going to explain what we do here instead of running through line by line. So this is the carousel, right? And what we're effectively doing here is a few things. So one, we are using the Shadcn carousel component. So heading over to Shadcn, let's firstly look at the carousel. Here you see we have a carousel. Okay. Very, very simple carousel. They show you how to use it, right? And then what we do is we add the carousel. And if you go down to here, plugins, you'll see we can have the Embler Carousel plugin autoplay. So I want you to go ahead and grab the Embler Carousel autoplay, and we're going to simply install that. So pm Embler Carousel autoplay. Okay. And then here we have one more thing called format price, which we need to add into our libutils, right? So this one right here in libutils, we already have this CN, which is basically a class merging tool. And then we're going to go ahead and pop this format price, and it takes an amount of currency and it returns simply the currency next to the amount, right? Simple kind of thing, right? So, oh, nice. You got Zimbabwe in the house as well. Cool. So in this case, we hit save. And now we've got the type of product. Now what this is doing is this is effectively just very, very simple actually. So we're passing in, remember here, firstly, we import that in. You see the products, these featured products. Now this is of type featured product query result. So when we go in here and you see me do something like this, featured product query result number, this just means it refers to a singular instance of what that array of products is, right? So in this case, this would just be the one product in that array. So in this case, you can see this is actually going to be like an array. This is going to refer to the one product in it. So we're basically saying this is the props that get passed in. So I'm extracting the product. Then we have API, which is the carousel, current, and the count, right? Now, all of this is effectively pretty simple. It's basically based on the documentation here. But what I want you to more so focus on, guys, is this part right here. So we got the div with a bit of styling. We got the carousel where we pass the API in, and then we got the options. The loop true, and we want to align at the start. And then we also have the plugin element. This is the way we put in 5 seconds, stop one interaction, or stop one mouse enter. We pop in the contents. We have the featured slide, which we have down here. So I actually have a component inline here as well. And then we go down, we got carousel previous and next, which is just buttons. And then we have this nice little dot indicator. Now here I've been lazy for the sake of it. I've just put in dot and an index. You can totally change this, guys. You can make this actually be the product ID if you really wanted to. Or in this case, are we in a loop right here? No, we're not in a loop there. So no. So in this case, you could, it's okay. I mean, you could work that one out as you want. You just want to have your index, your key always be unique. Okay. Now here, I next want you to go ahead and again, you can check this all out for yourself. But on click means scroll to. And this will effectively be the reason why I originally had this, by the way, this scroll to and all this stuff. Oh, I just want to see it easily. Yeah, here. Scroll to is because I was having snapping originally, right? We actually kind of got rid of that a bit. So I've kept the code there just for you guys, but you can feel free to implement if you want. This effectively is another component, but I've kept it in the same file. Different patterns, right? You can have it in a separate folder or have a folder with 2 of these components underneath it, whatever you want. But in this case, builds can get pretty big, so I kind of keep it in one sometimes. So we have the image section, left side 60% on desktop. We have the main image, and then we have a no image if it doesn't show. And then we have the divs, and then we have the badge on the right, which will show the product category title, the product name, description, formatting the price, the buttons to shop now. And this will just link us to /products in the product slug. Okay, so everything should be pretty good there. Let's go back over. And you can see this is a good error. So you can see it says invalid source prop. Now, why is this happening? Because we're trying to load an image, you see, from Sanity. And whenever we have a Next.js image component, I did a whole video on this, by the way. You can simply go to the channel, type in Sunny Sanga next image component, and you'll see the tutorial about it. But effectively, whenever you want to go ahead and use the next image component, we have to go into our next config. I'm sure I did that, right, Jay? I'm sure I did, yeah. Next config. I'm getting a bit lost now with how many videos we've done. So then I go into images, images, and I type in remote patterns, and I pop in a protocol HTTPS, and then the host name is the one that is over here. Now, typically, if I have any new image rendering from a new site, then if we trust it, we pop it in here. Okay. And this means that it will basically optimize it before it's shown on the page. This is very good with images because images are one of the longest things to load on a page. Okay, and why is it handy? Because sometimes you don't need to load the entire image. You need a optimized version of the image. So now look at that. Boom. Amazing. That looks so sleek. So clean. Okay, so nice. I can click on any of these. You see that? Really, really clean. And then when I go to the beginning, boom, it loops back. Okay, super clean. We've done our top carousel. Okay, so now with that done, let's go into the next part, which is the page banner. So page banner is pretty clean, to be fair. So in this case, we've got the page banner looking something like this. We've got the div, a bunch of styling. And all I'm saying is, guys, you have your styling elements, and then we have some dark styling elements for if you're on dark mode. I'm not going to show you the full implementation of dark mode. You can feel free to do that yourself. But right now, if your system turns to dark mode, these will apply. And that's just worth knowing. And then also, if you want to apply dark mode yourself, simply go into the docs. Super easy to do so. You go to dark mode and Next.js, and then you just follow this. Really easy to implement dark mode. And they even give you this nice little toggle element, this one here. And you can basically toggle between light and dark, right? So super simple to do that. Then also we have some sizing for mobile and above. So everything in Tailwind CSS is mobile first. And then we hit breakpoints like small, large. So all of this will apply on mobile. And then we hit the small screen and above is pixels 6, padding 6 on the x-axis of, padding on the x-axis of 6, and large screens and above padding x on the x-axis of 8. Okay, so that's how we do responsive design really quick. Okay, so at this point we've got that. Category titles. Let's do this. So this is going to be effectively what we saw in the beginning. These titles right here. Nice. So for category titles, we have a nice component. I'm going to do the same logic that we did last time. We're going to pop it in next to our component over here. And again, I would recommend that you really put this in its own folder, or maybe like the home page or something. But here we have it. We have our use the client component, by the way. We have our, actually, I don't even know if it needs to be a client component. This does not need to be a client component. It doesn't have anything interactive on it. We can get rid of that. It doesn't need to be a client component. So import link. In this case, we do the following category tiles. It takes the categories and active category. And then we have the link to go to that page. And then we have the gradient background for each one. And then we map through each of the categories and we basically render out a link to that category. So in this case, you see what it's doing here? We're filtering, right? We're adding on to the homepage filtering, saying go to this category where the slug is, okay? And then we render out the image and the UI effectively, which is this, what you see here. And even the hover state, we have a hover modifier, right? And we have the active indicator as well to indicate if you're on that page. So if I click on this one, for example, see how this one's glowing a little bit? Very nice. Very subtle UI element, okay? So hit save, go back, import it like so. And just like that, with a refresh, we now have that looking pretty nice. If I click on it now, and remember as well that React fallback, right? So initially, okay, so it doesn't actually show a fallback even. So I would argue if you fully need, oh, this is a featured one, sorry. Yeah, so right now, to be fair, we don't even have the, okay, so here you can have a nice fallback if you really wanted to. What do I do? Do I show you that? Featured carousel skeleton. I mean, we've got a few skeletons around. I'll show you. So I've got a nice little skeleton here. I'll show you what that would effectively look like. So here's a featured carousel skeleton, like so, skeleton.tsx. Just again, we're using the skeleton UI component from Shadcn. These just render like these loading style things, and you make it look the similar way to the UI. And what I really like about these, use LLMs, guys. Like honestly, just go ahead and say I need like let's say for example in the page, like here, what I would do is just pop in the featured carousel skeleton like so. And then what I would do is I would say based on this, so I'll go into this component, do Command I, or to switch it to agentic mode or agent view or whatever it's called, Command E. And then now you're in agent view instead, which is like kind of nicer and using a bit more agents in parallel. But in this case, if we do make the skeleton look like the featured carousel page using skeleton Shadcn components. And if you hit enter there, that's effectively how you would just generate this super easy. And it'll basically look at the first file and mock it with the skeleton components of the second file. There's no need to do that yourself. Honestly, it takes ages, right? So why not? So now we have this. So, I mean, if there was an element where it was loading, you would see that, right? Which is, we don't need to see it because it's all static still. And you can see that by if you click this, you can see the route is static. That's what we want for our homepage. Okay. So we got this down. Then we have the category tiles. So, oh, actually, that's interesting. Well, we have category tiles there already. Oh, sorry, I completely skipped over that. Yeah, so the category tiles we already did. We have the page banner, we have the category tiles, yep. And then we have the product section next. So for the product section, we just pop in the following. So we have this product section, and this is where it gets a little bit more intricate. So product section takes categories, products in the search query, and then we need to render out or create this product section component. So product section is components. And to be honest with you, we could actually make this much neater. Let's do this. Let's do a home page or landing page. Landing page. Oh no, it's not even a landing page. I guess we can just say, yeah, store. Let's just put it the landing page. It's the / right? Landing page components. We can start putting these in there, right? So pop these in there. Yes. And then it should ask us typically if you want to update, we say yes. And then we paste in the product selection one, which we have some additional product filters and product grid. But first, you just want to double check. Did we screw anything up here? No, I think that's all good. The product section is the only one we need to do. But everything else, that's a small index issue. That's a small issue. Okay, we're good. Right, so we should be able to see. The only one that is wrong is we go into page and we hit save. So if we just hide this one for a second and hit a refresh, because we changed a bunch of stuff over. There you go. Yeah, this still works. Then we can uncomment that out and start building out the product section. Cool. So firstly, I want you to import the product section, and then I'll show you what it does. So this is going to be a bigger component, and it uses state, which means we now need to be a client component. Awesome stuff. Now we've got some state. We've got the product filters and product grid, which we are going to create. What is that? We've got the product filters and the product grid. This is going to be, completely responsive based on what view we're in. So very, very nice UI. We also have this hide element here as well. Right, so really cool stuff going on. I forgot to show that as well. Now, we define our props, and again, all sanity type gen protected. We have our filter state if it's open or closed. We have the div with the header. So in this case, it will say found, 5 products and so forth. Say for example, in this case, if we were in the chairs, it'll say 3 products found. Or if we had to clear this out, clear the filters. 22 products found. Right, if I do chairs, am I even clicking it? 1 second. Okay, demo gods are against me. Okay, but anyway, there you go. So you saw the top loader, right? Maybe I've got it running in 2 places. It's slowing down. Either way, you can see. There we go. Shop chairs. There. Okay. What am I saying? It's not that. It was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine. For now, we're going to show the products, and we got the button here. And this one is the filters button. So here you can see this entire chunk, right? So all of this. So I want you to focus on this portion here. So this portion right here. This is the entire product component that we're doing. We've got this filter button, and then we've got 2 children components. We've got this one, and then we've got this one. And then this is just a simple little header over there. All right, so these are effectively going to change shape based on mobile view or desktop view. So that's effectively how this whole thing works. Heading back over, we can see that the filter toggle button is here. Set filters open, just does it locally, easy. No need for global state here. No need to overkill it, right? We've got some accessibility settings. So filters open, and it will show, if the filter's open, it'll show hide filters and vice versa, like so. And we hide this on different screen sizes, right? So next up, we have the main content area. We have the sidebar filters, which is on the left side, completely hidden when collapsed on desktop. And we have the product grid, okay? So yeah, there we have it. So I just want to check something. So the main thing we need to do now is product filters and product grid, okay? Product grid has the products here. Product filters has the categories here, okay? So let's do product filters first. I think product filters after, let's go. So product filters. Yes, sir, Jay, I see you. So in this case, let's go over here and landing page product filters. So what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to change the music up. I think this music it's not boring. I like it, but here on Epidemic we have staff picks. Let's see what they have. Yeah, might be fun. Mix it up a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So in this case, product filters, bunch of stuff happening here. Right, these are just imports. It's a client component. We've got lots of state going on here. The use search params is very important here because we need access to those URLs when we're handling this, the searching, right? Like I told you, we need the router in case we want to send the user anywhere as well. So then we have the current search. In this case, search params, get query, get category, the color, material, sort, and so forth. I can't have lyrics. This is a skip song, right? There we go. Let's try that out. We'll see. Actually, you know what? They had a lo-fi one. I'm going to be on a tangent here, but they had a lo-fi one, which I actually quite liked instead last time. Because this is kind of like confusing when you're coding. What's happened lo-fi? Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. I promise I'll make the whole experience quite nice. Lo-fi. Let's do it. So, lo-fi. Lo-fi. Lo-fi introvert radio. Let's do this one. Create a mix. Yeah, this is it. This is more of a vibe. This is better. It's more calming when you're coding. Otherwise, it can get kind of crazy. If I have lyrics when I code, I don't know about you guys, but it throws me off. And that's not helpful at all. Okay. So we get everything from the search params. And then we have the price range at the top as well. This is for that local piece of state over here. The price range and so forth. Only show in stock and sort by. Okay. Then we have the use effect whereby if we sync the local state when the URL changes, right? So in this case, it will just sync the pricing. And again here, check which filters are active. By doing a double bang operator, it converts this to a Boolean if this is falsy. Falsy meaning, has it got a value, right? If there's not a value there, it'll be false. If it has got a value, it'll be true. Now, const has active filters. So at this point, we've got is search active, is category active. If any of these are true, then it becomes true. And then it will count the number of filters to show us. Now, these sort of things over here, you can truly go and check for yourselves. But effectively what it's doing is when we call this update params, we're passing in the updates, which is effectively which filters have I added here. Like, you know, when I'm sort of like attacking them on. And then this is just, you know, nicely going ahead and pushing that param chain to it. So in this case, we're at where categories equals chairs. If I add on categories black as well, now it would go ahead and add in category chairs black, category equals chairs and colors equals black. And it'll keep on doing that until we go ahead and send the user to the required page via that line. Okay. Handles search submit basically just goes ahead and updates the params again to handle that way. Clear single filter again, update params, update params. So that's how we controllably do it. We have the filter label. I'm not going to go too crazy into this, but effectively it's just like, is it active or is it not? We pass in a value. These are dumb components. They just take in values and render presentational stuff. Clear single filter is a helper function. It just clears out the filter of the value that we pass in. Okay. Now here we have the active filters. If we do have any active filters, we show the handle clear filters button. And then we've got the rest of it, right? So this will basically just be, and then we've got the category. So this is where it gets good. We've got a select, which says update params. And this one, we just pass in the value of the category that we're looping through. Okay, so in this case, if we go to the select content, this is the one. So we loop through all of the different categories. And when you select one, that's where the on value change kicks off. Okay, we do the same for color. We do the same for the material. We do different here. So this slider, this is from Shadcn. This one is based on price ranges. I've just done 0 to 5,000. You could instead, what I would recommend doing here is implement this, extend this so that instead it gets all the products at some point maybe, or when it loads, and effectively it will just determine. And what you should be doing here, by the way, is actually get the products and then determine your filters based on what the products are in the database. That would actually help out a hell of a lot more. Jay, this is kind of cool. When I'm on this view, it shows the shorts show my face. That's so cool. Okay. So then we have the in stock only over here. And then this is just going to be a checkbox, very, very simple checkbox. And then we have the sort field as well. And each one is just updating the params. Okay. So very, very simple stuff. Then on the actual product page, because the search query is basically what is determining. So remember on the actual page itself, the search query from that URL is what is powering the entire thing. So it's like a dribble down effect. Just by sending the user to a different page with different search query params based on the filters that we apply, we effectively have a global state via the query params. And you only want to do that for things like filtering, right? It's like a handy little kind of trick. Okay, so we have the product filters in the mix, and then we have product grid next. So product grid is the next one we want to do, and that is over here. So product grid. Okay, firstly, this one, now we have the component, so we can get rid of that. Filters is good. Product grid. Okay, so this will render out product card and also components UI empty state. Empty state, by the way, is quite a nice thing. It's actually a new component inside of Shadcn. So inside of Shadcn, you now have an empty state. Empty. I think we use this one, but it's basically like an empty view. It's quite nice, right? I don't know if we use that one here, but we'll see. All right, so the product grid effectively just renders out if there's no, says empty state, no products were found. Let's see, what we're using that. So I don't know if we did actually. I think I created my own. So inside of empty state, let's have a look. If I go to my components, empty state, right? I definitely created my own. Yes, this is not a custom one. So empty state. This one effectively you can go through, look at it yourself, but all it's doing is basically it's got some different size config requirements. We use it in a bunch of different places, and then it will show an action button and it will show some renderings out. So an icon, title and a description with the action button underneath, right? So it's basically a customizable empty state. It's our own custom one, but we weren't using the Shadcn one, but you could use the Shadcn one to be easier, if I'm honest, right? So now we got that done. Product card we'll do afterwards, but effectively it's just saying if there is no product, we show the empty state. Otherwise, we are using container queries here as well. So container media queries in Tailwind, very, very handy, by the way. So what this is actually doing is it means that it's not based on the overall page, it's based on its container. So if a container gets constrained for whatever reason, then we apply different breakpoints. This is really robust, right? So I would actually recommend, if you want to be the most, like the best with responsive design, I would say container queries are the king, and then you have regular breakpoints. Container queries will never break. They're like kings because they will be confined to the container's constraint. So if you truly want to build responsive, not just responsive pages, but responsive components, and then you just throw them around in your app, that's the way that I recommend you do it, right? So container queries is actually the king. And then this is an example of how you can do that, right? So we apply the at container, and then you've got the at medium, and you can see at container queries are applied. Okay, so the only difference here is that this is doing it based on the container, the parent container constraint, as opposed to the page being the constraint. Okay, so really, really powerful stuff. Hey Sunny, is this okay for my file layer? I use modules, auth components, schemas, and others here, keeping everything feature-based. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely fine. It's more a case of what makes sense for you or the team that you're working with. There's no like clear way, if I'm honest. I'll just say as long as you don't overdo it. There are some standards in play, right? Like the UI folder when using Shadcn, kind of a nice little standard. It sort of separates what Shadcn component is and what my component is. But yeah, it looks great. Absolutely fine to do that. Yeah. And again, remember, like it's kind of a opinionated thing as well. I'm a highly opinionated dev, obviously. Lots of dev may disagree with how I do things. It's okay. It's whatever really works for you. Okay. So at this point, the product card is the next component I'm building. So if we hop into the product card, then we have two sub components here, the add cart to bind and stock badge. Now you'll see how I'm working here, right? Everything is smaller components inside of each other. This is how you want to build, right? It's just a much better way of building apps. So much cleaner. It's just componentize things, right? And then you can reuse it throughout the app. It makes so much more sense, okay? So we're going to ignore the add to cart and stock badge for now. But again, props are defined. We have some state, which means we are a client component. Heading back down, we have a few little checks over here. So for example, stock, if the product is, if there is a value, otherwise we default to 0. So these are sort of safe accessibility checks, I would say. Has multiple images as well. This will change the way that we define or render out the card. So as you can see here, we have different product cards, right? In some instances, if I was to clear the filters, by the way, it only takes long now because I'm on development server, right? On the live, it'll be way faster because it's all cached. So here, You see this? Like this is basically if it has multiple images. I've defined it like that. So we've got cards. These are Shadcn cards with a link element inside of it. And then we effectively just render it out. Okay. So displayed image URL is going to be the first image that you see. And then after that, it's going to be showing the alternative things underneath it. Okay. So I don't know what we did SVG here, to be honest. I would have probably just done an icon instead. But either way, just some UI, right? And then we've got a badge over here. Horizon says, hey Sunny, I can't stay, but I just popped in to give you a like, let you know all of your hard work is appreciated. Dude, what a nice message. Thank you so much, Horizon Hannah. I appreciate you, dude. And same with Buzzy or Buzzy. It was great work, my friend. Guys, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Just smash the like button. You guys are awesome. That's what I'm saying. That this community is too nice, like too sick. Thank you so much. Really means a lot when I'm working like this. Right, we have the thumbnail strip as well. Only show it if it has multiple images, like I said, right? So you got the images down here, and then basically when you hover over, you see we can go ahead and on mouse enter, on mouse leave, hovered image index, and that's how we're handling what image should be shown, right? Because then that is then being used on the main over here. So where was it? This one has a hovered image. So you see how it's changing based on the hovered image index. That's how we do that little trick, right? Then we got the card content, which is basically just the text, and then add to cart button. So let's do these two buttons over here. So stock badge is super easy. So let's just get that out of the way very quickly. Stock badge primarily going to be, oops, not that, definitely not that. Stock badge is this one, like so. And in fact, this is why I didn't want it on the landing page, I guess, because product card, product filtering, these things are not really in there. So I mean, the product badge, actually, I'm going to get rid of it from here. We're going to have landing UI, and then I'm going to have the product badge on the outside. And again, at this point, like I mentioned, you can really folder structure however you want, okay? But this is where we're going to effectively introduce two things. So I'm going to pop in the stock badge and the add to cart button, and then I'm going to show you the Zustand connection and then how they come to play with the two components that we have here. And this will make sense with the Zustand part, okay? So we'll go through this afterwards. Very, very easy once we've set things up with Zustand. But what is Zustand, right? Like I keep saying it, what is that? So effectively, Zustand is firstly, it's really nice. It's a global state management library for React. And what it basically does is, let's say, for example, we have props that get passed down through our app, right? Our app is effectively a tree that renders out things. So sometimes we need to have state from several parts of our app be shared. We need things like the shopping cart to be accessible throughout our app. And we don't want a prop drill, whereas the concept of basically from the top component, we pass down our basket, we pass down our basket, we pass down our basket. Anytime you find that you get to a point where there's 2 levels or more, my rule is 2 levels, you need to lift it to the state, right? And when we lift it to the state, we can do 2 things. We can either push to the React Context API, or we can use Zustand. Now I'm going to show you today, and it doesn't actually show this a lot in tutorials, but I'm going to show you how we can use Zustand, which is an awesome state library where we can have global state, which we can tap into at any time, push things into it, close things to it. Great for like sidebar states and all this kind of stuff. But I'm going to show you the correct way to implement it with the Use Context API. So we're going to have Zustand playing with the Use Context API, and not many people talk about this. So I'm going to show you how we can do that. Okay, so how do we get Zustand working? Okay, so thank you so much as well, sir. What was it, Mr. Coding goes, keep up the good work, watching from Kenya. I absolutely love Kenya. While I set this up, I was actually in Kenya very recently. I went to the safaris. Guys over there, you guys are incredible. Nicest people I've ever met. And believe it or not, fun fact, my dad was born in Kenya. So there you go. PNPM install Zustand. And this is going to be Zustand without the I. Where's the Zustand? Yeah. There you go. It was actually Nairobi, I believe he was born in. Yeah. Pretty cool. Okay, so at this point, we're going to have inside of our lib folder, we're going to create a store. Okay. I was in Mombasa as well, in case you're wondering, right? So lib, I'm going to have a store folder. And then inside the store folder, I'm going to have a few different things. So firstly, we start at the high level, the cart store provider. So Now, as I put this in, you're probably wondering, where is he getting this from? How does he know this? So I will start here and I'll show you. So we're going to start here. We're going to start in the cart store, right? So the cart store is first. So store, and bear in mind, you can be bare bones with Zustand. Like you could literally do this bare minimum. Why am I saying to go ahead and instead do the use context approach here? It's because one, is the correct way. And I'm not going to go too deep into it, but if you read the documentation, one, when you replay the state or you inspect state, you actually can see a really nice thing. Otherwise, what tends to happen is, without realizing, if you didn't know where does the state actually get stored, it just goes into global. So typically we want to keep it in our context window. So what you can do is in Zustand docs, just type in Next.js and you see usage in Next.js. And you can see over here, you got a bunch of stuff going on about hydration and all of this stuff, usage in Next.js. So basically this is where I've gone ahead and implemented it from. So just to give you a heads up, right? Ronald says, hey Sonny, I'm on my lunch break. I noticed that you are live. Sending you love, brother. Oh, nice. What's up? Ronaldo Kea. I feel like I'm just checking it, but is this the Ronald from Microsoft or is it not? But either way, I appreciate you. So first up, we define our types. So this is going to be the cart item that we store inside of the cart. Then we have the cart state. This is our global store. Okay. So we're going to say we have our items and we have it is open. The is open is going to reference this right here. So this shopping cart, is it open or is it not open? Okay. Then we have the actions that we can do inside of our cart. Okay, so each of these, again, you can read the documentation on how you come to these TypeScript definitions, but we've got the ability to add an item. We've got the ability to remove, update quantity, clear cart, toggle cart, open or close cart. Then we've got the cart store. This is basically a higher TypeScript definition, which basically is going to combine these two together. And then we have the default state, right? So we say items is default, empty is open is default, false. Super Pompey watching from Canada, good job. Yo, guys, you guys are awesome today. We got some serious watch, like really nice international crowd today. Oh, nice. Uganda in the crowd. What's up, dude? So this is the main part. We say create cart store. And then here we do return cart store. And I'm adding in a persistence layer, by the way. So without the persistence layer, this typically is what you would see just up to here. The persistence layer stores it in local storage. And what we're doing here, guys, to keep it simple, is we're skipping the hydration layer. We're going to trigger it manually on the client, because otherwise what happens is we're trying to hydrate on a server which doesn't have access to the storage. Partialize as well. We don't need to store things like is open. All I want to care about is storing the items itself. So partialize is where we can selectively say, if we have a huge store, we only want to actually keep the cart store. Okay. Then I have my individual elements. This is exactly what's going on here. So you can see the update quantity takes product ID and quantity and just sets the state based on it. So this is just some helper functions. You can feel free to dive into these. If you ever get confused, highlight over it, Command K if you're in cursor, and just say explain this, do Option Enter, and it will literally give you an explanation about how things are working in this exact function, right? This is what I try and teach a lot of the time, right? So I will teach you stuff, but you should also know how to self-teach, right? So in this case, if you see my code or anyone else's code, you should know how to go ahead and ask follow-up questions, for example, like this, and just get explanations, right? And then obviously from that, you can learn about what is the find function, the ES6 find function, what is the map function? And that's what your learning experience should be like, as opposed to just copying and making projects that you don't understand, okay? So we got the add item over here. So this effectively is the create cart store, right? So once we've got this down, this is where the second layer comes in, the cart store provider. So this follows the React Context API approach. So in this case, use client, we can see that this is to create context and so forth. And what we're going to do here is effectively, we're going to wrap our app with these layers. Okay. So what we do first is we get this, the cart store type, right? We get the context layer. This is for React Context API. We have some props, which is the children and the initial state. And then I've actually gone ahead and helped you out by passing this little link in here. So you guys can feel free to read that. That's effectively the document I showed you before about Next.js. So we got the cart store provider. It takes the children, the initial state. And then here, this one is effectively saying, this is a little trick to be fair. What this is doing is like a little hack. It's like the use hydration hack without the use hydration flags or what you want to call it. But this will only be available when we are on This is actually when we're equals notice when we're on the server. So when we're on the server, we create the cart store with the initial state of the default state. And then when we actually load it on the client, so this will only trigger when it mounts on the client and use effect for the first time, then we hydrate. Okay. And this prevents a server side hydration mismatch. So sometimes in your code, you will find they will say there was a mismatch between the server and the client. This because you're basically doing two renders. You're doing a server render and the client render. The server render didn't have access to everything. So you need to kind of basically say, don't put everything in here. And then when we go on the client, that's what we call a hydration. And that's where you basically hydrate the store. Okay. So what's your front end view? I know we're using React and Next.js, right? Cart store context provider, we pass in the value and then the children. Now here is the hook to use the cart store. Okay. So here what we do is we basically use context. If we don't have the cart store context and we throw a error, this is effectively what libraries do. This is like if you try and use Clerk, for example, without wrapping your app in Clerk, you're going to get this error. This is how they do it at the high level, right? Then we do return use store with the cart store context and the selector. Then we got some convenience hooks. Use cart items gives us all the items. Use cart is open. Use total items. Use total price. Use cart item. We pass in a product ID. It gives us a single item, right? So you see cart item, so forth. Then I've got some actions here. So use cart actions. This will return us all of the actions in a helper kind of, in a nice kind of destructured approach. So in this case, we can get the add item, remove, update quantity, clear cart, toggle, open, and close. And we can just use these really nicely through our app, right? Now, how the hell do I wrap my app with this provider? So we go to our layout in our app level. And then here, this is why I really like it personally, because even if you see it as a bit tedious, trust me, as your app gets bigger, you'll start to appreciate these kind of abstractions. So here now we have the cart store provider. And later on, we're going to do the same thing for the AI chat element of it, right? So cart store provider, we're just under 2 hours. We're about to smash over 200 likes. Thank you so much for staying tuned with us. We are going to pick up the pace because we've got a lot to do, but we're actually moving really good, to be fair. Okay. But we're going to move pretty quick now because we've got a lot going on and I've given you guys the kind of major concepts, right? So at this point, we've got the cart store provider. And now if you were to inspect it using something like the React tool, then it's going to go ahead and help you out. So it looks like he's using cursor. Yeah, this is cursor. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that. And now you can see we've got the add to cart and the stock badge. So remember where we were at previously? We were at this point. So we had our product card. So it was these product cards. And then we had the add to basket and the stock badge. So now I'm going to show you how these work. So the stock badge, cart item, use cart item comes from our cart store provider. Pass in the product ID, and this will give us the cart item. And you see, just like that, we now have everything. We have our low stock function helper that we created earlier. And now this is very readable code. Doesn't require any comments here to really explain it. Helper functions, sure, add a comment, right? And that helps out as well. If you go ahead and hover, you see, check a product is considered low stock. So it can be handy if you're building out your own library and so forth. If is at max, then we show max in cart. If it's low, only 3 left in stock, for example. Okay. That's it. That's for the stock. And the add to cart, even simpler. Really, I mean, it's not even simpler, but it's very simple with the Zustand layer. We've got add item and update quantity, and we have the cart item itself. We have these little helpers here, and then we have handle add. If quantity in item is less than the stock available, then we can go ahead and add that item. So we add that single item with the product ID, name, price, and image, and we add a quantity of 1. And the toast success is going to go ahead and say added that product, right? Which means we have to also add the toast higher order component. And we have a decrement as well to decrease the quantity by 1. And we handle all of the updating and all of this stuff inside of, if you follow it along, we actually handle this inside of the actual cart store. So update quantity here. So if the quantity was less than or equal to 0, we actually just remove it out completely. Otherwise, we just decrease by 1. Right? So we actually handle all of that not complex logic, but we handle all of that stuff over there. If it's out of stock, we show out of stock button and we basically disable it. Otherwise, we show add to basket. And if it's in the cart, we show these quantity controls with a plus or a minus button. Okay, so super easy. Let's go ahead, and this is the benefit of writing code nicely, and it just works super beautifully, right? So this is in the landing page. This is actually not in the landing page. It should just be like so. Okay, nice. Clean code rules equals no comments. Yes, it's actually a funny, I forgot what the actual saying was, but it was something like good code requires no comments. I would say to a degree, yes. I'm doing educational code, which is why I go ahead and pop it out on the screen a lot more. But I would recommend that you, I'd recommend that for some stuff, like if you think that another dev would benefit, then sometimes it does help to add some JS doc, which is what I just showed you an example of, right? So back to the product grid. Now we can go ahead and remove that and we have the products. So let's go and see our app. Let's see if it's working. So over here now, hit a refresh, and we actually have done a lot in a small amount of time. Before I do that as well, I am going to add in one thing in the layout app level. I'm going to go into here and we actually need to add in a toast bit. So above Sanity Live, I'm going to add in a toaster from Sona. Oh, no, not from there, from UI Sona, which is our local. And we're going to say position equals, I actually want it to be on the bottom center. So you can actually change where the little pop-ups come up. So bottom center, cool. Now let's see, guys. So the out of stock beds we've got, there we go. If I was to even clear filters now, so this is the more correct one, right? Yeah, local 3001. So now the filters are here as well. So in this case, if I was to clear the filters, you can see it changes the URL. And you know what? I actually need you guys to see that URL in action. Otherwise, it's not very beneficial to you guys. So I want to show you this. There you go. So you see 3001. And then in the console, you can just keep that open for now. Cool. You can actually add the sizes prop as well to each image. That's actually a very good point. I didn't do that. It called me out. You should do that. So over here, if we click into this, you see it takes us to product marble coffee table. That's great. If we go back now to the product, if I search, for example, arc lamp, this will basically, again, it will add the search query to the top, which would feed it into my Groq query at the top level. And then boom, there you go. All right. And I can chain these on, guys. I can say that if it's bed, and now we should get the empty state in a moment. No products found. We clear all filters. And in a moment, we get it back, right? Change the price range to be, I don't know, below 900. And now you can see in a moment, we get the filters. Now everything should be below 900. If I make it even smaller and say, you know what, let's make it below 300. So we shouldn't see any of these. We should see cheap products only now. There we go. And you see, we've even got that nice little view there, and we can hide the filters. Very, very nice. And even on a small screen, if I was to pop the filters in, we get a nice top-based filter. Really, really clean. If I click on lighting now as well, you can see right here, lighting. Again, you see how we clicked the lighting, but the filters remained applied. Super nice, okay? So Tantum goes, I prefer Opus 4.5 for thinking and Gemini Pro for him and review code. Yeah, so I would say my opinion on the code front is I really do like Opus 4.5. 4.5, I use the max mode. I do pay $200 a month because I do tons of coding. So for me, it's very beneficial, and I do use the thinking mode. Do I accept everything that AI does? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't. Most of the time, it's actually rejected. So please do keep that in mind, okay? Now, let's go ahead and jump into the next thing. Now, bear in mind, I just want to mention as well, I do talk about all of this inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So by joining papareact.com/course, you'll be able to get first glance at the community and what we're doing over there. We are starting a new community. It's one of the most exciting things I can ever imagine. Honestly, we are launching it very, very soon. But by heading over to papareact.com/course and joining right now, you will get 50% off when we launch that community for life. Yes, for life. So that is a one-time deal. It's never going to come back. So once we launch that community, there will never be a chance to get 50% off that future community for life. So know that, because before we launch it, you have a stealable offer that no one else is getting. So yeah, benefit. That community is going to have live coaching every single week. It's going to be different, and it's going to be super affordable. It's a monthly offer. It's going to be really, really nice for everyone, because every single week coding is changing and you need to be up to date with that. So this is effectively what we're pushing towards. Okay. So we're going to be launching that in the new year. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be one of the best things on the fucking planet. Oh my God. I don't mean that. And the planet. But yeah, it's going to be absolutely awesome. Beep. Okay. So let's carry on. So at this point, we've got the product grid down. Now, what I want you to do is layout.tsx. We've done that over here, layout.tsx. Okay, so main page is done. So next up, what we want to do is we're going to click into a product, right? So actually, I want to test something first. So we need the header as well. So first up, if I add to basket, look, yay, look at that, amazing. Right, the basket works, and the header doesn't show, right? So we obviously want a header in this. So what I want you to do now is we're going to create a header component now. The header component is the following. So over here, we can actually put this outside in the components. Platform's looking amazing. Yeah, it's really, really nice, this one, right? So header.tsx is like such, right? So right now we do not have the chat store provider. So we don't actually have that yet. I'll show you that one afterwards, but this is going to be the header. We have the header. We have a few things from the cart. Is chat is actually going to be for the chat. It's going to be for this. And you see how everything is just so nice and responsive, guys. Like that is what a design should be. We have the header. Firstly, I'll run through some of this. We have higher order components here. This is coming from Clerk. So in this case, this is basically just wrapper components. This won't show unless you're signed out, right? And same for this. It will show if you're signed in and vice versa, right? This is a sign in button. So basically it's wrapping it. So as soon as you click the sign in, so if I was to sign out right now, we have look, and in a moment, if I was to see that, yeah, here, if I click it, you see a nice little modal. That's happening because of this sign in button, okay? So we have that, we have the button itself and so forth. So next up, what I'm gonna do, and the user button as well, after switching session, takes us back to the home page. So we also have the shopping bag icon with the total number of items in the basket, and if it's greater than 0, okay? So I wanted to show you the two things we need to do. Chat store provider. So let's prepare ourselves for when we do have the chat inside of our app. So what I want to do is go to our app itself, and in the components, not in the lib store, and then we're going to do the chat store provider and the chat store itself. So we've already done this once before, so it's fairly simple, right? Same with the cart store, chat store, right? Chat store has is open and pending message, okay? Is open chat with a message, close chat, toggle chat, or clear pending message. Same thing, we prepare things, and we basically have our set of functions here. We do not have a persist, okay? So we don't care about persisting the chat. If you do want to persist the chat, I recommend you shift that more to maybe a database layer, because chat can get pretty big. But I don't think you need to persist the chat, if I'm honest, unless you want to have it so a user can remember what they said when they came back to the store, which could be, I guess it could be a good thing. All right, then we have the chat store provider for connecting use context and making a wrapper for it. So in this case now, we have Zustand and use context coming together. Chat store, I think you should open browser inside cursor to use for inconvenience. I'll show you that in a moment, right? So we have the same pattern as we done previously before, right? And then we have some convenience hooks. Use is chat open, use pending message, and chat actions, right? You've seen how useful these are now, okay? So with that in mind, we can now hit save, and we can go ahead and make sure that, yeah, that's all good. So now the header, where does it go? Inside of layout over here, above the main. So let's pop it over here. Header like so, okay? Just like this, header component header. Now, I am going to prepare us for one thing, however. So yeah, look at this, look, nice, that's good. Use chat store must be used within a chat store provider. I forgot to do something. What did I forget to do, guys? I forgot to add in the wrapper. So in this case, chat store provider. So here, look, cart store provider, then chat store provider. You see how nice this is? Now you can physically see your individual slices of state. Right? This is why I like going down the use context pattern instead of just doing Zustand global situation. Okay. So in this case, now look at that. Boom. Really nice. If I click that, we don't have the sidebar because we haven't implemented that yet. And we do have a login. Let's try a login with Clerk. Let's go ahead and do sunny.sangre@gmail.com. And we should see my user profile. Let's go ahead and do that. And I'll show you even how we create a custom selection here. So if you see, even inside of that header, what I even did with the user button was I went ahead and I even had user button menu items. And you can see this my orders with the /orders. What I've done here, guys, is like if you click it, it takes us to our my order screen. We don't have the page yet, but that's fine. But still very, very good. All right, now I'm going to show you. I'll keep it on this screen actually. Let's do a refresh on this screen because I like showing you with the URL. So there you go. Boom, perfect. So next up, go to a page, proceed ahead. Okay, so I want to have it. So now get out over here. Okay. Yeah, if you do want to open a browser, I believe the easiest way is open the browser. Yeah, so you can do it like this. Can we? Oh, we can do it. Oh, we can do it. Yes. Okay. You know what? Let's try that out. Let's try this out. This might be cool actually. Right. So in this case, yeah, we can see our app. We can go ahead and click on elements. So in this case, if I was to log in, continue with Google. The problem is I'm gonna have to log in all over again with that. Do I want to do that, guys? Let me just do it then quickly. So let me quickly log in here. So nah, I have to log in quite a tedious way. I've got a lot of security on these things. Let me see actually, can I do it another way? Okay, Jay, if you can just click on the prompt, that'll help me out a lot. So if you can do that, then that should log me in, and then that'll help out quite a bit. In the meantime, I'm going to put that in the background, and I need the code as well, Jay. It's being super over the top. If you just send me the code, and then I can do it. Thank you. Okay. So I just need the 2FA on that one. Right. So once that's done, what I can then do is proceed with the build. So I'm just prepping something behind the scenes, guys, and then I can show you what we can do, because I actually think it's a good idea to go ahead and do that. So cool. So at this point, no, Jace, it's the one in the passwords part. Okay. I can do it. It's fine. I'm going to do it myself. One minute, guys. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to do this login because I think it will be actually pretty helpful for us. There is a code. I've got it now. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm logging in. Oh my God, it's doing it again. What the hell? All right, guys, I'll be honest with you. It's not worth doing it right now. Let me just try one more time. No, I'm not going to do that right now. It's prompting me to do something else. All right, Jay, there's no point doing it. We can do that there. It's fine. But guys, you can do that if you wanted to do it, right? For today, we're going to keep it very simple and just keep it over here. But yeah, that's how you could do it. And you can give the context straight to an LLM if you do want. It's kind of cool, right? I'll definitely do that. But it was popping up with some annoying stuff. I don't want to bother with that right now. All right, so let's firstly do the product page, right? Because we've got quite a lot to cover right now. And then we'll do the cart slide out panel. We've still got the checkout. We've still got Sanity's App Studio backend to do. So quite a lot to do. So I want to kind of jump on this a bit quicker. So inside the app folder, we're going to do /product/ and we're going to have a slug. So in this case, slug, and that's going to be a wildcard. Inside of there, we have a page.tsx. Now, for the home page, if there is ever a loading state for whatever reason, I'm going to add in a loading.tsx. And I've got a nice category tiles, product filter skeleton, and product grid skeleton here as well. So what I'm going to do is just add this in for us now. And this will just give us a nice skeleton for the home page if it ever needs to load. So I'll pop these in now. So these are just going to be helper functions. You can feel free to add them whenever you want. This is just, again, coming from the code base, so you can feel free to get access to the code base. Link is in the description, and you can do that as you please, right? So that's why I give you this stuff, so we don't have to really spend time on this. The only other one is product grid skeleton, so it's this one as well. Product grid skeleton, there we go. Okay, so now we can see that that is all good, and category tiles skeleton, I have that. Components app. No, it's not that. Components. There we go. Okay. There you go. Cool. Oh, no, it was actually nice. It was nicely organized. Okay. So I'll be honest, it's actually nicely organized in the in the code base that I give you. I didn't realize that the folder view was open, but it's fine. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, so at this point, we've done that. So go to product slug, and then what I want you to do is we're going to effectively render this page. So it's the server component. We have our product queries, product gallery, product info. So this basically takes the params, gets the slug, which is effectively the wildcard on the end of the URL. We do a sanity fetch. If there's no product found, we throw a not found. And then we have the product gallery and the product info. Which page am I talking about right now? I'm talking about this. So if we go into chairs, for example, you can see we have this, right? Like, if we click into a chair, this page, this is what I'm trying to build, okay? So we need to do a few things. Firstly, the queries for the product. So lib sanity, sanity lib. I just had mine slightly different. So product there we go. Mine in this one is sanity queries product. Let me know as well. Do you like coding keep changing and updating? Yeah, 100%. It keeps on changing. So do you guys like the fact I give the code for free? Or do you want to work for it? I mean, like, I know it's a bit of a silly question, but I think it's kind of a valid question. Do you like getting it for free and then working alongside it? Like, does it help you? And also destroy a like button. We're almost about to cross the next 100 like mark, 200 likes. All right, so product gallery, product info, these two. So for the product gallery, what I wanted to do is this. So app component, sorry. Yeah, product gallery, right? So product gallery is all presentational, right? It's literally just, if we go over firstly to close that off, get rid of this product gallery. We have this now without the app. Product gallery. Now this one takes a product by slug, right? And it's just got basically a select query index. This one is effectively just rendering out pictures. So I'll show you an example of where this plays in. So here, so this has two images. Here, product gallery. You can click it and that's the view. And that's all this is doing, guys. It's just got a local state for the selected index. It renders out the thumbnail grid below the image. And based on which one I click, it shows that image there, okay? And then the product info is the other, part of the equation. So this one is going to be for the product info. So this one over here. So product info. And this one again has an add to cart. It has an ask AI similar question button as well. So this one I'm going to have to comment out for now. The stock badge we have done. The ask AI similar button question, what we're going to have to do is pop that one out for now. Right? So product info, everything is presentational, right? Title, formatting the price, description. We show the stock badge, add to cart button, which we've already done, and then some metadata underneath, which is easily done. Okay, so once that's done now, if we hit a refresh, we should see this page because we've got products / the product lamp. But in this case, I messed up because it should be products, right? Update import for products, yes. We can close all of these off. No, don't save that, that's a mistake. Go back and now can't resolve for so in this case go to our page. I believe we fixed that now, so sometimes a refresh, no, okay, go to all right, here we go. Get rid of this / app, my bad. Okay, oh, we got Tatiana in the house. Hey, what's up? Biggest fan, right? Let's see. So now we have, oh, we got Neha in here as well. Okay. We got some squad members in here. All right. So in this case, we've got, when you click on a product now, you can see pops open, but you see how the loader here, that is not the loader for this screen. That is the loader for the home page. So that is the default loader for this page, right? And it's just taking a while. But if we click into this, we don't want this loader, right? We want to see this. We want to see this skeleton be slightly different, right? So over here, this one, in this case, I have to Google this each time when you pay something. Yeah, because you get the code base for free, right? This is just funny, right? I got so many people here. Okay, so after that, what I want you to do is to add that loading skeleton there, where we have the page.tsx. What's happening here is it falls back to the nearest loading.tsx. So in this case, we need to make that closer to the folder. So in this case, that's basically how we define it. So loading.tsx, pop it in over at the level next to it. Now we've got product gallery skeleton and info skeleton. We just need to get those in line. So what I want you to do is, and we need the product info one as well. So over here, we have product gallery skeleton. You can see we've just got basically main image and the thumbnail gallery. Effectively, we're replicating that. And then we have the, again, my imports are all screwed up. There you go. And the product info skeleton. So next one is product info skeleton. This one over here. So, let's, yeah. Go back, get rid of that. And now we have it. So we should see now is on a refresh. Okay, yeah, I mean, it was a little bit. This is likely a caching. Oh no, actually, that might be happening because of that first thing I said. I have a feeling that's happening because of, well, firstly, I just want to do a little bit of a smoke test here to make sure I haven't screwed something up. So I'm going to cut my terminal, pm dev. But no, so that's not breaking that one, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. So it was just to cache. Oh, to be fair, okay. I think there's a cached issue or something's going on here, but either way, it's a debugging issue, right? I'm done with Next.js, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Look at this comment by Jas999. I'm gonna call you out right now. I'm calling out this comment right now because this drives me crazy. This is nuts, right? Jay told me to do this today and I'm going to do it, right? I'm going to call out one of these people. So look at this. Comment here by Jas999. I'm done with Next.js, bro. Please switch up. Are you mad? Dude, if you cannot focus on building with Next.js, good luck. You have no lane here inside of the software world. You ain't going to survive, right? Leave. Because right now, it's easier than ever to code because you have AI that can help you out with learning and all of that stuff. But in this case, dude, you ain't gonna survive. If you think that now is hard, I rewind a couple of my videos and we had no AI assisted coding. Crazy that someone would say that. It drives me crazy, honestly. This is the best time to be coding and Next.js is the most powerful it's ever been. And you tell me that you give up with it. Crazy stuff. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys, about stuff like that, because I will call it out every time because I'm not putting up with that. That is crazy. I can't believe that. All right. At this point, I want to check out. So at this point, I want to go to the checkout page. So if I click on my basket, I should be able to see that slide out, right? We have no slide out concept right now. So if I go to my layout at this level, this is actually the perfect place to put it, right? So we actually have something called the cart sheet, okay? So I'm going to put the cart sheet next to it over here. Yeah, that's it. Good. Shout that guy out. Honestly, crazy stuff. Cart sheet. Okay, so at this point, I need to have the cart sheet. Jay's on one, right? So at this point, we've got the cart sheet.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to run through some of this quickly, right? So we have a custom use cart stock hook, which I'm going to show you how to create. We have the cart item itself and the cart summary. Now, what is this actually doing? Well, effectively, if I click on this right now, we have no shopping cart. We're not logged in. You could also actually catch that point. I didn't actually catch that one myself. But in this case, if I was logged in, so let's quickly log in. Now, if I had an item in my basket, and for example, 2 items, this is the cart item in the basket, and then we have the cart base, with the checkout button and a few extra UI components like the cart summary is the bottom part. Okay, so and then effectively the rest is actually very simple, right? This is using the sheet component from Shadcn, which is by default it's going to be mobile responsive, work the way we wanted it to. So cart item and cart summary are the two that we kind of need to put our energy on. So firstly, cart item is over here. So cart item is this. So again, add to cart button and the stock badge we've already done. The use cart stock hook is one. I feel like we did it, no? Did we not? Like stock info. Okay. Like, wouldn't we have used our local one? Why did I do that? Let me have a look. So, anyway, I'll show you how we do it anyway. So we have the cart item. It takes the item and the stock info, and Next.js is live. There we go. We're gonna do that way. The Marine from Texas. Nah, I know the Marine from Texas likes it. He's just trying to start something now. The Marine from Texas is an OG. I know you code Next.js. You got clients as well. Before everyone starts coming at you as well, right? So in this one, we got the item here. So again, conditionally rendering things based on if we pass in these two props, item and stock info. Main thing we need to actually add here is use the cart stock. But really, this is just a type definition that we're pulling in. So nothing real special is happening there. And again, this is just a presentational component. It's just rendering UI on the screen. Main thing I want to focus on here. And also this again reiterates the point of having reusable components. Stock badge and add to cart button. We abstract so much complexity. You see that same component here behind is here, right? So we don't have to update things several times over. Again, even the deletion works really nicely. And because it's all referencing the same global state, thank you so much, Himan. I appreciate you, dude. Because we have the global state, it's just so nicely synced up, right? And again, this is the production one. I'm not showing you the dev one yet. So lib hooks, let's add it. So lib, let's create hooks. Let's do use cart stock .ts. And then I want to go ahead and pop that in. So, oh, I see. Okay. This one is interesting. Okay. So, okay. So to differentiate the two, this makes sense. So to differentiate the two, one is the cart stock. I should probably name this better. One is the cart stock in Zustand. The other references the actual stock in Sanity. So it takes our Zustand store, it goes to Sanity and it says, okay, do we actually have stock here? And then that is what we're effectively going to be using. It's quite an important hook actually. All right, so at this point we have our use stock. See, like fetches current stock levels for cart items, return stock info map, and loading states. Why is that important? Because let's say, for example, there's a sale on right now, and few people are buying the same product. You need to know by the time you check out, is it still in stock? Like, you know, is that thing gone by now? So that's quite important. So we don't actually need to use memo anymore, by the way, if you're using React compiler, okay? So this one we can get rid of because we've done a slightly different import now, because we are now importing from Sanity queries. Yeah. And also here, client.fetch. This is not using Sanity Live, which is not good. This is not the right fetch. It should actually be Sanity fetch. And then this should be the query with the params being the IDs. And then over here, we have a bit of an issue because it doesn't find this. Products.data.find. There's slight changes here. P products by P is going to be okay. If I was to destructure this, we should have. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, do what I do here. Sanity fetch. You don't want it to have Sanity lib client. The reason why is because that will not be a lively refreshed state that you're pulling. You'll just pull it in for once, but you want to have the live state. So you should know if the Marine from Texas came on the store and tried to buy the last sofa, then you should know that he took that state the second he bought it, right? This is what you call live streaming 101. That's crazy, right? It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I will use Next.js for sure, huh? I love and need it. I was directing them towards Jace. Yeah, 100%, dude. All right, so here we have the new stock map. This one is for effectively setting, so the reason why we call it new stock map is that we're taking our cart stock and then we're checking against the Sanity database. And then that's what we're effectively saying. The current stock is our stock, exceeds stock or available quantity. And then from that, we can render out some UI accordingly. Okay. So with that in mind, now, stock info. There we go. And this one is all these imports are used only as types. These are more like biome nice to haves. Okay. So once that's done, we've got the cart item. Yep, cart item's good. Let's do same with this. We can actually get rid of that now. Cart summary. Cart summary is just going to be the base of the component. So cart summary.tsx has stock issues, false by default. Again, if it has stock issues, we can pass that in. Can you explain about the live interaction? Yeah, so the live interaction, what I meant is, before we go into cart summary, remind me about that, right? So if we go into Sanity, lib, client. So typically if you just pull from here, so if you went to do client.fetch, what will happen is you do a one-time fetch, which is good for one fetch statement, right? So you basically, it's great, but it's not real time. So Sanity have created this awesome thing called their Next Sanity Live library. Effectively, it makes Sanity Live by default. So effectively what we've done is Sanity Live, we stick that in layout.tsx, and then what this effectively does is it basically adds a listener to the app. So the second the app loads up, it now has a listener on it. And then whenever we make a fetch request from Sanity, we use Sanity Fetch instead. And then querying with Sanity Fetch will keep content automatically updated before using it. See, it's much nicer, because that way, when we go ahead and we pull that data, or if the data changes, it will immediately change in our UI, which is really important for stuff like stock. Okay. We don't want to have it so you go to buy and that item's out of stock now. You should see to avoid the disappointment as you're about to buy it, right? As you're about to buy it, sorry. So cart summary, let's add in, and then let me go to cart summary and explain what's going on. CPU Captain Lucian said, I'm running into issues with my Node.js from what version is stable. I currently have the version. I'll be honest, from this point on the live stream, I can't help. You'd have to jump in the community so you can jump on a call or something. But in this case, we've got the total price, total items, close cart. Again, abstracting all the complexity to the global store. And then it's just presentational. So yeah, really easy. Once you've done this kind of stuff, see how easy the code can be? Because I love sofas. Nice. I see. Thanks, bro, for the explanation. I appreciate you. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Right. Also, just destroy that lag button. Right. So define live can only be used in React server components. Oh, okay. So that's why I did it. Okay. So you could use query then in that case. I don't want to get so far into that. Damn it. Okay. So here, a bit of live coding right now. So this okay, I see. Okay, so let me revert to what we have here, use cart stock. So firstly, pulling it back to what we originally had, which was client.fetch. Okay. Now really what you should be doing here is use query from Sanity. Okay, so you could be doing this instead. So use query from Sanity, which I don't think I've even installed. So there is a real-time one in Sanity. Do I really want to get involved into the far too deep into this? Sanity, use query, I believe they have one. Use query, Sanity reference library. So over here we have it. So let define query, and then you do the use query. So what we end up doing is we already have our query. So this one I just have to change to here. And then this is actually me changing it live, guys, just for you. So, okay. So hopefully it helps you out. So in this case, we need to do use query, and then we just pass in our query. So we don't need this one, just query. Okay, screw that. We just want to have query, and use query comes from Sanity SDK React. So I don't believe I installed it. So pmpmi import, no. We need that at the top, I'll show you. So import SDK from React. Again, all right, I'm gonna have to wrap it and do all of that stuff. Do I do it? No, I'll do it for you guys. All right, I'll do it for you guys. It's fine. Sanity SDK React. Know that this was not prepared, right? So I did not prepare that bit. So it's fine. So pmpmi, Sanity. Oh no, don't do what I just did. Cancel. pmpmi, Sanity SDK React. Cool. So now that means we're probably gonna have to have a wrapper at the top somewhere. So we pass in our products by ID, and then the ID is not mapped correctly. So we can pass in the items.map, and we can even reference that like so. Then we have the products down here, and that means we don't need the products over here. And then products.data is not what is inside of it. Does not exist on never. Why is this freaking out? Products. We can cast the type, but okay, so we have the IDs. It's fine. Then use callback is being weird because we don't have. the products over here. More dependencies than necessary. We don't need the product IDs anymore because we use products straight away. And then products dot, so products is directly the array now. So products dot find. Yeah. And now because of that, we don't need the product IDs. So this is now row time, right? So the only thing is that in order to use something like this, you typically have a higher order component wrapping. So we need to quickly check out the documentation. Use callback. Yeah, you don't actually need the use callback here, to be honest, because we actually we don't actually need that. We can just do an asynchronous arrow because we're using items product. Here's a fact. Why is this freaking out? Fetch stock. Specify the hook dependency list. Specify dependency in fetch stock. Oh, we don't need that. No, we do need that. Sorry. We just need it once. What's this freaking out about? Yeah, but if we do that, that's not really right, is it? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'll fix this in a moment. But the point is we have fetch stock, which renders over here. So it's true. So please shout out, my name is Des. No. Oh, yeah, okay. Nah, good try. Didn't get me. Okay. Do I really want to spend much time on this? Okay. There's so much to do. All right, I'm going to show you how I actually debug this real talk. So fix this. Let me just double check this while that's happening. I just want to get a quick insight on it. Main thing is here, we have the fetch stock. That's fine. This is all good. Main thing as well is I want to check. So again, I want to see is used for as empty depends variable calls fetch for online. So we'll state closure. Use callback. Okay. Yeah. So sometimes it does make sense to do that. So basically what's happening here, the use callback prevents this from re-rendering over and over and over again. Okay. And then, oops. Oh, okay. But now this is going to cause, so what this is doing is if you didn't have this in a use callback, this would constantly re-render. But because of items and products, it means only like render this, it's a dependency of it, but only use callback is only going to refire if your items or products changes. Okay. Good support, goodbye, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was funny. Cool. So function use query, SDK React. Now we need to go ahead and do Sanity React SDK. SDK React. Come on. That's jumping straight into SDK. All right. I want to see something. Sunny instant context not found. See, I knew it exactly. So layout app Sanity. We'll need some kind of Sanity provider here. Sanity app. Yeah. And this requires config in the fallback. And the config is actually well, we actually have that. So that's actually going to be the client. Config equals the client. But except we can just pull parts from it. Okay, so making life a bit simpler than going this rabbit hole way. Let's go say equals config, blah, 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 blah. And then This pops in config. The fallback, loading something. For now anyway, I just want to see something. So create context and works with use client. So this is because we need okay, so really, do you know what this is doing now? So because it's a React SDK, not a Next.js SDK, that is now needing a higher order component. It's getting quite nested now. So, okay, so what we do here is, none of this was prepared, by the way, this part. So we say Sanity provider.tsx, RFCE. Sanity provider has children component. It's a wrapper. It's going to be a use client component. This is going to have children, and this is going to render the children node. The Sanity app is going to render here. We're going to have our const config be over here instead, render around the children. This fallback can be whatever we want. And then this is a client component. Boom, we go back to our layout and we replace this with our Sanity provider like so. And now, just like that, we should have fixed the issue. Except that's now pulling the Sanity App SDK. Okay, in this case, I'm not going to do this because what is going to happen is right now, yeah, it's just trying to do that. So I guess they're falling towards the App SDK. I'm going on a tangent here. Okay. You know what? We can just do a fetch stock before you actually come to the useful point. So it's fine. What we're going to do instead is we're going to go ahead and revert to our previous example. So the previous example is the one that you guys have in the code, by the way. So all we're going to do here is revert to that example and do the following. But it's kind of cool. I mean, you know what? You guys get to see reality behind it sometimes. The point is that, to be fair, this is why I actually added in the fetch stock in the first place, because refetch can happen before the point where you can go ahead and do the purchase. So we could just refetch at that point instead of keeping it in real time. It's fine. Okay, so maybe for the repo, you could set up a starter template with a generic setup and use the video to build the full apps. I've done it before. Trust me, things get outdated too quick. So that's why I don't bother doing it anymore. It's just not worth it, in my opinion, anymore. Doing it that way. So we're back with this now. Let's go back into 3001. And let's continue on. That was a bit of a tangent, to be honest, a bit of a painful tangent. But now you can see we've got the app sheet. So if we go to the cart sheet, this sheet, just to explain to you, has the following logic. The sheet handles everything outside, right? Effectively, we just have a piece of state, which is on open or on open change, and that handles even the click outside element of it. We have all of our cart items being rendered out, the cart summary at the bottom, and that's it really. So in this case now you can see even on the mobile, sheet expands across, and then you got that overlay element. So if we click on checkout now, boom, we go to /checkout. So let's implement /checkout. So we go to app over here, app /checkout, and then /checkout is going to be, we've got two pages here. We've actually got a success page as well. So we've got the page.tsx here, which has the checkout client. This is the metadata behind each page. So you can basically, effectively what you do here is you server render the page, set metadata and so forth when you render a client component such as the checkout client. Okay, and then underneath that we have the checkout client. So I'm just going to keep it in here for simplicity. We have the component apps, we have the checkout button. So what's happening now is we don't actually have the checkout button yet. So checkout button is going to be a component inside here. We need an action, so a server action to create a checkout. So let's explain the flow quickly of what happens here, and I'll show you how this is all going to break down. So going back to the main app, so say I've got items in here, I click on checkout. Now what's going to happen is I reach the checkout page. It just did a refetch on using use cart stock, which is how it checks the stock if it's available still. Now the second I click on pay with Stripe, what's already happened here without even noticing is already, or when I click on it, it will handle the checkout. So when I click on this, you see this processing state, it's actually creating a Stripe session. So you see that I created a Stripe checkout session and it threw me there. Now, what we need to do here, guys, is two things, right? Well, one, we need to set up Stripe. We need to set up Stripe, and then we basically need to have a Stripe client. And then number 2, we need to create a server action. So when you click on pay with Stripe, what's going to happen is it creates a checkout session. We're going to be doing it in a sandbox. That basically, we pass all of the line items to Stripe. It prepares the checkout page where it has Apple Pay and all that good stuff, right? Then it sends the user to that checkout page with something called a redirect URL. Once the payment is made, it sends them back to the place where you told them to go off to, which is our success page. When the payment completes, what we do is Stripe sends off an event called a webhook, and then basically we listen to that webhook, and we have to make an API endpoint which says, okay, this webhook just got hit, and we basically give our API endpoint to Stripe when we deploy. And then when a payment proceeds on Stripe's end, because remember, anything can happen at that point, when it proceeds on Stripe's end, then we update the database, store the order contents, and all of that good stuff. So this is the flow. Okay, so we need to do all of that in one go, and it's actually not as hard as you think, right? So we have a checkout button. Firstly, let's just import that. Okay, so firstly, the checkout client, we have this page, right? So let's just break it down component by. This is the checkout client, this page. We have order summary and the payment summary, right? So already, just from what we have, we can basically see this. Like verifying stock is loading is going to be based on use cart stock, right? So basically, you'll go ahead and get the stock map by using cart stock. So fetch basically is everything available. And then we have our order summary with all of the items. So this is very much quite easy to go ahead and do, right? The main thing is the checkout button. That's where the real magic is happening. So create checkout session is when you click it. So if you see, we've got this handle checkout function, which triggers when we click the button. When we click that, you see how it goes to is pending, because we wrap the handle checkout in this transition hook. Transition hook is one of my favorite things. If you don't know what transition is, go on YouTube right now and type in Sunny Sanga use transition. It's a great hook. Okay, so quick little water break. So we're gonna go ahead and create the checkout session. This one here. So we need to have a action, a server action. So this one is in lib actions. Lib actions lib. And we're going to have, well, yeah, we have 2 things actually in here. I'm going to pop them both in because in the essence of time we got checkout.ts. And what this is doing is it goes to effectively Stripe. So I need to do 2 things. I need to fix my imports because I've done it slightly different on this live stream. And I need to import, set up Stripe. So pm I Stripe. Okay. So this is, first thing is a server action. So we have to put use server at the top of the file. Second thing, we use Clerk to get the user's authentication state. Second thing, final thing, we get Stripe. Okay. So now what we're doing is firstly, we have a Stripe secret key. I'll show you how to get that. Next thing, we go ahead and initialize Stripe with our secret key. This connects Stripe to our account, right? And it's secret because it allows us to basically process things through that Stripe key. Then we have our cart item checkout result. Okay, cart item, we probably should be importing this from actually elsewhere. So we've actually used that there. We should be pulling it in from there. Okay, now step 1, we verify the user's authenticated, and if they're not, we throw an error. Second, we validate the cart ain't empty. Number 3, we fetch the product data and we validate the prices and the stock, because people on the front end can be cheeky as hell and can change the price to 0. Right, you don't want that. Okay, so you always need to verify the price on the server. Otherwise, someone could say price is 0 and they basically just get the thing for free. Right, then we also broke over 200 likes. Awesome stuff, guys. Right, number 4, we validate each item. So here we basically go through and we basically check through product is no longer available, product is out of stock, or only the 3 of the product is available, and so forth. And we pass in the validated items. Okay, number 5, we create a Stripe line items object. So in this case, it's an array, and this is what we expect in Stripe. So price, data, and quantity is basically from Stripe side. This is their API. So we're passing in, we're using GBP. If you want to do USD, we just change this to USD. We're passing the product data, which is the name, the images themselves. We just pass in the URLs, and we pass in metadata, which is product IDs. Passing the unit amount, and remember, sub-currency. Stripe uses sub-currency. So in this case, I've been lazy. I've just times by 100. But if I was you here, I would use a library and I would convert to the sub-currency, and I'd be doing it a bit more robust. Okay. So just know that that's an awareness thing. I'm telling you to do that. Okay. Next up, we go ahead and firstly, we get or create Stripe customer ID. So this is the second server action that we're going to create. This one is effectively going to basically, firstly, if they don't exist, in the database, right? In our Sanity backend, we create them. If they do exist, we go ahead and we'll know if they exist because they'll be in the Sanity backend, and then we can basically just get their Stripe ID and attribute the order to that Stripe user. And this creates a way nicer flow in Stripe as well, okay? So we've got the metadata. We'll do that Stripe customer ID afterwards. So we can get everything back. We get everything prepared, and then we go ahead and get the base URL. So where should we set that? What's the base? Like, meaning if we're on deployment, it'll be Vercel's URL. Otherwise, it'll be a preview URL. Oh, so this is the Vercel URL. Otherwise, it's local, sorry. And in this case, I've done 3,000. So I'm going to have to cut the server off and change it afterwards, right? Then we got the const session, Stripe, checkout sessions create. This is where we actually create the checkout session on Stripe. So we're doing mode is a payment method types card. You can change this, by the way, to be a bunch of stuff. See like Alipay, all this kind of stuff. You can actually support here, including things like Klarna, right? So if you want to support like, you know, pay later, pay now, pay later, pretty much a lot of furniture shops do that, support things like Klarna. Line items, customer, shipping address, collection. This one's very important. We need the shipping address. In a previous e-commerce clone, you guys called me out, very correctly so, because I didn't put the shipping address collection. So here you would put in the locations which you support, whatever that could be, right? And effectively, you can even store that in the CMS and actually pull from there. Metadata, success URL, and cancel URL. Okay, these as well. Now, then we have the get checkout session helper function. So it retrieves the checkout session by ID. This one's very simple. We just go ahead and we use Stripe checkout sessions retrieve. And this means that basically if it already existed, we'll grab that one. We use this on the success page, I believe. Okay. Verify session belongs to the user in case you don't want to give away details for someone else's order. And then we return the session details. So that's the actual Stripe checkout. And what this would have done is it would have returned the ID of the Stripe. So this would have returned the session URL, and then that would redirect the user to the checkout page. And then inside the customer part, when we create the customer, this is what we then need to add on to. So firstly, in the Sanity side of things, we need to go and add in a write client. Now, what is a write client? Well, effectively, it's just the same thing, a client, but, right? Firstly, also, we need to change one thing. We're not going to use a CDM because we're going to use something called perspective, publish later. This is going to be for App SDK later. I'm just preparing you now. The write client, this is only used for webhooks and server actions. It's basically, we're going to give it an API write token. Okay. So how do we first get that? So let's solve a couple of things at once. So first we need the write token. So if I was to go to my Sanity backend, so let's go to, well, we actually need to finish a few things first. So we need to do this. We need to get the Sanity API write token, and we need to correct some of these. So let's just get rid of these first and these errors because they're blocking me from a little trick that I was about to do. So here we are on your Sanity backend. If you go to manage project, we need to create an API key. Okay. So inside of our env, what we're going to eventually have is we need to actually add in two things. One is for now and one is for later, and we'll just add them in now. So I want you to go into your environment.local file. And first thing is, this is just an example of another one that I've got. Again, I'm invalidating all my keys afterwards, but we need the org ID. This is for later. And then I need the write token. So go to access, go to, oh, actually no access, is API. Go to tokens, add API token. Let's just say backend token. Editor, right? Save. And this is a secret key. You don't want to show this to anyone, obviously. Copy this. Okay. Go ahead and pop that in there. And that's our secret token. Cool. The next one is Stripe. So Stripe, we have two that we're going to add. We're going to have Stripe secret key and Stripe webhook secret. Okay. So the secret key on Stripe is going to be secret again. So we go to Stripe. And then what we want to do is we want to sign in. Now, I'm just going to double check something because I have a few Stripe accounts and I always forget which one is my actual Stripe account for work. I think I use this one. I'm just going to double check. So you want to create an account on Stripe. Stripe is completely free to do. I'm just logging into my account. And this is this one, I believe. So, yeah, here we are. We're in the correct account. I also want to say a big shout out to bits. He goes, thank you, Sunny, for this ton of information. I will accumulate some of the features in a multi-vendor e-commerce I am building for a client. Awesome stuff, dude. I like the AI agent part in the demo. You're an asset to the dev community, dude. Jay, screenshot that. What an absolutely lovely thing to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Means everything. Jay, just confirm when you screenshot that. Yeah? But thank you so much. That's such a nice thing to say. Here we're going to in Stripe. We're going to go ahead and create an account. And let's just do one quickly. So I'll do something like ecom, YouTube. Yeah, just for now. Create. And then let's go and welcome to Stripe, ecom, YouTube, We can skip for now. It's fine. How do you want to start? Recurring, build a platform, marketplace. No, skip for now. It's fine. And then get started in your sandbox. So I'll show you how to use their new sandbox environments, right? Go to sandbox. Hey, he's in the chat. There we go. So we're in the sandbox. I need my secret key now. So over here, we've got the secret key. Grab that. And the secret key, I want you to swap it here. Now, don't worry about the webhook secret. I'll show you how to get that later. That's fine. There's also going to be one more that we're going to need later for keys wise. And that is going to be for the Vercel, right? So that will come later. I'll show you that one afterwards. So yeah. So now we have our Stripe key connected to this. Now we should be able to do what we were doing before. So if we go to Stripe, yeah, there we are. So customers, this is our server actions, back at the server actions level. So now we initialize our Stripe instance, and then we basically do a little check. So we basically first we fetch to see is there an existing client. Does Sunny exist in the database? Okay. If Sunny exists in the database because he has a Stripe customer ID, then we basically just return that. So we save ourselves a Stripe API call, more efficient code. Okay. Otherwise, we check if the user exists in Stripe. Okay. Now, if the Stripe user doesn't exist, then what we're going to do, if it does exist, we basically will return that. Otherwise, we create a new Stripe user with the email, name, and the metadata. The metadata is the clerk user ID. So we create a two-way link here. We effectively connect our clerk IDs with the Stripe user ID, both on Stripe side. So we have a Stripe user in the connect, both on the Stripe side. So on the Stripe side, we have a customer, Sunny, who will pop up, and all of the product orders will be attributed to him. Most people actually don't do this right. They forget to do this. And then say, for example, you're checking in on a customer. I want to know how much has Sunny bought in his lifetime. You should be able to attribute everything on the Stripe side. If you don't do that, you have to do that manually, which is stupid. You shouldn't have to do that. It means you didn't code it right? So in this case, if existing customer, then we will go ahead and basically patch the Stripe ID. Otherwise, and then we'll return the IDs. Otherwise, we have to create a new customer inside of our Sanity backend, and then we return those IDs. So that's effectively what we do, right? So these two are very important. So that all happens in the checkout when we create a checkout session. And then the result, if it's a success and we have a URL, we push the user to it. So let's give it a try, right? Hopefully we did everything right in one go. The only thing I need to do now actually is I'm going to cut my server on the production one, and I'm going to run it locally on 3000 here because that's going to screw things up. Okay. So pm dev, now this will run on 3000. There we go. Because I cut the other one. I can actually run the other one on, and I can kill that. Don't open. Okay. Sorry guys. I'm just changing a few things up. So let's sign in. And let's do Gmail. Oh, actually, no. Localhost 3000. Yeah. So I'm on the furniture shop. 3000. This is my local now. I add an item to my basket. Go to my checkout. And then I've got my checkout. Pay with Stripe. It's already checked the items are there. You see it's processing. Do we get redirected? We should see both items, the quantities, and all of that stuff. So, okay. There we go. And look, it loaded the images. That's perfect. So we got Cohere marble, coffee table, ceramic table lamp. Amazing. So let's do a stress test on this because I'm not happy with that yet. I want to check if I go into my cart and I add like, a couple more things, and look how it's verifying the stock again. Very nice. You can also add the quantity control buttons here, right? But you see how nice that is? That's what you call decoupled code, right? It should work like that. And now look, we even get the quantities. Perfect. Okay. So if I was to pop in Sunny, and then to ABC, Emirates, Dubai. I don't know why I'm putting that properly in, but there you go, 4242. The reason why I do 4242 is this is actually the test number for Stripe success cards. Okay. So at this point, if I do this, it will do it, and I'll show you something. So this will do the payment, but we'll get redirected to a checkout success page, which doesn't exist, right? We got to create that. That's fine. And it would have also have created a Stripe user for us. So if we go into our transactions in Stripe now, boom, we have a payment, it worked. That's awesome. We see the whole payment flow. And if we go into a customer now, Sunny is now a customer. So you can see Sunny and all of his orders below him. That's how you should do it. That's the correct way of doing it. Everything is neat and tidy and perfect. Okay. Because you need to know your customer's LTV, their lifetime value. How much is that e-com customer worth? And then you can retarget and blah, 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 blah. Right. Without that, you don't build a correct site for your clients. Period. It's not correct if you don't do that. Okay. So at this point, what didn't happen though, right, is what we probably didn't see there is if we go into localhost 3000/studio. Now, if I read, oh, come on, 3000/studio. Let's load it up. You should see our Sanity Studio. If we go into orders now, do we have an order? Let's see. Oh, these are dummy orders, but I don't see one. I don't see an order by Sunny. I don't see a customer called Sunny. Right? So, we do see, okay, we created a customer Sunny, but we didn't put an order to Sunny. Right? So this is not recorded now. Right? So in this case, Sunny was created, his Stripe, a customer ID, but the order was never recorded. Right? It is recorded. Sorry. Yeah, I'm live though. Right? But the order was never recorded. What's wrong with that? Why did that happen? Right? So this is because we don't have a webhook running. So typically, when we actually go to deploy, we have a way of doing a webhook, but in the meantime, you can do it locally. So I'll show you how we can do webhook testing locally. Basically, we have our webhook secret. So this little command here, Stripe listen forward to API webhooks API Stripe. This is basically our local API endpoint that we have to define. Okay, so that's the first thing. So now you have to install the Stripe CLI, which I've already done, so I'm not going to do it again. And then you basically would do Stripe listen. So here you see Stripe listen --forward to localhost 3000, and we need to create that endpoint. Right? But if I do it right now, you see what's happening. So it's getting ready. You're using Stripe API version. Your webhook signing token is this. And then I replace my local one with this. This is specific to you. So this is only on your local, right? We're storing customers in Sanity as well because we need to reference them on the front end when we do order lookup. Okay. Both is what we're doing, right? So at this point now, if I was to do it again, now you see you have this running on the left and then have a webhook listener running on the right. Okay. So now what happens is if we go back to the app, so 3000, and we do the whole flow, I want you to pay attention to this side. Okay. So I've got 5 items in my basket. I've got checkout, and you see how it didn't clear anything as well. So you see, right? And then pay with Stripe. So now let's go ahead and pay. And what we can see here is monitor this carefully, right? So if I just do, he already had me ABC. Let's just say Sunny ABC. Let's just do whatever. Abu Dhabi 4242424242 12 blah blah blah. And then I go ahead and pay. Now pay attention to this, right? In a moment, webhook would have got fired off. No? Oh, okay. What the fuck? What did I do? Did I change it? Okay. So, obviously I don't have the endpoint, right? I don't have this. So nothing's going to happen, right? Because nothing actually went, but even then it should have actually thrown to my secret key. So 2 things I need to check. One is, no, it definitely reaches it there. It's just not actually doing anything with it. So what we need to do is API app. We need to create an API endpoint. So it's no different from creating a route. Okay. So all we're doing is here is we have, oh my God, we've got a lot to do. Wow. Okay. I need to run at this point. We got a lot of stuff to do. Damn. API, jeez, webhooks, Stripe. Okay. And then I've got the route.ts. Now route.ts here we go. So firstly, let me import my stuff again. There we go. Okay, so we do a couple of validation checks. We get our webhook secret, and then we handle the webhooks accordingly. So firstly, all of this is on documentation. Okay, now here what we do is we basically check the signature of the request, because anyone could send that message to our API endpoint. We need to know they actually came from Stripe. How do we do that? Well, we actually use Stripe secret key plus the webhook secret key to verify a signature. So that's effectively what we do here. This is the whole verification part. Next, we handle the events. These are the events that Stripe sends when a payment or whatever the case is completed. We're going to listen to checkout session completed. Everything else, we're going to console log it as we don't handle it. Now, handle checkout completed is a lower function here. So this is actually where everything ends. Where basically we're just going to handle it, and then we're going to break and then respond saying received is true. So, and then handle checkout completed, we have the Stripe payment ID for the user based on the session that we pass in. This is an idempotency check. This is very important. This means that if two orders get placed, we need a way to check to make sure we don't bill the user twice for whatever reason. You need to have some kind of check. All right. So what we do here is we check, was there an existing like processed order already on Sanity side? If there was, don't charge this customer. Okay. So in this case, we do that. We get the line items, we go ahead and we build out the product IDs from that order, and then we generate an order ID. In this case, we just do an order ID with a random string. So it just says ORD with some random stuff going on. Here you could use UUID library. And then we get the shipping details, we store it all, and then we store that order into the database. Right, so this is Sanity side. Then we decrease the stock for all of the products, right? So one thing you could do here as well is you could, firstly, this is a transaction. So this is saying that you have to reduce each of the products and then commit. Otherwise, so everything has to decrease or nothing has to decrease atomically, right? Otherwise it could, like, say decrease 4 and then for whatever reason crash. You don't want that to happen. You kind of want all or nothing. And the same, to be honest, with the order, but you never want to block the order unnecessarily. It's worse to have a stock issue than for a client to not have placed an order. Believe it or not, you kind of want the client to have captured the order, and then you resolve the stock issue because you captured the business. Okay. So at this point, we've got our API request nailed down. So let's go ahead and try this out one more time. And afterwards, what I am going to do just to prepare ourselves is we're going to actually just add on that checkout success route. So app, checkout success. And this is just a loading page, which is a success page skeleton loader, which is this one here, success page skeleton, like so. And then we actually have the loading is good. That's actually fine now. It's just because it hasn't. Oh, that's this one. Get rid of that. And then in page here. So this one is basically when we get redirected to that success page, it goes ahead, gets the checkout session, and it redirects us. If there is no checkout session, it will redirect us there. Otherwise, it will show us the success client, which is what we saw over here. And this one is basically, I haven't showed you this one. So once you get redirected to the success page, only then should you clear the cart, because that way it went through correctly, right? Otherwise, think about it. It could have not gone through. You could have canceled it or whatnot, and you don't want to clear the cart before that, okay? So how do we do this? So go to localhost 3000 and then go to command J. Now you can see we have this. Let's go ahead and bill the users to checkout, pay with Stripe, do the same checkout flow now. And we have here, so ABC, it's just in Dubai or whatever, Sharjah. So 424242, like so, 1, 2, 3, and then pay. And now look at this. So hopefully I've done it right. So in this case, it comes through. Okay. This ain't coming through. Okay, so I think I'm either in the wrong account. This is frustrating. What the hell? Stripe login. Let me just double check. need to double check. Am I even in the right account? I don't know if I'm even in the right account. So yeah, there we go. I didn't log in. Okay, ecom YouTube. So do Stripe login first, right? This is what happens when I rush. Stripe login first, and then you go, bam, we're in the right account. And now we do Stripe listen to webhooks versions. We do environment.local, and now this key is the one that I need. Yeah, so we should be seeing some. I was wondering, something should come through that route. The reason why order confirmed came through is because even on the Sanity side, we should still have caught that order. So the payment went through, we still captured the order, but well, we still redirected them. So this is the thing. We still redirected them, but now it's not actually in the Sanity database. So you can still, yeah, we don't want that to happen, right? So effectively, we're trying to avoid that. So go here, let's do it now again. But the good thing about this is once you get this set up, it wouldn't happen like that, okay? So pay with Stripe. DOS goes, let's go, amazing stuff. ABC, let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then pay. Yep. And now over here, there we go. There we go. Look at that. So can you see how everything started flying through? And you can see some activity was happening on our server. So this is happening, basically loads of events got happen here, by the way. So you can see already on the left, yo, Delvin, what's up? Because the GOAT is back with another banger. Sup, Sunny, Jay, and the Papa fam. Yo, what's good, Delvin? I love seeing OGs here. Good to see you here, man. We got payment intent succeeded, charge succeeded, payment intent created, checkout session completed. Remember, we're tapping into that. So at this point, firstly, we got some revalidated tags because Sanity Live is awesome. If we go over here now, you can see the unhandled webhook events. We weren't listening to all of them. All we cared about was, so use cart store was, that I can address afterwards. So we got stock updated for 2 products, yes. And let's just see, I mean, the clearest win here is just to see if it updated in the backend. So here, do we have an order? Do we have an order for Sunny? Hey, there we do. We do have an order. So it did go through. Okay. So now on the actual front, you can see order confirmed. And this is 1348. 1348. Yeah, there we go. 134998. 134998. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Cool. Okay, so that actually worked, right? This was probably from my old code. Okay, so at this point, you can debug whatever you want to do, but that's the connection, right? Now, when you deploy to Vercel, you need to basically do 2 things. You need to deploy to Vercel, you need to go to Stripe, you need to set up a webhook. Then you'll get a new set of webhook secret. You need to put that webhook secret there. And then you also need to give the deployment URL to what we gave here. So you see how we did it here? You would just give the deployment URL to Stripe. So that way they know where to send the event. Right now we're doing it locally, hence why we have 2 servers running. Oh, okay. Now we need to fly through some more stuff. Okay, so next up, if I want to go to my orders, I have no orders page. And then also if I want to go to an individual order, I have no orders to look at. So these ones, fortunately, very easy and very quick. All we do here is effectively, I'm actually going to pop the whole flow in here. So we have orders. Inside of orders, we have loading states, okay? Order card skeleton, which I need to go ahead and create for us. And then we have the page. Page is going to be, let me import this. These are just some queries. And then we need to have, stacked product images, little helper function. And then also for ID as well. You can see we've just got this, which is easy. This one is just basically a fix. We need 1 util library. We need 1 stacked product images, and we need a couple more utils. So I'll give you these first. And again, this code is available. This is all, by the way, this is all presentational. So there's nothing actually happening here functional wise. It's just about rendering out the view of something. Okay, so in order to get to the more important part that I want to get to, I'm going to show you. If we go to our libutils folder, right now we just had 1 thing in there, okay? We had the CN and the format price. We're going to add in a bunch more underneath, which is this. We're going to add in Date formatting, so date format options, short, long, date time. Again, you can use the library for this as well. Format date, I've just created a helper function to go ahead and format a date according to England, right? We're a GBP store at this point. Again, you can change that to be totally localized. I'm not going to go for internationalization here. And then format order number as well. Okay, so we have the helper functions in play. So the ID page is actually done. So that one's already all good to go. The next one is stacked product images. This one is basically just a helper here. So stacked product images is a nice little helper. I'll show you what it does once we actually pop it in, but you can review this yourself. Effectively, it just goes ahead and these comments drive me nuts, honestly. Okay, so stack product images. If you've got more than one image or more than every item that you have in your order, it stacks the images accordingly. Okay, so Zit Uberman says, no need to build this, man. Just put it in cursor. Dude, go and do that. Go and do that and see what jargon is going to come out from cursor, because it does not know architecture. It will give you something for sure. It would 100% give you something. It ain't going to be efficient. It ain't going to be doing the things that you want to do. It ain't going to know how to handle the best situations and blah, blah, blah. All my advice is you go do that. Good luck and see what the outcome is, because it drives me nuts, guys. Everyone thinks, oh, Cursor can just do this stuff. Yeah, Cursor is an assisted coding platform. I use Cursor when I build my apps. Do I trust Cursor to go ahead and do that? No. It's like, if honestly, it screams that you're a junior developer. It absolutely screams that you're a junior dev when someone says that, because you don't understand architecture, you don't understand high level design. Like, that's on you. I'll call it out every time. This checkout client we've already done as well. Cool. So I'll show you these pages. The only ones I haven't done is the loaders. So Cryptic Flow, what's up? Oh, I swear that's our guy. Let me know. Yeah, that's what's his name? The mentorship with him, right? God, sorry, dude, I'm live. But yeah, it's one of our OGs in the house. Right, we have order detail. It's me. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I was thinking. I was like, I thought so. Dude, just remind me, Ian. Yeah. Oh my God, thank you. There you go. It was bugging me. It was on top of my head. Order details. This is just a plain skeleton, guys. The only thing it's freaking out about is the ID. Yes, he is right. You need to teach this model. Exactly. Thank you, guys. Honestly, please don't be naive like these people. It drives me nuts. Like it doesn't work that way. Like it just doesn't work that way. Order detail skeleton is the other one. So these skeletons are very simple, guys. These are literally just I've already done that. Oh yeah, so I just need to change one thing there, and it was this one, order card skeleton here. Okay, so we have the order card skeleton there. The only thing I need to do is get rid of this to make it clean again. Order card skeleton. Come on, cut me a break. Yeah, there you go. And here, there you go. Cool. Now you can see my orders pop through. So if I click on the order, firstly, that's the stacked. You see the 2 items in the order. So it's quite a nice UI component. And then bam, we have it. And because it's using Sanity Live, it's all smooth. It's all working. We have our shopping cart, which is empty. There we have it. Everything is sleek and nice. Now, the only thing that I didn't do is you see that little, do you see how it's showing that bar at the bottom? We can actually get rid of that. We can get rid of that very simply by doing the following. So go to globals.css, add in the following, Tailwind scroll bar hide, and we need to install this plugin. So Tailwind scroll bar hide. So you're gonna grab it, and then we need to do the following. So you're gonna grab this. And then you see we've already done that top bit, V4, and then you just need to add in the plugins. So what we do is save, close back. I don't even know if we need to do the plugins on this actually. I'm going to create a third one in the middle. So, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. PMPM install. Okay, I just ran that command with the PM in front of it. There you go. Simple, right? How to set up the delivery. All right. I mean, you have the orders, you have the orders, you have the addresses. Go to UPS at that point. You have to. That's called a business. Is one of those, right? One of the devs on our team has been relying too heavily on cursor, and I'm out here fixing all the bugs. Dude, 100%. This is what I'm telling you guys. It's riddling with bugs. If you don't know what you're doing, it's crazy, guys. Like, you can do some serious, man. That's what I'm saying. Just, it screams junior if people just go and run with it. So don't do that. Tailwind config. Okay, we don't need to do that plugin anymore. We can just use the scroll bar hide, but that's actually good. So that'll be working now. So closing that. And most likely, yeah, because we added in a new thing, we need to close our server, run it again, and then hit the refresh. And then we got the AI portion of this, right? My favorite part, to be honest. Yep, now you can see the scroll bar is gone. So if that loads in, we can see the scroll bar is now gone. You got this nice kind of smooth vibe going on. We got the My Order screen. Everything looks clean. Okay, go over to here. In this case, boom, that's really nice. We got this. We got our add to basket functionality. Everything goes well. Checkout, and our checkout flow works. Okay, in that case, boom. Order summary, 2 items. There you go. Quantity 2. Perfect. Okay, so at this point, what we're gonna do is My Orders works. We can click on My Orders from here as well, and it takes us to this page. Ask AI. Okay, so Ask AI right now. When I clicked it, you see how it disappeared, because what I was actually doing is I'm setting a state for a slide out panel, right? So in the header, we start the journey here with the AI stuff with Ask AI. So Ask AI. What this is doing is here it says open chat. What we're doing is we're basically setting a piece of state in our global Zustand state to open chat is true. Right, so we already set up the state previously for this. Now we're going to go ahead and implement the AI portion of it. So what I want you to do is go over to Vercel, log into your account. So I've already got tons of accounts here. Which account am I in? Is this my? This is my personal. Yeah. So go into your Vercel account. Then what we want to do is, okay, yeah, I need to actually update. These are all old ones, that's why I haven't done it. I print them, it goes, big fan of your stream since Clever Programmer Days. Good, keep it good work. Oh, what's up, dude? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for being there. That's a long time. Wow, thank you. All right, so what we need to do is we need to actually create the project on Vercel, number one. So a quick way of doing that, install the Vercel CLI. I've already logged into my Vercel account, so you can do Vercel login. I've already done that. Just type in Vercel and it will trigger a deployment. Set up and deploy, yes. Yes. You know, project name is fine as it is, yes. Modify, no. Change additional project setting, no. Everything is okay. That's gonna fail, by the way, just telling you right now. It automatically detects, but that will fail because it hasn't got the right environment variables. So now we go to inside of there and you see AI gateway. This is what I want you to focus on. Now we're going to use Vercel AI here, but this is awesome because if I go into API keys, now I've already got money connected to my Vercel account. What's nice about this, right, is you can go ahead and create a key. So I'm going to go ahead and click on create key now. And I can actually show you this bit. I can go ahead and say test YouTube key. And then I can click on create key. Click on create key. So now I've copied my key. I've saved this key. And now I've got a key over here. Okay. So this is the key and you see model list, right? If you go into model list, we can go ahead and see, look at all the different models we have access to. It gives us all the cost of everything. And you got cheaper models, you got more expensive models. So you can choose which model you want to use accordingly. Okay. But what I want you to focus on here is go into your environment variables and AI gateway API key. This exact key has to be used, right? So the name, I mean this, right? Then I'm going to paste in the key here. So I'm pasting in the key and I'm not going to show my environment variables from now on because that's actually a protected key because otherwise you can use my credits, which we don't want. Okay. Oh, nice. API excellent. That's cool. Yeah, send over the projects with the outcome to our team. That'll be interesting to see what that's about. Yeah. So how do we get started with this? Well, firstly, we need to install Vercel AI SDK. Okay. Now, you know me, I'm pretty daring. I like to use the latest stuff. So I'm going to use AI SDK 6. So in this case, it's in beta. Yes, but who cares? We're going to jump into it. Obviously, just be aware that you probably want to use a stable if you're going production with this. And then, and by the way, the reason why I want to use the Vercel AI gateway is because you can easily swap out models. So if you want to use Gemini, you can use Gemini. If you want to use Google, OpenAI or Claude, you can just use whatever you want to do, or Groq. Super easy. You just have one key that pays for it all. So it's really nice from their side. So we're going to go ahead and copy this command. And then just be aware that when you use beta stuff, it can cause issues down the line. What's this? Oh yeah, that's it. It failed. Yeah, that's fine. P npm install, and then we install the dependencies into our project. Okay, so that's step one. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Next step, go down, and you can see we have, this is how you effectively can define an AI agent. So this gives different examples. You see like model creators. You see now you just go ahead and just define what agent you want to use, and it's gonna go ahead and use the AI gateway key. So if you're gonna use Gemini, there you go. You can use Gemini, whatever you want. Right, Nano Banana, all of the models are supported out of the box, so you can use that. Now, if we use the AI SDK, if you're going to use the actual provider, but we're using Gateway. Gateway is awesome. Honestly, it just makes it very clean. You have one place, manage all your keys, super slick, very nice. And then here, you can look at the documentation yourself over here, but at this point, I just want to kind of show you how we can get to the end result now. So what I want to do now is when we click on Ask AI, we have a slide out banner. So when I click it, there should be a banner that slides out. Okay. At this point, we don't have any banner. So I need to go into my layout app. And what I want to do here is I'm going to go, I told Jay this would not be a long build. Can you believe that? I actually said to him, this ain't going to be a long build, Jay. Every time I say that, I shoot myself in the foot. Like, it's mad. This is going to be a 5-hour build, 100%. Layout, let's do it. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm here to do it, guys. What we need firstly is the chat sheet. Okay, so we need the chat sheet, cart sheet, chat sheet. There we go. All right, so this one right here. So the chat sheet is effectively similar to the cart sheet, okay? Except for what we're going to be doing here. And again, my components looking a bit messy right now. You can folder these up as you wish, right? Please do as you want with that. And now I'm going to add in the chat folder. Now, this is, we're going to take 2 big jumps here, and I'm going to try my best to explain what is going on so we can be best efficient with time-wise, okay? Step 1, we have the chat sheet. This reflects the entire sheet that goes across the page. Step 2, we go into chat sheet. We see it's a client component. Jumping in, you can see we've got a bunch of things like from use auth, which is the users logged in state. We've got user chat open. And then the main thing here really is the use chat. This use chat is so important. This comes from Vercel AI SDK. Now, this makes it so easy to have a chat interface with the backend, but it requires us to have an API endpoint that we can chat to. So we need to create that chat endpoint. That's number 1. We get all the messages. We can get send message and status. And remember, just a quick demo of that. Actually, I don't think it'll work now because we killed it. But we basically have a use effect. Basically, every time the user types in, it's going to go ahead and scroll the user into view and so forth. These are a couple of things like sending the messages and so forth, right? And then we have the actual UI element of it, the welcome screen. The welcome screen just shows a couple of things. If you're logged in, it will show order suggestions. If you're not logged in, it just shows product suggestions. Okay, so here you can see as well, if you're signed in, you only show the order suggestions. So that's the welcome screen. And all that's doing is when you go ahead and do an on suggestion click, the send message is from Vercel AI SDK. So they give you everything. You just trigger that to the backend. It does all the hard work, and then it returns the message and it streams the messages out, right? And then we have the messages.map, and here you got get message text, which basically is just a helper function, which goes ahead and just tells us, okay, like extract text content from the message parts, same with the tool parts, and also human readable names. So where it says search products is a tool being used, I've just changed it to searching products. Whereas get my orders tool being used from an AI agent, it's getting your orders. I'll show you the tool calls afterwards. After here, we render out. Now this is the interesting part. When it loops through messages, we need to check. If it's got tools, then what we have is this thing called tools parts, okay? Now, tools parts is basically where the tools were used, right? So in this case, we have this component that I've created called tool call UI. Takes the tool part and it has a close chat button. And in this case, you can look at this, but I'll show you more so what it does on the UI front, because this is not really going to help out much. We've got product card widget, yes, and a couple of things. The main thing I want to focus on is these AI things to make the actual call happen. And then we have the message bubble, which makes the message bubble, which you see, right? Then we have an input form, which basically you just type in and you can basically ask about the furniture. Handle submit is what sends the message across, right? So in this case, what we want to do is jump into the API side of things, because when we send a message, it's going to hit an API that doesn't exist, okay? And it's very simple. What we do is go into our app API, and we're going to pop it in here. So we have API webhooks and we have API chat, route.ts, and this is where the magic happens. We have a post request, okay? This is the API endpoint, so it's full stack, obviously. Like if anyone still thinks it's not full stack, it is absolutely full stack, right? So in this case, we got a post request that comes across. We extract the messages out, we cast it to the UI message based on from Vercel AI. We check that the user's logged in, and then what we're doing is we're going to use AgentKit. Right, so AgentKit is actually going to be from, we'll do that. I should explain that a bit afterwards. But what happens here is this create agent UI stream response. This is the new, I think it's called tool agent inside of Vercel AI version 6. And it's really cool because it abstracts all the complexity of an AI agent effectively, right? So what I want you to do now is, we've got the agent and the messages, but we have to create this agent. What is this agent, right? What the heck is that, right? So we're going to go into click onto this, and we need to create this lib. So we're going to pass the user ID into it, and we're going to create this shopping agent. And this shopping agent will be able to access our orders, recommend products. How the heck are we going to get there, right? So I'll show you how we do all of that. So we go into lib. AI, I need to create some things here. So lib. Now inside the lib, we're going to have an AI folder. And then we're going to have a few files. Number one, shopping agent. Okay, we start here. So what this is doing here is we have two tools that we're going to create. And I've created this tools folder for those tools. But before we get there, we give our AI LLM agent instructions, base instructions. Okay, so in this case, we go ahead and say, you are a friendly shopping assistant for a premium furniture store. And then we go ahead and say, you accept these parameters, right? Or the tools accept these parameters. How to search. We're basically giving it as much information about how to operate as possible. Okay, so we got dining tables, black chairs, category slugs, and so forth. Important rules that it needs to consider, and basically training it as much as we can. The more we can give it, and also examples here are very good. Okay, then we have order instructions, and this one only if they're signed in. So if the user is signed in, then we append order instructions, because that's only when we give the get my orders tool to the agent. Right, so in this case, we go ahead and tell it how to use that get my orders tool. Right, if it's not authenticated, it says, orders is not available. The user is not signed in. If they ask about orders, politely I'll let them know that they can sign in to view their order history. You can say, to check your orders, you need to sign in first. Click the user icon on the top right to sign in or create an account. Now, this is where the real powerful part happens. We get the create shopping agent, we take the user ID. We firstly check, are they authenticated? If we didn't get a user ID, they're not authenticated, very simply. Then we have the instructions, and basically based on if they're logged in or not, we pair up the different base prompts. Now, here's the tool calls, right? So get my orders tool happens every time. And then this is a create get my orders tool. So here, we're going to click into this and I'll show you. So this one is basically going to go ahead and say we're returning a tool, and this is from Vercel AI SDK. So firstly, I need to fix my import. And this allows us to give this gives our AI agent the ability to do things on our behalf. So this tool is very important. Firstly, the description. What does the tool do? Gets the current user's orders, can optionally filter by order status, only works for authenticated users. Cool. Then we give it an input schema. Get my order schema. What is that? Right? Well, in this case, Zod is what we use to define what the schema is of what we expect the input to be for that tool. Again, all you need to do is define the shape and what it does. And then the LLM is responsible based on the question that is asked to pre-populate these values. So in this case, we say the status, we give it an enum. Order status values are the ones that we had previously, which are effectively, paid, shipped, delivered, cancelled, and so forth. They're optional. The default is blank. And the described filter orders by status, leave empty for orders. So basically that's what we're training it to do. Then the execution, what does the tool do? Right? Well, in this case, console logs are for debugging. Then we have a try catch block, which just goes down till here. If it errors out, we throw an error. right? And then the LLM will receive that when it tries to do the tool call. So that way the LLM will say, I ran into an error, right? But in this case, here what we're going to do is we're going to do a sanity fetch, okay? And the sanity fetch is going to go ahead and get the user's orders. Then it tries to get the filtered orders. So in this case, it'll get the filtered orders here, right? So filtered orders, filter it by the status that you're looking for example, paid orders or whatnot. Probably make that more efficient by passing in an actual filtering call. But it's not the worst thing in the world. Then you have formatted orders, where basically we pass in all of the information in the way that we want it to basically give it to the user. And then we return to the LLM saying found that order detail message saying found 6 orders, right? And then it'll say is authenticated, total orders, and the formatted orders themselves. All right. So in that case, this is the get my orders tool call. And then we have the second, which is the search products tool. So in this case, this one right here, this is in the search products over here. And this one is basically, the description is very simple. What you can do, the search basically, what does it expect to run? Well, in this case, this one does a bit more. So let me just import this again. You won't have to do that if you've got the code. What does it expect? So it can take the search term. It can take the category slug. It can select the query, the category, the material, color, min price, max price, all of which are optional. And the description that we give it is what it effectively does. Okay, so here in this case, we have the tool, the description, input schema, and then the execution. Again, just for debugging purposes. And then we have the await sanity fetch. This is the AI search products query. And now after that's done, if the product's length is 0, we just say, nah, I didn't find any products, try different search terms or filters. And again, that is not what goes to the user, by the way. That is what goes to, remember, the way an agent works is it's like in a loop. So the agent takes our question, then it goes ahead and executes tool calls. And each of those tool calls had a response that it feeds back into itself. And then basically it will say to itself like, okay, I didn't receive this. And then based on all of that context, it will reply to the user's original message. That's how the loop works with AI agents. Okay. So then after that, if there were orders, we're going to basically shape it into what we wanted, which is, name, plug, description, price format, category, and so forth. Basically putting it into the exact way that we want. And then we basically return it as such. Okay. So we found the products. Yes. Found it was true. Total results, products, and then the filters that were applied. Okay. So at this point, now, if we go back, we've got the if get my orders tool, then we basically append it. So this is only if you're logged in, of course. All right, so in this case, if you're logged in, tools will be a record of 2 different tools. Right? If you're not logged in, it'll be 1. It'll just be search products. And then we return this new tool loop agent, which is new to Vercel AI SDK 6. We pass in the gateway. In this case, I'm just using Anthropic Claude 4.5. Okay. You can use whatever you want. I'm going to stick with Claude 4.5. If you go too dumb on the model, it struggles with a lot of tool calls. We pass in the instructions, we pass in the tools. That is our agent. Okay. So just going back to the chat API. And as you can see, look, that entire thing is the agent, the tool loop agent. And then we return this. And this is basically a stream where we pass the agent and the messages back. Okay. Now, with that done, what we should be able to do is have a chat. So the one thing I did not show you is the chat component element. So this here, you can see we've got lots of things like loading indicators, order card widgets, and so forth. Now, if we were to dive into this, you can see first we've got a bubble. I forgot what this is called. It's got a name for it. Basically, if you export like this, I can't remember. We've got loading indicator, very simple. Message bubble, very simple as well. What did the user say, or was it the bot? Message content. This one we need React Markdown actually, so I need to install that. So we can do pm I React Markdown. And this is going to be effectively how, whenever we receive an A tag, how to show it in the chat, a P tag, H1 tag, unordered list, and so forth. It prevents it from looking ugly in the chat effectively. All right, so this is what we're going to effectively render our chat in. And then we have the order card widget, which is very cool. So this one right here uses the stack product images. Now this is actually awesome because what this is doing is the order card widget is going to get shown when the tool call is done. So I'll show you where this is done. So the way we can always inspect this, if we grab the order card widget, we do Command Shift F and we do in bracket, you can see where it's called from. So notice how when we're inside of the tool call UI, which is basically when you render a tool call, okay, what we're doing is we have all of the different statuses of the tool call, but scrolling down, more importantly, this is when a tool is executing. So it'll say like if a tool is running, so if this is like searching all products and it's complete, searching all products is complete, then it will show the product results. This bit is awesome. This is how you do a custom widget effectively, right? So it'll say like 6 products were found, and then based on those product results, it will go ahead and render out into our project card widget. Now, why is this possible? And same with order card widget, I've done it here as well. Why is this possible? Because what we're doing is we're defining what the AI should return, right? We've basically told it in advance, you need to return data in this shape. So inside of the chat, API chat here, create shopping agent, when we have the actual instructions, it was get my orders tool was here, for example. It returned data in this way, right? So message orders, total orders, and you see how like we have the orders in a format to say order summary. So based on all of this, because we're using TypeScript, we can safely access all of that data. And now it's type safe, so it will know if that tool call succeeded, that these items are going to be in the tool call. So you can now access those items, right? So it's actually super intricate, right? So now if you went to the tool call UI, you can see order results.orders. Remember that came back and then you render it out. Same with the products. Simple as, okay? If it found a result, it will be in the response. And that's where Zod is great like that, right? So next up, we have the tool call part. Again, just some helper stuff. Same for the helpers over here in the welcome screen. So let's give it a try, guys. Remember, the code here is available to you, so I'd recommend you use it. Ask AI is not working. Okay, why is it not working? So firstly, am I logged in? So why am I not seeing my login? So I have a weird situation right now. Let's cut this and let's run it again. What's that saying? It's saying package.js on Convert external. What is that? I've screwed something up really nasty. What is that? Node module isomorphic. Okay. Interesting. Okay, anyway, I think I've got something running in... It's a weird edge case. But anyway, the point is that if I go to Ask AI now, yeah, okay, we have our slide over, but this is not how you showed it, Sunny, in the beginning. It should shift the entire page, that nice UI. So the final part before I test it, go into layout app, layout app, and I want to show you here. So app shell. So if we go into layout here, so what I have done is surrounding the header and the main, we create something called the app shell. Okay. And basically what I'm doing here is I'm determining did I basically go ahead and is the chat open? If the chat is open, I should shift the entire UI to the left effectively, right? So I'll show you how this works. Very, very simple component, but the app shell. Is the chat open? If the chat is open, I apply some slightly different screen stuff, and then I basically go ahead and shift it across. So now let's have a look. So that works, but if I ask it, look at that, boom. And now I can click close, boom. Nice. And you guys can feel free to debug that out yourself to have a look. But as I'm logged in, I can see everything. So let's see, show me what chairs do you have? Okay, let's see. Does it work? Searching products, okay. So it's got the tool, there you go. And I should be able to click on these as well. And it replies to us. There you go, amazing stuff. I can click into it, it takes me to the exact page. Amazing. And this was all part of the instructions, by the way, that I gave it. All right, let's do it again for, let's say my orders. What orders do I have? Question mark. And you see, I can talk in natural language to it now. It's fully aware of what tools it has. And in this case, it found an order. Here's your order. View order. Your order has been confirmed. The order is being prepared for shipment. You'll receive a notification once it's on its way to you. That is awesome. right? I can even say things like, when was my order placed? And it has full context of the previous message chain. So in this case, the order was placed on at 10:11 a.m. Okay, so probably the server time. Okay, so that is sick. That works perfectly, looks great. We've done the front end. The app is actually done at this point. So really, the app is actually finished. So we've done the actual localhost /studio. This is the actual backend, and this is the front end. So at this point, you can stop. However, I showed you more, right? I showed you how you can even have a custom backend with the App SDK. Okay, so this is where we take it a step further. Bro, can I become a developer without a tech degree? Yes, you can. Okay, so in this case, you got the order here. Let's actually process one more order, and I'll show you in real time the whole thing working, right? So do a checkout. What's this saying? I think I've got some weird edge case with this right now. But let's go ahead and pay with Stripe. Mine is happening. Okay, yeah. And there you go. Let's go ahead and pay. So there's a Sunny, ABC, Charles Wilkes, 42. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Pay. Okay. So at this point now, the payments are going through. I've got my listener running on the second server, and then bam, order goes through. Amazing. We see the order. It should be referenced to the user. So here we can see there is a customer reference referencing to Sunny. There you go. Bam. The payment has a Stripe payment ID. Everything has been recorded, the address and everything. And now you can see that it's also on the front end. We can go to view your orders. It's all there. Really nice stuff. And if I say, for example, show me my recent orders, we should be able to see the Cohere marble table will pop up as well as, it showed both, I guess. And then there you go. Perfect. I can click on either one of these links to go ahead and just go between them. This is such a handy application, guys. Like, really deeply think about what this is doing. It's incredible. It's so powerful in what we're doing here. Cool. So the final part to go ahead and finish up this build strong. We are at the 3-hour 45 mark. I feel like we can do this one really well and really smooth. So I'm going to try and get this bit done quite nicely. So stay with me. What we're going to do now is we're going to go over to the app. We're going to create a custom backend. Now, what is a custom backend? Just a reminder of everyone who might have missed this in the beginning. But if I was to run it on my machine, if I do 3001/admin, here should be the production one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign in to Sanity. So we're going to have a custom backend. This is what we're going to do now. And then you should see this. So we're going to create this. And effectively an AI dashboard. So we should be able to see total products, low stock items, the recent orders, the low stock items here, the inventory, right? With this ability to be able to change things here, add new products, see our orders, manage all the inventory. This is not working because of I'm running it on 3000. So that's why it's not working. So I haven't actually added 3001 to my cores. So that's why it's sort of glitching out, but it's fine. I'll show you how it all works, and then we'll literally get it running on ours. Okay. So to start things off, this bit's going to be a bit more of an intense thing, because if you've made it to this point, I guarantee you're pretty decent at coding. So at this point, we're going to jump into our admin, and we need to do a few preparatory steps, right? So page.tsx and layout. So what is the /admin route is the first step. So basically everything here is going to happen inside of the admin folder. Okay. So that's number one. Inside of here, we're going to have two files, a page.tsx, which is going to have the following. Now, we did actually add the Sanity SDK in, but what I want you to do firstly is go and type in Sanity App SDK. You'll come to this page, right? I highly recommend, by the way, you click on Get Started, or go through our link in the description, sign up, and then come to this page, log into your account. And what I want you to do, not this one, sorry guys. Click Read the Docs. And now here, this is that Sanity App SDK. It allows us to effectively build a custom Sanity Studio. All right, so we can have bespoke front end to it. So now what I want you to do is go to the quick start. And you can go ahead and follow a lot of this stuff, right? Now, this is how you can install it and stuff like that. But again, I'm going to show you how to do it on Next.js. This is showing you React. I'm going to show you how to do it on Next.js, which is obviously a framework for React. But then even what I recommend you do is in your own time, go ahead and check out Simeon's awesome course on Sanity Learn, which is how you can go ahead and build content apps with Sanity App SDK. It's got a bunch of really nice interactive elements to it, and it's just a real good course overall. Okay, so this is where I'm getting a lot of the knowledge from in case you get lost at any point, right? So first things first, when we go to /admin, we have a couple of components. Presentational components, I'm not going to bother going over much of the UI. Again, you have all of the code for this. So it's not going to benefit me really doing that, to be honest, that much. I will go into the stuff where it's a bit more granular, okay? So we need these stat card, actually, no, I'm going to pop it in, then we can go through each one as we need to. So a new folder, admin in components, and we have a bunch of stuff, okay? Inside of index.ts, we do a bulk export, and then we basically have each of these individual components, okay? So lots of individual components here that are doing stuff. So let's go into our page.tsx and I'll show you what's going on. So we import our components. We initially have this use apply document actions. What is this doing? Well, effectively, when we modify anything in Sanity, you see how we've got this published and draft state. Let's say, for example, I want to go into orders are actually read only, so we shouldn't be able to change those. That's good. Let's go into product and let's change the product. So in this case, we've got these handy functions called the ability to publish, unpublish a document and so forth. So create a marble table 1, 2, 3. Right? In this case, I'm in a drafted state and I can publish. So this is a document action. So in this case, for example, if I want to create a document, that is a document action. If I want to update or publish or unpublish a document, that is a document action. Right? So all of these things are document actions. If I want to discard a draft, it's a document action. Okay. So step 1, admin dashboard. We have a handle create product helper. What does this do? Well, basically we've got this create document handle, which is a helper function from Sanity's SDK. We pass in a document ID. I'm just using a random ID. And then we have document type is product. We do await apply, create document, new doc handle. And then we push the user to that ID of that new document that was created. Okay. So we're going to create all of these admin routes afterwards to go ahead and navigate these things. But the main thing is that's how you create. So this is going to be used for like a button on the page. And then we've got the button here. So handle create product. That's going to say new product. Then we've got the AI Insights card. This one is going to basically be going ahead and basically making a call to our backend. So in this case, it's just a simple API fetch. So it fetches API admin insights, and it will go ahead and display the result. So we're basically making an AI API call here, and we're using Vercel AI SDK to go ahead and give us that information. Okay. You can stream it in if you wanted. I haven't done that today. Right. The rest of it is all presentational. This is very, very easy stuff. This is just super, like you can go through it and you can look how it's all happening, but it's just UI. Stat cards, no different, just UI, right? So literally just how to render out a bunch of UI stuff. And same for low stock and recent orders, right? We just pass in the data. We've got the low stock alert content. So in this case, oh, by the way, here. So every time we fetch from the Sanity App SDK, what we want to do is use the use documents hook. Now, everything we do in the App SDK is around the use documents hook. It's actually a very powerful hook. So in this case, whenever remember, this is the admin side. So you can assume that all of the stuff /admin and beyond is for an admin. Okay. So use documents because we're going to gate it for an admin. So document type is product. We can apply filters, orderings, batch size. And now this low stock product gives us something called a document handle. So we can actually go ahead and, pass that handle around and do things with it. So in this case, if I was to go to the low stock product row, we take that handle, we pass it into something called use document projection. Projection basically allows us to expand on it. So, if we ever need to expand on a reference or so forth, we can do that. And then we get the data, and this is real time, by the way. So this is similar to Sanity Live that we were using on the front end. This is effectively the same thing. It's going to be lively updating. And it's also a multiplayer, and it shows us drafts as they get modified. Okay. Let me know if you're watching right now and if you're locked in on this part, because I can see that we've still got like over 100 people watching, but everyone is super zoned in. Okay. Now in this case, we've got the badge going, the low stock and everything else. Now this is all, again, UI stuff. So heading back to the admin API, okay? So admin page. With the layout, the loader is basically, this is a very important part. So firstly, the page itself is not that hard, okay? The main thing that we have to do, because it's slightly different on Next.js, is we have this admin layout, and then we have effectively the layout where I basically render out this sidebar. So this is just a sidebar that I'm basically pushing in if we're on a mobile screen. And then we have the nav bars, the navigation items, which I've got up here. But the main thing is this wrapper called providers. So I want you to pay attention here. We need to create this, right? What is that, providers? So the providers is actually here. So in components, we're going to create a new providers, and we've got two. We've got this providers and Sanity app. Now, what I want you to do is, firstly, we need to create a loading spinner, just a helper function that we have later on. My loaders are, so I'm just going to add the loaders in there. This is a very simple loader. This is just a loader, takes a few props and just renders out some nice UI. We don't actually have a spinner. So I keep doing this mistake in every build. I keep pulling in one which was basically like coded for us, but effectively you just need to add this spinner into your UI folder. So go into a UI folder and pop in this spinner. This spinner, okay? Or you can use Shadcn spinners, whatever you want, okay? So we have the spinner done. This is the loader. This bit is not the point, right? So this is very easy. The main thing is the go to admin layout, the providers here. Now, what are we doing here? Well, effectively, Sanity app provider comes from, so if we look at the actual Sanity app provider, this is the one in the documentation. This is for React, okay? So all this is doing is we have the project ID in the data set, which we've gotten from our environment variables. We have a fallback. Now we're not going to handle the fallback here because we use the suspense boundaries in React to handle this, okay? But the thing is, one, this is a client component. Naturally, it's a React library. There's no concept of the server-side rendering in that part. If we go to providers here, you would think that we could just do the typical trick of getting around it. However, with this, it was not built for Next.js, this App SDK. So in order to get it working, what we do is we do a dynamic import and we disable the server-side rendering element of it. So we say server-side rendering false. And while it's loading that library, we show our loading spinner saying loading Sanity App SDK. Okay. And then we render that like so. Okay. So we basically make it so it will dynamically import this component and it will turn off the server-side rendering element of it. And then we basically put this in a higher order component and then we wrap our entire admin inside of it. Now, what's cool about this is inside of our admin at any point down, if we make any request for information using use documents or anything else, naturally, what does it do? It throws us to a login if we're not authenticated. So at this point, I was actually authenticated already on the Sanity dashboard. So I'm actually okay. But if I was to clear my cookies, or if I have a logout button, there's actually a way to do a logout. I forgot to do it here. But if I go to, for example, application, and I just clear the cookies, clear side data, and I refresh. Now, here, can you see, like, if anyone tries to go to localhost/admin, they get thrown a Sanity screen because they tried to access data and it threw them to a Sanity screen. Now, here we have, oh, nice. Hey, thank you so much, Tatiana. She goes, hey, she sent 5 Sunny Sanga gift memberships. You guys can go, feel free to, oh, nice. We've got Jamie in the house as well. You got a free gift membership from Tatiana. There you go. Guys, say a big thank you to T. All right. Let's go ahead and log in. That's awesome. Nice. That means everyone gets access to it. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. It's basically a badge on the name and it really highlights them out when they talk about it. That's so cool that you did that. Thank you. All right. So at this point now, this is not going to work because this is basically trying to make a backend API call. And that's basically just a 404 page. That's what it's rendering out. Now here, I'm logged in. Okay. Now, if you do want to add in someone to the login of your account, and what you do is you go to your studio and then basically you go into the studio and you add a user or add a member in. So just like you would do in the studio, you add a member to your Sanity Studio. So here, let's just quickly log in. And here you see where it says no one else is here. If we go into this, no, it's not that bit. It's going to default invite members. So here is where you would invite members. You'd have to sign into the backend, basically invite members as an admin, and then all of those people will have access. So we're using Sanity's authentication approach. Okay. So at this point already, we can see our low stock alerts. So everything pulls through nicely. And this is all because of Groq queries. Okay. So this was all relatively easy to implement. The main thing is let's get the AI insights working. The logout is very easy as well. I done it in the previous build. So the new product will work as well at the bat. I'm sure of that. So, and then the retry, you see how it's trying to do a retry, but it's not working because there is no AI call that we need, that we're pushing to. So in this case, the API, chat webhooks, we also need one more, which is, I'm going to put the Papa Fan playlist on. This is like low-key a struggle to keep on going with this music. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. So something upbeat again. Okay, so the admin. So insights and then a route.ts, okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. So API admin /insights /route. Now here you can see, this is where it gets pretty interesting. So this one, I've just done it as Sanity queries stats here. Okay, so let's deep dive into what's going on in this API call. So we've got all of our Sanity queries. We basically got a couple of type protected things here. You don't have, you can do that as you wish, right? In this case, I'm not pushed these out into a separate constant, but here you've got the get request. So you can either call this yourself, but again, what we've done here is I've not actually done a check here, to be honest. You should actually have an admin check here to make sure that they're authenticated or logged in by a Sanity. You can add that yourself. But in this case, we're going to get the date ranges. So we're going to get 7 days ago, 14 days ago from today's date. And then we're going to do a parallel fetch. So basically this is firing off a couple of Groq queries. Now you can actually go ahead. Remember what's actually happening here is we're doing one API call to the backend, and then it's doing this in the backend to Sanity. You could actually put all of these into one Sanity call if you really wanted to, but for the sake of showing you what's going on, it's kind of crazy if you do all of that. But in this case, each one is going to go ahead and get stats, and then they get fulfilled in this, right? Now you can add some seriously complex, like kind of cool error management here. If one fails, it's okay, and so forth. But in this case, we've just done a global. So it's going to gung-ho and send all of those API requests to Sanity. Once they come back, we go ahead and we aggregate top selling products, loop through it all. So in this case, we get a map of the product sales map, and then we loop through the top products. We get the top products here. We get the product sales by the IDs. We also get the restock. So which product inventory needs a restock, which one's moving slow. These are all just little formulas that we've just done basically. Like you can go and check out the logic for yourself. Get days since the last order, also since the order from when an item was ordered, and also calculating metrics. So current revenue, previous revenue, and all this kind of stuff. Hey, Jamie goes, woo, a gift. Nice. Love that. Jamie also, yeah, UOC, it's coming. It's just we've been stacked. So we're going to be launching in the new year. So yeah, I'm going to keep on the coaching on that front. So you guys will be back in the midst of things, and we can carry on with that, right? So these are all the metrics that you see here. And then you've got the data summary. This one is really important. So this is how our AI knows what it knows, right? We pass all the data from the call. So effectively, we're not giving the agent tools here for this part. Nice. I'm currently spraying the house fire hose at the current Next.js situation. Yeah, I know. We had to do it for a couple of our B2Bs at the moment as well. So we've just recently pushed all the fixes. So we got all of the data here, and you can see like urgent orders, operations, slow moving inventory, sales trends. So basically we've said to the AI, here is all the data. And then we're using a simple call to the backend, Vercel AI SDK called generate text. And then you could use stream if you wanted to. In hindsight, I probably wouldn't like to do that. But I render it in a different way in the front. So basically you can do generate text using the Vercel AI gateway and then the system prompt here. So basically I'm going ahead and teaching it how to take that data and how to go ahead and, do something insightful for it. right? And then here we have the prompt itself. So this is the actual system prompt. And then we have the actual user prompt, right? So analyze e-commerce store data and provide insights. We stringify the data so it has access to it in a string version. And then we say generate insights in the required JSON format. We pass the AI's response, and then we try to extract the JSON from the response. Now, in this case, we did it in a bit of a, we did it in a little bit of a hacky/ey way. In hindsight, I would have used structured output from Vercel AI. They have a really nice way you can do it with Zod. But yeah, it was kind of a last thought to add the AI insights on the admin dashboard. I thought it would be a cool thing to do. So in this case, you can do it this way. And we've got a fallback as well, where basically if it does fall back, then we can go ahead and just show the insights from the data that we scraped before, right? So in this case, we can actually go ahead and use the data just from Groq to go ahead and do that. But it'll be nice if the AI tells us you need to do this and this and this and this and so forth. Oh, nice. Tatiana did it again. Hey, look at that. She got everyone going. Guys, go ahead and shout out to her. Thank you. That's so sweet. So in this case, action items, urgent, recommended, opportunities, all of that stuff, right? So basically, you'll go ahead and no matter what, even if the AI call fails, it will fall back to Sanity's Groq calls. So that way, as long as you'll always see something, right? Everyone should have membership. Nice. In this case, look at this. Everyone is. Because of success and then insights to raw metrics as well. And we send it to the back. So with that said, now we should be able to, if we hit a refresh, now you can see when it loads, it's making an API call to the back. And we can actually see this in real time. Look. Let me do a refresh because I want to see it in real time. We go to fetch, XHR, production query, insights. Yeah. So now it's fetching. So that's why we got the skeleton here. And then boom, look at that, guys. And that's pretty damn insightful. Honestly, that is pretty sick. Like if we go to the response, you can see that the response from the API was this. So you go success, true, insights, strong sales performance with the exceptional average performance. And then it starts telling you like the Cohere marble table is your highlights, this many weekly revenue, excellent conversion. Do you see what I mean? Like this is really nice because now when you come on to the screen, immediately, like as an admin, I can see sales trends, strong sales performance, this much revenue in just 2 orders, Cohere marble table, inventory. I can see action items. These are immediate. Process 2 urgent orders over 370 days old. Interesting. Actually, I think maybe my timestamp screwed up somewhere. Emergency reorder, only 1 unit left and so forth. Let's ship today's order over here. Launch clearance sale on executive office chair. See, this is nice. It gives them insight into the entire thing. Cross-sell complementary items with Cohere off table, bundle slow moving storage. So what it's saying is Cohere table is moving really well. So you might as well upsell other products with that one, right? And then it says that there's 1 left. So in this case, emergency reorder, only 1 unit left and that's moving. So this, in my opinion, is damn powerful, right? And then we've got some key stats and everything else, right? And then in this case, you can go ahead and see recent orders as well. Okay. So really, really nice. These are the dummy orders. Oh, that's why the dummy orders that we gave were actually the ones that it was saying about that stuff from. And also look, just to show you, the mobile view is working as well. Cool. Now we need to do inventory and orders. There's a couple of pages now. For these as well, there's actually quite a few pages here. So in admin, we've got inventory, we've got orders. Let's do the inventory first, right? So inventory. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. We've got admin, /admin, inventory. So inventory, we have a page.tsx. And then we also have an ID for the individual inventory. Now we don't actually need any new components. What I want to show you is the concept of how this works. And then I think the rest is it will be simple to explain. So what we have here is, let me show you the actual page first. So going into inventory, you can see we've got a new product and then we have the inventory screen. So let's let this load for a second. And now you can see that. So say for example, we reordered this stock, and then as soon as you do any modification on the back end, what's actually happening, guys, is if we go over to content and we go over to product, for example, I'll show you. So this is actually real-time modification. So firstly, this view is way more performant, right? You can do things a lot more nicer, a lot more easier. So in this case, if we go to, for example, Cohere marble, coffee table, now watch how it interactively changes. So if I go ahead and say that there's one unit here left, right? So even in this side, I can't actually see the stock of this super easily. You see, like on the studio, I have to go into the inventory tab and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's good, but you can modify that. Now here, you see if I start modifying this, you see how it changes in real time, right? So the Cohere marble table, and I probably it's kind of annoying how it does that, but still. And then if I want to go ahead and discard the changes, you see how it discarded the draft. But if I went ahead and say, you know what, we've now done a reorder, we now have 10 units, and I go ahead and publish. Now you'll see that's published as 10 units. And then the new AI insights will no longer say anything about that, okay? And I can also do featured. So if I go ahead and toggle off featured, you can see this one will now go ahead and change. So it won't be, oh, sorry, it wasn't that one. It was, it's ordered by stock. So Cohere marble table, if I go ahead and change that, now that is no longer featured and so forth, okay? So in this case, you can do discard change. You can do things really nicely, very quickly. So if we click into one, I'll show you how this one works. So firstly, the product image uploading as well. You can see that one for yourself as well, but I'm not going to jump so far into the image upload. I've done this a few times on the channel, and I don't think it's going to benefit too much about showing you how to do it, but I'll explain the code. So the same happens here, right? If we go into the details, for example, of the Cohere, in this case, the Velvet Emerald. So let's do Velvet Emerald. So you see, like the studio could be slow, right? Whereas like if we build a custom UI, it's way faster, right? Custom, see if I do 1, 2, 3. See how every field is interactive immediately, like nicely. And we also got the discard changes functionality. All of that is there. And if I was to delete, I can try to delete, right? But sometimes, in this case, this one was able to delete, and see how it took me back. But sometimes if it wasn't able to delete, then what it will do is it will say, for example, the Cohere marble coffee table, I believe, delete in studio. Yeah. See, this product is referenced by 3 orders. So we're not going to let them delete it if you have basically a referenced order. Okay. So we have the option to open in studio as well. And you can change everything from here, by the way. So how the hell does this work, right? Basically is the main question. So firstly, let's go back, and you got the new products. New product does the same thing. Effectively, you can just add a new product. So you see, it'll create a new product, take you to that inventory screen. And now this is in a drafted state. So if I type in ABC, and you can fill out the rest of the details, and it would be created. Okay. Now over here, let me show you how the actual product works. Okay. So let's do this. So yep. So the way it works is inside of page.tsx, we have the product list content. So we have a few nested things here. The main thing is inventory content. Okay. We have the apply, which is what I talked about before, how you apply things like create document and so forth. Okay. We have the inventory, we have the button to create product. We've said that bit before. The admin search is easy because effectively all this is doing, changing the value here, which is a search query. And if we go up, this is basically just a simple input field, right? It does nothing else. It's a simple input field. And we debounce it as well. Okay. Now this one is going to be the admin search on change. Set search query, yeah. So setting the search query is basically every time I type in, on change will fire off. Okay. Now use debounce. Also, I've actually called some of these from there. Okay. So can you see how search query use product search filter there? So this one is using a debounce value. So after 300 milliseconds, which is, I actually don't know how much that is. That's 300 milliseconds delay is seconds. What is it in seconds? 0.3 seconds, yeah. So after 0.3 seconds, it will then trigger the search. So every time I type, it'll wait 0.3 seconds and then it will search. Right? And effectively what it does is it goes ahead and returns the Groq query that we actually need to append to the search. So name match the search. And same here for the order number as well, order match and email search. So that's how we're doing that, okay? Heading back down, we've got the admin search is there, and that basically filters down to the search query, which is how we're able to filter. Same with product list and same with the product list content. So here we just pass down the filter, right? So this gets passed down. We have use documents. This is kind of annoying how much it's wrapping, but anyway, use documents is what I was talking about before, the powerful hook. So we're basically saying for all products, pass in the filter, and this is the one where it's named, match, so forth. Ordering to there, and batch size of 20. So you can go ahead and have a batch size and load more. I haven't done pagination, to be honest, but you can go ahead and do that yourself. And then we have an empty state view. What's up, Papa Van? What's up, Ernst? Good to see you. We have the table as well. And we've basically gone ahead and, we do have the load more. What am I saying? Yeah, we have got load more. So pagination is working, yeah. Yeah, we did do load more, yeah. And then we got the draft at the bottom. Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot I did that. Yeah, product list skeleton, the inventory content is back here. Okay, so everything is kind of, yeah, you could, if I was you, I would ship this out. The main thing that I want you to pay attention to is the, is more so the actual row, product row, this one. So this product row is actually from components admin. Yeah, so that's where it is. So product row, and I only need to show you this for one thing and you understand what I'm doing. So use document projection is always to read data, to basically present it. So inside of data, we expand on things like references, categories, images, so we can get the referenced URLs inside. We'll expand the references. Now the data is for reading purposes. Every time we want to modify data using the App SDK, it's way easier than we think. We can just do it with the, where is it? Use document is no, that's how we get the data. Is draft. We can check if it's a draft by checking the ID. If it starts with draft dot. Low stock, we've already done. The next one is, where do we modify? It was down here. So the main thing I want to draw your attention to is the stock input, this one, stock input. So for example, stock input is an example of where I modify the data. Okay, for mobile, we're not letting people do that. You can just click in and you can modify each one. But on the phone, this stock data is a modifiable field, just like any of these. These are all connected, okay? So how are they connected to the App SDK? This right here, use edit document. You pass in the handle of the document. You pass in the path, in this case, it's the stock, okay? And then what it is basically this edit stock allows us to go ahead and this path, sorry, is the field that you're going to go ahead and change. So this is the field of that document. And this edit stock is connected by row time. So in this case, every time we just simply add a number there, it will literally handle everything else for us. And then what you do is you wrap that connected component in a suspense boundary to get the following behavior. So you see these suspenses, that is all from that skeleton. That's exactly how it's working. Really nice, really, really clean. All right. Same for the inventory, the page. So in this case, look, slug editor, same thing, use edit document, the document handle, path slug. And in this case, you just edit the slug. Super simple. And in this one, you can just go into the value to actually change it, because sometimes, like for a slug, for example, you're trying to modify the current bit of text. That's the actual way it's structured inside of Sanity. The only one that is I want to show you a bit more about is the upload images. So upload images right now pops in this value. And for example, if I was to upload this, you see it says uploading 1 of 1. And then after this, we should see an image pop up. And you can see we're in a drafted state. It pops up. I can change the location of which one. This is the main one. I can go ahead and publish. And now that modern 4 poster bed will have the actual image of the AI e-commerce platform. So in this case, the poster bed. So in this case, let's just search for it. Poster bed. So I've clicked on search. And you can add in the loading sprinter if you want. But now you can see, look, hey, the AI e-commerce platform. So now if I was to go into this, boom, see that? Nice, right? Amazing stuff. So in this case, we can see this. So let's do the product images. I'll show you where that happens. So description, price, stock, material, color, dimensions. Here we are, image uploader. Okay. So we have the image uploader. The product store link is easy. That one is just literally we throw the user to the view on. So that's actually the store. Sorry. The open in studio just takes us to literally the /studio, an exact point of the page. But my main thing that I want to show you is the image uploader. So image uploader is actually an admin image uploader. So whenever you see an image uploader, it takes a few things. So first, we just defined a few things. Here you should be actually maybe throwing this from what's it called? Pulling these from Sanity's type definitions, but I'm gonna be honest, a bit short now. So in this case, we have the image uploader itself. The handle is the document handle itself. And then we have the client. So in this case, this is the magic part. So client from Use Sanity SDK React, right? Now this makes it a bit easier, to be honest, to handle the uploads and stuff. So you have the client, you have the document, which is the pathway to the images filled for that document. So in this case, this is all inside of the images field. So in the schema, this path is called images, and this is like several. So if we go into, for example, the product schema, you'll see images, and it will be an array. So images, an array of media. Okay. So here, now we have the images. Edit images is our handle to change it. Handle file select. This is a simple uploader. So effectively, we have an uploader here. We have a uploading progress, for example, uploading one of one and so forth. And what's happening is each time, so let me just show you the actual uploader. So we have the button, we have the input file. This is a normal file upload kind of flow. Handle file select. When we do that, it will grab the files that you've clicked on. Set uploading is true. Set upload progress, uploading, say, for example, 3 images. And then it will loop through each of the images that you selected. For each one, it would go and say uploading one of 3, 2 of 3, 4 of 3. For each one, it'll go do client.assets to upload image. And you probably maybe do promise to all for that. So you could do it in 3, it might be faster. And now what this will do is it will upload the actual image. So upload the file and the image. And then you see this is the important part. So we upload it to the asset to Sanity. And then you see this asset right here, because we're awaiting it'll block until it's ready. We basically push into the image array, so new images array, with a random key, and the asset here is the reference and the asset ID. This asset ID is how we store images inside of Sanity. Okay, and then from that, we use Sanity's helper functions to go ahead and get the URL. Okay, so, and then the same with remove images as well. And then the main thing really is when we publish that image. So in this case, this is the image thumbnail. Again, we're just using, that's actually not a good way to do that. I would say instead you should be doing we should have done the lib. Well, this is when I just trusted AI to do it. You should be using this should be in URL 4 and pass in the image source. That's the ultimate way to do it, right? Just letting you know. I'm not gonna fuss with it too much because it does work, but it's fine. Yeah, just know that is not how you do it, right? And then we have the publish side of it, which is going to be, oh my God, Tatiana's on one today. Thank you. And I just want to mention as well, guys, when you do change any of these things, what happens? It's modifying a draft. It's modifying a draft, and then that draft is what we can then publish. So if I was to change any of this stuff, you see, I'm in a drafted state. And this makes it super easy because now what you do is you use edit document to modify the draft. So whether or not I add images, whether or not I add modify any of the fields, and then I basically can either discard my draft or publish the change. So that's when we have these, and these are called the document actions. So thank you so much, Tatiana. Yeah, look at that. The chat, she's getting the chat popping. Thank you so much. And we're going to go ahead and discard changes there. And I've got a little timeout there, which allows us to do that. The only thing that I want to do here that we're not doing is we need to do the orders flow as well. So orders I haven't done as well. So orders, now that you know the flow of how it works, I wanted to show you that was it. So the document buttons. So it was actually I wrapped them in publish button here. So like the publish button, for example, you see, we're just checking if you're in a drafted state, how to handle it and so forth. Right, so you can check out the drafted sort of documentation. I would recommend you watch Simeon's lessons like I showed you on Sanity Learn, and then even see how we do the revert and so forth. Because in this case, this is how we either can delete or revert a document according to what state it's in, okay? But yeah, effectively, if you want to do that, you can feel free to do it, right? But the main part that is left is the orders. So orders, we have inventory. Orders is the orders page, and then we have the ID for the actual order itself, okay? So these two right here, and you can see that they're exact same, by the way. The logic is exactly the same. So in this case, when you go down to each of the modifiable fields, so in this case, let me just find the ID use. So order detail content. And then you've got the status select, revert button, publish button. These are the three buttons at the top. Then you have the items, then you have the image, and then you have oh no, so the image, the order is actually a little bit less editable. So in this case here, so you see an order, we don't actually edit it here. It's more a case of if you click into an order, so in this case you can find the order by a search, and we just modified the search to be finding for that instead. The main thing for this one is the status that I did, right? So the status, when we change the status of an order, we actually want to, basically we want to change it, but we want to immediately publish this part. So here, for example, we're shipped, we do both at the same time. So we basically change the value and then we publish. But for these things, we're in drafted state, right? So you see, like if I change this does an actual permanent change for the status, because it's a bit more easy. Otherwise, it'll be a bit weird if you did it and then it'll be like, hang on, it didn't update, right? So that's the only difference with that. So for the status select, you can see here, edit status change. We edit the status and then we auto publish the status change, so it takes effect immediately, okay? And that means that on the front end, the user can see the app change in front of their face. So in this case, if I'm logged in to my account, let's log into my account. I'm actually coming close to the end. Oh my God, right? So at this point, if I go into my orders and I go into this order, 17.99, and I can see that it's paid, okay? Let's go ahead and do that into delivered. So let's say it's shipped and then delivered, whatever. The user comes to check on their app and they should see that it's delivered, right? Now from that, you can trigger all kinds of stuff. You could do like, you know, an email, you could do all that kind of stuff. Can you publish the spec first? Then we build feature by feature. What do you mean? Publish the spec first. I've given all the code base, by the way, for this. So all the code is actually here available. But let's review what the admin dashboard actually is, and also the Open Studio button takes us to the studio. In the previous build, I actually showed you also how to do a direct link from a product page. So in this case, if you go to Open in Studio, look at this. I actually did it in this one. So it's /studio /structure /order, and then you see semicolon with the order ID. And this will take me, if I ever need to do any kind of advanced editing or specific editing, this will take me to the exact order in Sanity Studio in case I need to modify at the studio level. So this is seriously powerful stuff, right? Like honestly, like it's really nice because now from our admin, /admin, we're protected via Sanity users and authentication. We have AI insights. We can add all of our products, manage our inventory, and it's super, super nice. So we get all of the benefits and multiplayer aspects and real-time capabilities of Sanity, but with the nice kind of front end that we desire. So this is where Sanity App SDK comes in clutch, right? So it's been absolutely awesome to be able to do it like this and use it. One thing I actually didn't mention was I kind of drafted over it was when we actually did the front end for the user, I was actually using AgentKit. So I believe we did use AgentKit. Yes, I did. I did do AgentKit. But I think I covered it when I passed in the user stuff as well. So that's absolutely fine. But yeah, here we have it. So we can get rid of this bit as well. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so we actually, this is very good. So in this case, I just want to double check one thing. on my side. Okay, so I think we have it. I'm just doing a quick check of all of the features. Oh my God, that was a crazy build. Wow. Okay, so I've got a question now. The deployment. Okay, so the deployment in this case, I haven't prepped the deployment. So I'll explain what you need to do for deployment, right? It's actually very simple because everything is on one URL. We don't have to deploy several different things or whatnot. So what you have to do now for a deployment is you would go here, you'd basically run Vercel. At this point, you'd run Vercel. You would push this up, right? Then you go over to Vercel. You go to vercel.com like so. Oops. Select team. Lots of authentication changes. And then what you would do is you go into your platform, go into your settings, go into environment variables, and you would paste in your environment file sheet in here. Okay. So what I want you to do is basically go into your env file, local, Control-A or Command-A, depending on if you're Mac or Windows, and basically go ahead and paste in here. And then you basically click on save. Now, this is the point where you change production stuff versus development stuff. So in this case, you'd be setting up your Stripe actual production account and get that secret key. Use that one here instead. In Sanity, if you're using development environment, then you'd use a production one here instead. This is where you separate your databases. So in this case, if you're pointing towards a test Sanity, then the test Sanity is in your local env, and then your production Sanity is in your Vercel environment variables, all that good stuff. Your domains will show you the starting production domain. So in this point, you can either buy a domain, add a domain, or you can just use this domain for now. But what you'd want to do inside of Stripe is go into Stripe and you do it inside of the developer section. So down here in devs, you go to webhook, and then you see here, add destination. So firstly, it shows you how to do the local listener approach. So I already showed you that, but in this case, you could do this. But again, that will point towards your API endpoint, and you can even manually trigger one to test it out. But in this case, you see your account or connected MV2 accounts. In this case, your account, you would go to Stripe, checkout. So in this case, you could just do checkout, session completed, click on continue, webhook endpoint, hosted endpoint. Boom, you could pop this in whatever, this could be called whatever you want. This would be your URL. So it'll be like, for example, say it was just on Vercel something, I don't know, like whatever the Vercel URL was that we just deployed to, that, right? So say it was like vercelabc.com /API/webhook, right? So it'll be whatever we set our API webhook to, and then the domain. If you changed your domain, you would have to change this one, okay? And then give it a description. Now, after I do this, say for example, I click create destination. Now what's gonna happen is it will give me a secret key, the signing key. So I can reveal it, I do this, and this is the one that I then use inside of Vercel. So over here now, go back to environment variables. I'd go over here, I'd put the environment variable key, which was Stripe webhook secret. So this would be like some Stripe webhook secret. And then I would paste that value in. And that means that now when the payment completes, it would go ahead and push to that one that is listening on Stripe. And now we've set one up on Stripe. So that way we don't need the local listener, obviously. We basically set up on Stripe and it's over there. That's almost it. The final step you would have to do to get it there, to get right over the finish line, is you go to your Sanity Studio, would be your last bit. Go to manage project. And then again, whatever your deployed URL is, take note of it, whether it's the Vercel one you want to use for free, right? Remember, not the preview URL, the production one, right? If you want to do the preview one, you just make sure, because preview ones can change. So you need a static one. And then you go to your API over here, cause origin, and you would add it here, okay? So this is basically saying which URL can actually access the Sanity backend. So in this case, this prevents other people from accessing your Sanity backend at a cause level. So what you would do here is basically pop in that vercel.com, whatever, or you would go ahead and actually add in, if you bought one like sanitysanga.com, you'd go ahead and put that in here as well. But when you do that, just make sure you do one thing, add cause origin, pop in blah, 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 whatever you did, the URL, click on allow credentials. Okay, so allow credentials because we have a studio hosted on it. So you need to allow the credentials, otherwise it simply won't work. Okay, with that said, oh my God, that was a huge build. I'm gonna go ahead and do it the only way that we know how. Absolute craziness. That was huge. I did not expect that to be a 5-hour build effectively, right? But we did it, and that is because there was such a big amount of value in this build. And what I want to say is, yes, the admin portion we tended to run through quite a lot pretty quick, but remember, I have given you all of the code throughout this entire build. So please go ahead, feel free, grab it. Like, I've done all this work for you guys. And then, by the way, I'm doing it all again next week. Before Christmas, I'm dropping another build, so you guys can be sure this is going to happen, right? Go and grab the code, full name and email. The link is there, and then you can go ahead and get access to everything. So once you go ahead and do that, we'll send you access to the GitHub repo. So you guys can go ahead and see the GitHub repo, clone it. You have access to the entire code base, watch through the entire thing, learn about how the Vercel AI SDK version 6 is working. It was a huge build, honestly, right? Really awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Tatiana. Right, in this case, we've got, when you do sign up through Clerk and Sanity, use the links in the description, please. It helps us a ton. And even in the GitHub repo, I've been able to go ahead and pop them in here as well. These links are affiliate links. It helps them know that you came from us, and it's effectively going to be huge. Thank you so much, Jamie. It goes amazing, bro. What a build. I'm going to give a quick little rundown of the entire build before we close up, but it was huge, absolutely huge build. We had a full e-commerce platform with an AI agent on the front. So in this case, you can go ahead and ask it, even if you're not logged in, by the way, you can go ahead and speak to it. So let's say leather sofas under 100. I'm not even showing the screen. You guys can see like leather sofas under 100. We've got all of this working in the mix, right? And if it doesn't have leather sofas, you see it, it can say, oh, maybe try and search for this. Show me chairs. I don't know. You can say whatever you want to it, right? Show me chairs. But the AI assistant is actually, I believe that is going to be seen in a lot more apps moving forward. So I think that is going to be a future thing moving forward. And also in the back end, say we need to modify a few things in real time. Let's say the solid oak dining chair. This is crazy because now what I can do is I can come over here. Let's say, for example, a user is looking at the solid oak dining chair and go over to inventory. I can actually modify this in real time and push and publish it, and it will work. So in this case, I can type in solid oak. Let's go ahead and see in a moment. This will pop up. It's just loading the information for it. Click into it. I can change the price to say it was $2.99. So in this case, this is $2.49. Let's go ahead and publish. I'm not refreshing, guys. This is real time. So you can see like $2.99. Boom. This is what you call a CMS. That is sick, right? The whole thing works real time. This is all multiplayer. Everything is done. The full build from start to finish is there. Crazy app. And of course, if you need to modify anything else, you can go ahead and do that in /studio. All right, so we've included everything. Of course, if you guys love this stuff, feel free to join us over at pupareact.com/course. If you join in now, it's going to be the only time where you join. You're going to be able to get access to the new community at 50% off for life. So this is only an offer which is going to help for, like, you know, you can only do this now. When we launch new course, it's going to be full price. That's only fair to our current students. So with that said, guys, I appreciate y'all, and I will see you in the next build. Peace.